Chapter 2712. The giant sword contains a powerful sword Tao energy that protects the stone room. If you try to take the illusion flower, you will be hurt by the sword chi. Feng Qin said. Fairy Ziqiang lowered her head in shame and put the illusion flower into her bag. Buzz! The giant sword vibrated and a vast aura entered Feng Chen's mind. Feng Chen felt his scalp tingle. He endured the pain and accepted the inheritance. After a while, Feng Chen's face relaxed. Are you okay? Fairy Ziqiang asked worriedly. Feng Chen shook his head. The stone room itself is a powerful seal that gathers sword chi. It is a paradise for sword cultivators. I plan to cultivate here for a while. What about you? I have already got the illusion flower. I am fine for now. I will protect you here, Fairy Ziqiang said. Okay. Feng Qin sat down cross-legged and held the giant sword in his hand. He sensed the power in his mind. Slaughter Sword Tao? Among the Sword Tao, the Slaughter Sword Tao was one of the top. Even the Azura Sword Tao was no match for it. External force is still external force. You can use the Sword Tao of others as a reference. But if you use it to cultivate, you will never be able to reach the peak of Sword Tao. This was the first sentence of the Sword Tao inheritance. After reading this sentence, Feng Qin felt as if he had been enlightened. His heart instantly became clear. I have been cultivating the Slaughter Sword Tao since I obtained it many years ago. However, when I reached the Star Ancient Realm, I finally realized the shortcomings of the Slaughter Sword Tao. If I want to reach the peak, I must create my own Sword Tao. There were many supreme insights about Sword Tao and the inheritance, which was very useful to Feng Qin. My own Sword Tao. After all, the Azura Sword Tao and the Slaughter Sword Tao did not belong to him. If others can create their own Sword Tao, why can't I? Feng Qin was eager to try. He wanted to use this opportunity to create his own Sword Tao. His understanding of Sword Tao had reached an extremely high level. Moreover, his potential in Sword Tao was also incredible. Let me first comprehend the Slaughter Sword Tao. If he wanted to create a Sword Tao, he had to start from these two Sword Taos. As time passed, killing intent surged from Feng Chen's body. Even Fairy Ziqiang, who was standing at the side, was shocked. His killing intent is so strong that I don't even have the courage to fight him, Fairy Ziqiang murmured. Half a month later, Feng Qin used the Sword Tao inheritance, left behind by the Star Ancient Realm elite, to successfully comprehend the Slaughter Sword Tao. At this point, he had a clear understanding of the two Sword Taos. Next, he began to attempt to create a Sword Tao. Since he wanted to create the Sword Tao, he had to extract the essence and get rid of the dross. He took the essence of the two great Sword Taos and mixed them together before adding his own Sword Tao concept. This way it would be much easier. The essence of the Azura Sword Tao is to appear and disappear unpredictably, Feng Qin murmured, and the essence of the Slaughter Sword Tao is bloody slaughter. Creating Sword Tao was like creating swordsmanship. Feng Qin had his own methods. He was also using different concepts to perfect his Sword Tao. Half a year later, Feng Qin had created a new Sword Tao. However, he was not satisfied with the new Sword Tao and continued to overturn it. A year later, he created a new Sword Tao, but he was still not satisfied. During this time, Fairy Ziqiang witnessed Feng Qin's performance and was dumbfounded. Monster, this is the real monster. In a year, Fairy Ziqiang had completely refined the illusion flower. After I get the illusion flower, I will try to break through when I return to the nominal peak. I will succeed. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziqiang's face was full of smiles. Day after day, year after year. One day, 3 years later, a powerful Sword Tao aura suddenly exploded from Feng Chen's body, causing the entire stone room to tremble. Crack! The stone room was in ruins, destroyed by the sword chi that shot out from Feng Chen's body. The sword chi on his body contained a power that made people tremble. Fairy Ziqiang shook her head. She had never felt such a powerful sword chi. In the sword chi, there seemed to be confidence, invincibility, and a strong will. Clatter! Feng Chen opened his eyes, and the sword chi was freely released. In his mind, the sword chi was like a rainbow. He grinned and stood up. Just as the senior said, the way of the sword requires a courageous heart. Moreover, one must have great confidence in oneself, murmured Feng Chen. Always think that one will be invincible in the future. Invincible, let's call it the invincible sword Dao. Feng Chen's mind flashed, and he gave a name to the new sword Dao he created. Even he didn't expect that years later, the invincible sword Dao would shake the whole starry sky. Everyone in the chaos realm was shocked. Of course, this was a story for another day. Did you succeed? Fairy Ziqiang asked. Feng Chen nodded. This time I have gained a lot. I sincerely thank you. Fairy Ziqiang hurriedly shook her head. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get the illusion flower. Feng Chen shook his head. Fairy Ziqiang didn't understand, but he knew best. To Feng Chen, creating the unparalleled sword Dao was an important step on the path of the sword. It was very likely that it would affect his future cultivation. Let's go back first. On the way back, they didn't encounter any danger. That night, Feng Chen and Fairy Ziqiang returned to the nominal peak. Feng Chen, thank you very much. Fairy Ziqiang smiled sweetly and returned to the third courtyard. In the dark sky, the mayor of Tian Shuyuan looked down, and the moment he saw Feng Chen, his eyes lit up. The aura on his body seems to have undergone a great change. The mayor of Tian Shuyuan was surprised. The sword Dao aura is more powerful, and it is different from the aura he released before. Could it be he has inherited some powerful sword Dao? The mayor of Tian Shuyuan didn't even dare to think that Feng Chen could create a new sword Dao. Of course, all of this was thanks to the sword Dao left behind by the Star Ancient Realm elite, which was a great help to Feng Chen. In the 100th courtyard, Feng Chen sat on a stone bench, carefully thinking about the process of creating the invincible sword Dao. The invincible sword Dao is a combination of my sword Dao and the essence of the Slaughter sword Dao and the Jura sword Dao. It is amazing. Even Feng Chen couldn't imagine it. Whoosh! He flicked his finger, and an invincible sword Qi instantly appeared, flashing in the void, and then shot up into the sky. Seeing this, the smile on Feng Chen's face widened. Although my cultivation is at the peak of the void ancient realm, if I use the sword of destruction with the invincible sword Dao, my attack will definitely be able to suppress an early star ancient realm ancient god. Feng Chen said. In other words, he finally had the strength to fight an ancient god of the star ancient realm. He could even crush an early star ancient god. I can feel that the invincible sword Dao has great potential. Feng Chen clenched his fists, full of confidence. Invincible sword Dao, invincible belief. He looked up at the dark, starry sky. Starting from the bottom, I can still climb to the top step by step. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to the mayor of Tian Shuyuan. On the quiet nominal peak, undercurrents were surging. As time passed, the official disciple assessment was approaching. Especially the nominal disciples who lived in Purple Tea Garden, they were doing everything possible to improve their cultivation. This was an opportunity, and if they missed it, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. In the second courtyard, in the past year, the armored man had been here countless times. Where did Brother Face go? Why hasn't he appeared in a year? The armored man frowned. He had something important to discuss with Blackface. However, the latter hadn't appeared for a year. Could it be that Brother Face has been cultivating in seclusion to become an official disciple? The armored man could only comfort himself. Forget it, I'll just wait. The armored man turned and left. He would never have thought that Blackface, who was as powerful as a god in his heart, had already died at the hands of Fong Chen. Huh, isn't he? As soon as he walked out of the second courtyard, the armored man saw a person walking towards him. He was so scared that he immediately hid and lowered his head. He only raised his head after the person entered the second courtyard. Chu Yinfeng, it's actually Chu Yinfeng, an official disciple. He came to find Brother Face. Could it be? Thinking of this, the armored man became even more excited. If Brother Face became an official disciple with Chu Yinfeng's help, wouldn't he have a powerful backer in the future? Chapter 27:13. After Chu Yinfeng entered the second courtyard, he quickly came out. At this time, the armored man was still in his fantasy and did not notice Chu Yinfeng's arrival. Do you know where Blackface went? Chu Yinfeng asked. The armored man shivered and immediately said, I don't know. I came here almost every day this year, but I didn't see Brother Face. Chu Yinfeng frowned and no longer paid attention to the armored man, turned and left. Where did Brother Face go? The official disciple assessment was a major event on the nominal peak. When the official news came out, it caused a great sensation. Before, there were only 2 spots, but this time there was an extra spot, making a total of 3 spots. This also meant that among the many disciples on the nominal peak, 3 could become official disciples. For a time, many disciples were discussing who would win. Needless to say, it must be Qi Xiao and the other 2. That's not necessarily true. Fairy Ziqiang is not weak. Don't forget, their strength doesn't mean they can become official disciples. Yes, the official disciples who are ranked at the bottom will also participate and stop them. In short, it's too difficult to become an official disciple. On the nominal peak, it was very lively. On this day, many disciples gathered in the square. A high-ranking elder personally presided over this assessment. You should know the content of the assessment. The elder said in a deep voice, there are a total of 3 spots in this assessment. I hope you will work hard. After a few simple words, the next assessment was about to begin. The assessment was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the internal assessment of the nominal peak, where the 3 strongest disciples were determined. The second part was the assessment of these 3 people together. It took 3 days, and in a chaotic battle, the 3 strongest people were finally determined. They were Qi Xiao, Feng Chen, and Fairy Ziqiang. This result was beyond many people's expectations. Blackface did not appear. Did he give up the assessment? Many disciples were secretly guessing. Only Feng Chen and Fairy Ziqiang knew that Blackface had already died. If Blackface does not appear, it means that he has given up on the assessment. The 3 strongest people on the nominal peak are Qi Xiao, Feng Chen, and Ziqiang. The elder in charge of the assessment announced, next is the second part of the assessment. The 3 of you will enter the mountains below the nominal peak side by side. If you can hold on for a month, you will win. In the mountain range, there were 3 official disciples blocking the way. Feng Chen and the other 2 had to do everything they could to avoid their attacks. As long as he persisted for a month, he would have succeeded. Do you understand? The elder in charge of the assessment asked. Understood, Qi Xiao said loudly. All right, let's go then. The 3 official disciples have already entered the mountain range. The elder said, remember, don't try in vain to fight against an official disciple. You don't have the strength to do so. If you wish to pass the examination, the only way to do so is to conceal yourself completely, such that the official disciples won't be able to find you. After the elder finished speaking, Feng Chen and the other 2 rushed down the mountain peak and entered the mountain range. On the honorary peak, many disciples and the upper echelons were looking down. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the situation in the mountain range. In the mountain range, Brother Feng, what should we do? Qi Xiao asked. There are 3 of them, and their comprehensive strength is definitely stronger than us. If we fight head-on, we will be at a disadvantage. Before Qi Xiu finished speaking, Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. Brother Qi Xiu, do you still remember what I said to you? Fang Chen said. Qi Xiu was surprised, not knowing what Fang Chen was referring to. I said that during the official disciple assessment, I will let you see my sincerity. Fang Chen said, so, as long as you follow me, I can guarantee that you will pass the assessment. Qi Xiu's eyes flickered, and he nodded heavily. As for Zicheng Fairy, since she stood side by side with Fang Chen and experienced the ancient ruins incident, she had already treated Fang Chen as an official disciple. Since you are all willing to listen to me, then rest here. After speaking, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Qi Xiu and Zicheng Fairy looked at each other and also sat down with Fang Chen. On the nominal peak, after seeing the scene, many disciples were very puzzled. Are we going to give up just like that? Humph! Really a disgrace to our nominal peak. Yeah, even if you know you are no match for them, you still have to fight back. The three of them are just sitting there waiting for failure. Many disciples were quite dissatisfied with the performance of the three. Even the person in charge of the nominal peak was surprised. The elder in charge of the assessment shook his head gently. It seems that no one from the nominal peak can become an official disciple this time. Hearing the elder's words, the higher-ups of the nominal peak felt even more complicated. In the mountain range, Chu Yunfeng. After the three official disciples gathered, Chu Yunfeng was the leader. The three of them are no match for us. They will definitely hide, Chu Yunfeng said. However, I have a way to find them. Well, let's directly defeat them and let them see the strength of our official disciples. A mere nominal disciple dares to provoke us. Chu Yunfeng and the other two moved erratically in the mountain range. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After more than 10 days of searching, the three of them finally found the whereabouts of Fang Chen and the other two. It was funny to say that Chu Yunfeng and the other two had never thought that Fang Chen and the other two would directly give up the assessment and sit at the entrance to wait. These days, they had been searching in the depths of the mountain range. Damn it! Chu Yunfeng clenched his fists, his heart full of anger. Found them. The three of them walked side by side and appeared in front of Fang Chen and the others. Where's Blackface? Because Chu Yunfeng entered the mountain range in advance, he did not know that Blackface did not participate in the first part of the assessment. That idiot was actually eliminated. Chu Yunfeng thought that Blackface was eliminated by the three of them. In that case, there's no need to hold back. Thinking of this, Chu Yunfeng's body emitted a powerful force. The three of you get over here. Chu Yunfeng stretched out his finger, pointed at Fang Chen and the other two, and shouted loudly. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes and slowly got up. Zicheng Fairy and Qi Xiu were a little nervous. After all, the three of them were all official disciples, and the difference in strength was too great. It took you 10 days to find this place? I overestimated you. Fang Chen shrugged. You! Chu Yunfeng was completely angered by Fang Chen's lazy attitude. He said coldly, Boy, do you think we don't dare to kill you? This is the official disciple assessment. As long as it is not over, even if we kill you, the higher-ups will not blame us. Interesting, are all the nominal disciples this year like this? Humph! You gave up the assessment as soon as you came in. Do you still have the face to stay in the nominal peak? In the face of the three official disciples scolding, Fang Chen said lightly, Who said we gave up the assessment? Before the three of them spoke, Fang Chen continued, If you can't find this place within a month, we can easily pass, right? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the three of them sneered. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking is wrong, Chu Yunfeng said maliciously. Fang Chen stretched and said, However, it doesn't matter if you find this place. The result is doomed, and you can't change it. On the nominal peak, when Chu Yunfeng and the other two found Fang Chen, Many disciples were in an uproar. 10 days later, they finally met. Forget it, don't look at it. If we fight for it, maybe we can succeed. Yeah, now there's no room for negotiation. Some disciples shook their heads and turned away in disappointment. Chu Yinfeng alone can suppress the 3 nominal disciples. The elder in charge of the assessment said, "The result has been decided, and there is no suspense. It seems that the resources of the nominal peak will be reduced by half in the next 3 years." Hearing this, the faces of the higher-ups of the nominal peak suddenly changed. The nominal peak specializes in training nominal disciples for Tianshu Yuan. Originally, there were few cultivation resources, and now, because no disciple became an official disciple, the cultivation resources will be reduced by half. This is too cruel. Elder, no need to say more. Everything will be done according to the rules and regulations. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the nominal peak looked gloomy, and their hearts were complicated. Chapter 27:14. In the opinion of all the disciples, Feng Qin and the other 2 would definitely lose if they met Chu Yinfeng. However, they didn't know where Feng Qin got the courage to challenge the 3 of them, which made many nominal disciples very puzzled. However, they didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Even the elder in charge of the assessment thought that this official disciple test would end in failure. In the mountain range, behind Feng Qin, Qi Xiu and Ziqiang fairies' faces changed. Brother Feng is not a reckless person. Since he has confidence, then he must have a way. Qi Xiu gritted his teeth and gave up trying to dissuade Feng Qin. Ziqiang fairy on the side, her beautiful eyes flickered, staring at Feng Qin curiously. She was also guessing what means Feng Qin had to dare to ignore Chu Yinfeng and the other 2. Being ridiculed by nominal disciples, Chu Yinfeng and the other 2 were very unhappy. "Boy, you are digging your own grave," Chu Yinfeng said coldly. Feng Qin shrugged, looking like he didn't care. "It's too early to say who is digging their own grave." "Humph, I originally planned to let you go after you admit defeat, but now it seems that it's completely unnecessary," Chu Yinfeng said gloomily. "Brother Chu, why talk nonsense with them? This kind of person who doesn't know what's good for him, just kill him." "That's right, stupid nominal disciples. Do you really think you are invincible in the nominal peak and can look down on the entire Tianshu Yuan? Let me tell you how stupid your idea is." A black-clothed disciple. As soon as his voice fell, a violent force suddenly emerged from his body. The next moment, he suddenly punched at Feng Qin. Seeing this, Feng Qin shook his head gently, courting death. Seeing Feng Qin so contemptuous, the black-clothed disciple was even more furious. He mobilized all the strength in his body and fiercely punched at Feng Qin's head. Dong! Before Qi Xiu and Ziqiang fairy could react, a deafening sound came from the battlefield. The violent power exploded in front of Feng Qin, and the vast aura directly engulfed Feng Qin. The entire world was filled with terrifying waves of air. Brother Feng, Qi Xiu and Ziqiang fairies' faces changed dramatically, and they cried out involuntarily. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The originally confident, black-clothed disciple was sent flying like a cannonball. Dong! He crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a huge crater. Dust flew everywhere as he fainted. When Chu Yinfeng, who originally had a disdainful expression, saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. What happened? Chu Yunfeng's divine sense spread out and quickly enveloped the center of the battlefield to check on Feng Qin's movements. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw the halo of sword qi around Feng Qin. How is this possible? Chu Yunfeng's heart trembled in disbelief. How could a nominal disciple's defense be so powerful? Just by relying on his defense, he was able to withstand an all-out attack from an official disciple? Wasn't this too terrifying? Boy, go to hell. While Chu Yinfeng was in a daze, another official disciple arrogantly attacked. Knowing that Feng Qin's defense was strong, His figure flashed, and a diamond-shaped dart appeared in his palm. Swoosh! The dart contained a powerful force that made people tremble. Flying cloud dart. The man shouted in a low voice and displayed his trump card. The diamond-shaped dart streaked across the void and transformed into an incredible trick, whistling toward Fong Chen's body. Insignificant skill. Fong Chen's expression remained unchanged as he sneered. Swoosh! In the eyes of everyone, he gently raised his palm, stretched out 2 fingers, and suddenly caught the flying dart in his hand. Crack! A shocking force erupted from the flying dart, but it couldn't break free from Fong Chen's control. Instead, it was directly crushed by Fong Chen. Hiss! The flying dart was annihilated and turned into countless powder, floating in the sky. There was an uproar on the nominal peak. Countless nominal disciples cheered and jumped for joy. Fong Chen was also a nominal disciple of their nominal peak. To be able to erupt such a powerful force and beat the official disciples, it could be regarded as an honor for their nominal peak. Ha ha ha! I knew Fong Chen must have a trump card. Too powerful. No wonder he can be ranked in the top 3 of the nominal disciples. Even Qi Xiao, who is ranked first, can't be compared with such means. Such a powerful flying dart was actually caught by his bare hands. Many of the nominal disciples were discussing among themselves. The faces of the senior members of the nominal peak, who had been overshadowed, were full of excited smiles and their hearts were burning. Caught the flying dart barehanded? Even the elder in charge of the assessment was stunned. Among the 3 official disciples, Chu Yunfeng was the strongest. But even if Chu Yunfeng used all his strength, he wouldn't dare to catch the flying dart barehanded. But the nominal disciple in front of him did it. Good guy. The elder in charge of the assessment was secretly delighted. He was determined to get his hands on such a monstrous genius. In the mountain range, in a flash, the 2 official disciples were defeated by Fong Chen. At this time, Chu Yunfeng's face was completely gloomy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Fong Chen. Earlier, I was still wondering where you got the courage to challenge an official disciple. Now I finally understand. Your so-called defense is your confidence. In Chu Yunfeng's view, Fong Chen only had a strong defense. I have to say that your defense is very strong. Even among the official disciples, you are considered one of the best. Chu Yunfeng said, however, if you think that you can scare me with just this, then you're wrong. Otherwise, Fong Chen sneered. Chu Yunfeng's face was gloomy as he walked step by step towards Fong Chen. Sometimes a strong defense is useless. Chu Yunfeng said, let's see how I break your defense with one hand. Boom! Chu Yunfeng's aura fluctuated as he pulled out a short sword from his arms. Chu clan's secret sword. Chu Yunfeng also recognized the terrifying defense of Fong Chen's fleshly body. He immediately used his trump card. The Chu clan's secret sword was Chu Yunfeng's strongest sword technique. The reason why he could stay among the official disciples was because of the Chu clan's secret sword. Interesting. But if this is all you have, then don't waste your strength. The chaotic origin sword body was fully activated, and sword chi enveloped his body. With Fong Chen's current strength, the chaotic origin sword body's defense was comparable to the star ancient realm. How could Chu Yunfeng break it? Xiao! The Chu clan's secret sword was displayed. The short sword spun a few times in Chu Yunfeng's hand before it shot out with a powerful force. Die! Chu Yunfeng jumped and followed the short sword. Kacha! The short sword hit Fong Chen's body, but was blocked by the sword chi halo around him. Kill! Chu Yunfeng roared furiously, but the short sword could not move forward. Damn it! Chu Yunfeng gritted his teeth and his eyes turned scarlet. A monstrous aura surged. Kacha! The chaotic origin sword body rotated, and the sword chi halo shattered the short sword. At the same time, Chu Yunfeng's body was directly sent flying by the powerful sword Qi. Don't! He smashed into a towering tree in the distance, directly shattering it. Pucci! Chu Yunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. The whole process only took a few breaths. Qi Xiao and Fairy Ziqiang widened their eyes in disbelief. Their bodies were trembling. Chu Yunfeng's defeat meant that they had passed the assessment and become official disciples. This was what they had dreamed of for many years, and it was realized so easily. Now, Qi Xiao finally remembered that Fang Chen had once said to him that he would show his sincerity during the official disciple assessment. Amazing! After the shock, Qi Xiao gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. On the nominal peak, a stormy wave was set off. Countless nominal disciples went completely crazy. Complete victory. Fang Chen had defeated the 3 official disciples by himself. Moreover, he did not take the initiative to attack and only relied on his powerful defense to accomplish this feat. This kid is not simple. The elder in charge of the assessment nodded in satisfaction and said, "With his physical defense, he is not bad among the official disciples." The higher-ups of the nominal peak were even more excited. They originally thought that with the cultivation resources reduced by half, they had fallen into despair. Who would have thought that Fang Chen turned the tide with his own strength and defeated Chu Yunfeng and the other 2? My nominal peak finally has a monstrous genius. For a time, everyone was praising Fang Chen. As for Chu Yunfeng and the other 2, they had long been forgotten. Chapter 27:15. The official disciple assessment finally came to an end with such a unique result. Even though Qi Xiao and Ziqiang Fairy had imagined countless results, they still didn't expect that they could win. When Chu Yunfeng and the other 2 were defeated, Qi Xiao felt like he was dreaming. I became an official disciple. Tian Shuyuan is one of the most powerful forces in this void, standing side by side with giant families, such as the Lin family. In the vast sea of people, there are countless martial artists whose highest goal is to become a disciple of Tian Shuyuan. However, if you want to become an official disciple, you have to start from a nominal disciple. Don't underestimate nominal disciples. The nominal disciples of Tian Shuyuan in the outside world are also considered famous among the younger generation. However, if you want to be recognized by Tian Shuyuan, you must become an official disciple. Once you become an official disciple, you are considered a real disciple of Tian Shuyuan. There is a huge gap between nominal disciples and official disciples. Qi Xiao originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but who would have thought that they didn't move from beginning to end and have been quietly watching? Amazing! Ziqiang Fairy shook her head and smiled brightly. Let's go, Fang Chen said, and immediately took the lead and walked out of the mountain range. Qi Xiao and Ziqiang Fairy froze for a moment, and then remembered that there was no point in continuing to stay. Ha ha ha. Qi Xiao's mood at this moment can't be described with words. On the nominal peak, many of the nominal disciples were completely shocked. The high-level powerhouses were even more excited, and even the elder in charge of the assessment nodded with satisfaction. This is the strongest official disciple assessment since he took charge. Crushing 3 official disciples with his own strength is enough to be recorded in the history of Tian Shuyuan. This kind of potential among the official disciples is considered outstanding. The elder in charge of the assessment whispered. When Fang Chen and the other 2 reascended the nominal peak, everyone's eyes were burning, as if welcoming the return of heroes. Watching the 3 of them, "Congratulations," the elder in charge of the assessment said. "From today onwards, the 3 of you are official disciples of Tian Shuyuan." "Elder," in the crowd, a disciple said, unconvinced. "They are cheating. Fang Chen is strong. We have nothing to say, but Fairy Ziqiang and Qi Xiao are not strong enough to fight against senior brother Chu Yunfeng." "Shut up." The face of the elder in charge of the test changed abruptly as he berated loudly. "The rules of Tian Shuyuan are not for you to dictate. Instantly, the crowd quieted down. No one dared to question Qi Xiu and Fairy Zi Qiong anymore. Countless people looked at the two of them with burning eyes, especially the nominal disciples who had been in the top 10 with them. They were even more envious. With such a powerful teammate, even if it were them, they would definitely be able to become an official disciple. Damn it. Some people gritted their teeth and cursed. They had missed the best opportunity. All right, go back and pack up. Report to Sakai Peak tomorrow morning. The elder in charge of the assessment said a few words to Fong Qin and the other two before leaving. On the nominal peak, there was an incomparable carnival. That night, many martial artists, including the higher-ups, were drinking and singing, celebrating the passing of Fong Qin and the other two. The next day, early in the morning, Fong Qin and the other two arrived at Sakai Peak. This peak was many times larger than the nominal peak. The entire peak was enveloped by a huge array, and the power of the heavenly path was abnormally rich. What a big deal! Fong Qin couldn't help but be speechless. Only Tian Shuyuan could make such a big deal. He could see that this array could gather the surrounding power of the heavenly path. If it was in the ancient Saint Chaos, such a peerless array would definitely be priceless. However, in Tian Shuyuan, it was just a protective array. You're here. Elder Lei walked over with a smile. He was the elder in charge of the assessment and had a high status on Sakai Peak. Elder Lei. The three of them greeted him. Elder Lei nodded. Sakai Peak is different from the nominal peak. The rules here are more relaxed. As long as you don't betray Tian Shuyuan, everything is free. Along the way, Elder Lei introduced the three of them to the official disciples of Sakai Peak. When they arrived at their residence, Elder Lei said, "You've just become official disciples and need to complete the missions issued by the sect." This was the rule of Sakai Peak. Every new official disciple had to complete at least one mission. You are free to accept any of the missions on this file. Of course, the more difficult the mission, the more generous the reward. After that, Elder Lei turned and left. Fong Qin and the other two returned to their own residences. Hunting astral ancient realm monsters? Fong Qin saw such a mission. It was almost the same as the elite disciple assessment. Of course, the rewards were also very generous, and there were many cultivation resources. However, Fong Qin wasn't tempted. With his current cultivation, if he wanted to improve further, he had to go through life and death experiences. He glanced at the file and finally saw a mission that he liked. Looking at the mission, he licked his dry lips. Training in the Demon God Mountain? According to the level, this mission should be the most dangerous. However, Fong Qin liked challenging, difficult missions. He didn't care for ordinary missions. After reading the mission description in detail, Fong Qin had a general understanding of the Demon God Mountain. Despair Continent? Fong Qin's eyes shone with a dazzling light. After coming to Tian Shuyuan for so long, he finally had a general understanding of the situation in this area. The primordial chaos was too big and was divided into countless continents. Each continent was almost the same size as the primordial chaos void in the Wildlands. The continent where Tian Shuyuan was located was called the Despair Continent. The ruler of the Despair Continent was the famous Hand of Despair. Hand of Despair. Fong Qin's heart skipped a beat. As expected of the primordial chaos, the competition is very fierce. Fong Qin sighed. In the primordial chaos, as long as you had the strength, you could open up a territory and become a king. The Despair Continent was forcibly occupied by the Hand of Despair and changed its name. In other words, as long as you were strong enough, you could open up a continent and make it your own. The Despair Continent had a total of 108 cities. The city lord of each city was a super expert of the life ancient realm. Blood fiends. Fong Qin's pupils shrank. This was the first time he had heard this name. According to the historical records, the 108 city lords were the strongest life ancient realm experts of the Despair Continent. They were called the 108 Blood Fiends. Since ancient times, the number of the 108 blood fiends had never changed. However, the members had always changed. This was because the dream of countless life ancient realm experts was to become a blood fiend. Therefore, they often challenged the blood fiends. As long as they could defeat them, they could replace them. Amazing! Fong Qin exclaimed. The 108 blood fiends are known as the strongest life ancient realm experts. Then the ruler of the Despair continent, the Hand of Despair, should be a peerless expert that surpasses the ancient god realm. The Hand of Despair was one of the famous super experts in the primordial chaos. Who? Fong Qin took a deep breath. The blood fiends were still some distance away from him, let alone the Hand of Despair. So far, he still had to be down to earth and move forward step by step. I'm still too weak. With his current strength, he could deal with early-star ancient realm experts. However, he couldn't crush mid-star ancient realm experts. Since Tianshu Yuan wants to protect me and not let the outside world discover my potential, then the Demon God Mountain must be a suitable place for me to train. Fong Qin smiled. The Demon God Mountain was famous in the Despair continent. Countless experts went there because of its fame. It was said that the peerless geniuses of the Despair continent would also enter the Demon God Mountain to seek opportunities. Here it is. Fong Qin made his decision. Although the Demon God Mountain was dangerous, it was better than staying in Tianshu Yuan. 3 days later, Fong Qin submitted his mission application. Elder Lei came looking for him. Are you sure you want to go to the Demon God Mountain? Elder Lei asked. Fong Qin nodded. The slaughter in the Demon God Mountain can help me train. Seeing Fong Qin's determined expression, Elder Lei didn't try to dissuade him. The time limit for this mission is 100 years. Be careful. Don't act recklessly no matter what happens. Elder Lei said. Also, be careful in the Demon God Mountain because some blood fiends will enter. Chapter 27:16. The Demon God Mountain was located in the northwest of the continent of Despair. It was quite far away from Tianshu Yuan. However, Fong Qin wasn't in a hurry. He left Tianshu Yuan on the same day. As for Qi Xiao and Fairy Ziqiang, they didn't choose to go crazy with Fong Qin. They chose a simpler mission to be safe. Since they had become official disciples, they wouldn't take any risks in the near future. In the sky above Tianshu Yuan, Dean Tianshu looked down and watched Fong Qin's back as he left. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Whoosh! The mayor of Tianshu Yuan flicked his finger, and an invisible light passed through the air and quietly entered Fong Qin's body. I hope this mark can save your life at a critical moment. Demon God Mountain, a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. It looked like a mountain from afar, but it was actually very spacious. Moreover, there was a huge black vortex at the entrance of Demon God Mountain. There was a suffocating aura inside the vortex. In front of the black vortex, there were countless cultivators, all of them carefully observing. Demon God Mountain was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Many people have come to Demon God Mountain recently. Fong Qin was also among the crowd. He was carefully observing the situation of Demon God Mountain. He could feel that the Demon God Mountain was giving him great pressure. If it weren't for the chaotic origin sword body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the terrifying aura. The ruins of Demon Extreme Supreme. The corners of Fong Qin's mouth curled up into a smile. According to his understanding of Demon God Mountain, it was incomparably ferocious and the environment was harsh. There were very few martial artists who came here to train, but now there were so many people. Moreover, there were experts coming from time to time. Look, it's the young master of the Fu family in the southwest. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed. In the distance, a large group of people swarmed over. In the middle of the crowd, there was a dazzling golden carriage slowly coming over. The carriage was very domineering. There were 4 pure-blooded mutants pulling at the front, and a vast aura spread out. There was a large Fu written on the carriage. The Fu family of the Southwest was a superpower second only to the Lin family and Tian Shuyuan in the Despair mainland. It was said that the current patriarch of the Southwest Fu family was a powerful Shuaisha. The Fu family of the Southwest. Fang Chen was also stunned for a moment, as expected of a superpower second only to Tian Shuyuan. Just the carriage alone was already so impressive. The 4 pure-blooded Xenogeneics pulling the carriage were also close to the void ancient realm. A pure-blooded ancient god Xenogeneic pulling a carriage? Only a power like the Fu clan of the Southwest would be able to do such a thing. Scram! A cold voice came from the front of the carriage. Immediately, many of the spectating cultivators retreated and opened up a path. It said that the one who entered the Demon God Mountain this time is the second young master of the Fu clan. He's an invincible, void, ancient cultivator. It's actually him? The Fu family actually dares to let second young master take the risk? What do you know? The Fu clan had secretly sent star ancient realm cultivators to tail the second young master of the Fu clan. Who could hurt him? Or rather, who dares to attack the Fu family? That's true. Many cultivators discussed in low voices. Roar! The 4 pure-blooded Xenogeneics with scarlet eyes let out a furious roar. The space shattered and everyone was terrified. The carriage didn't stop. It slowly drove into the black vortex and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! After the people of the Fu clan left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The heavy burden on their shoulders was suddenly lifted. However, just a moment ago, Fang Chen actually felt a strange aura. What's going on? His eyes were twitching uncontrollably. Ever since his eyes evolved into the ancestral eye, they had never escaped his control. But now they were completely out of control. What's going on? Fang Chen forcefully suppressed the ancestral eye, but he still couldn't stop it from twitching. Dong dong dong. The ancestral eye released a heart-palpitating aura. However, this only lasted for a second before it disappeared. Whoosh! When the Fu clan's carriage disappeared into the black vortex, the ancestral eye regained its calm. Could it be that the experts in the Fu clan's carriage discovered my ancestral eye? Fang Chen was surprised. Or is there something that attracted the ancestral eye? In the black vortex, the Fu clan's carriage was still advancing steadily. A man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes twitched, and a trace of surprise appeared in his heart. After a while he muttered, "The ancestral eye." After the Fu clan of the Southwest, the geniuses of the Dark Wind Pavilion also came. This Dark Wind Pavilion is incredible. Someone in the crowd was discussing. Yeah, I heard that not long ago, a shocking battle occurred in the Despair continent. The main character was the Dark Wind Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Although he wasn't Shuaisha, his strength was comparable to Shuaisha's. He even lasted 3 days and 3 nights in the battle against Shuaisha. Everyone praised Dark Wind Pavilion endlessly. Fang Chen watched as the people of the Dark Wind Pavilion entered the Demon God Mountain. They were more low-key, unlike the Fu clan of the Southwest. Following that, various factions swarmed into the Demon God Mountain. The inheritance of the Monster Extreme Supreme attracted many forces. Of course, those who were really interested in the inheritance were basically void ancient realm martial artists and a small number of star ancient realm martial artists. As for the life ancient realm and the 108 Shuaisha, they didn't care about the inheritance of the Monster Extreme Supreme. They were at the Demon God Mountain to comprehend the supreme laws and improve their cultivation. It's about time. Just as Fang Chen felt that it was about time to enter, there was another commotion in the crowd. The Lin clan also wants the inheritance of the Monster Extreme Supreme. Someone exclaimed. Fang Chen looked over and found that a carriage that was not inferior to the Fu clan of the Southwest appeared in front of everyone. Lin Xiaozhong's clan. Fang Chen murmured. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Back then, when they set off from the ancient Saint Chaos to the immemorial Chaos, they were intercepted by Lin Xiaozhong on the Void Warship. The Void Warship was destroyed, and they fell into the Golden Cloud, primal chaos, almost dying in the spatial storm. It could be said that Fang Chen and the Lin clan were mortal enemies, even though they didn't know each other. The Lin clan is also here. It seems that there will be a good show to watch in the battle for the inheritance of the monster Extreme Supreme. Fang Chen could no longer hear the voices in the crowd. After he watched the Lin family's carriage enter, he also took a step forward and entered the black vortex. Whoa! The heavenly Tao energy in the black whirlpool spun crazily. Fang Chen pushed his chaotic origin sword body to the extreme, and layers of sword chi halos surrounded him, barely resisting the invasion of the black whirlpool. What a powerful force! Just this black vortex alone should be able to stop most of the warriors. Fang Chen was speechless. It was almost impossible for anyone below the ancient god realm to enter this place. As Fang Chen advanced in the black whirlpool, he suddenly saw a blood-red light in the distance. So strong! Even from a distance, Fang Chen could feel his scalp going numb. The powerful shock wave almost knocked Fang Chen over. Fortunately, the blood-red light that caused one to tremble flashed and disappeared. It seemed to tear the world apart and suppress everything. The blood-red light was too shocking. Blood fiends! Fang Chen exclaimed. Only the 108 blood fiends would be able to unleash such a powerful force, right? Voila! After advancing for a while, they finally entered the Demon God Mountain. Fang Chen's vision turned white. Immediately, the piercing sunlight shone on his face. In front of him was a picturesque landscape. There were some mountains that weren't too tall, and below them was a winding stream. Is this the Demon God Mountain? Fang Chen muttered, ignorant. What kind of Demon God Mountain is this? Suddenly, a sneer came from behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen turned around and saw a black-robed martial artist, looking at him mockingly. Foolish martial artist. This is only the outer region of the Demon God Mountain. The real Demon God Mountain has a heaven-shaking aura. With your strength, your fleshly body will be shattered the moment you enter. The black-clothed cultivator walked towards Fang Chen. All right, let's not waste any more words. Hand over all the valuables you have. Fang Chen was stunned. The moment he entered, he encountered a bandit. Robbery? Are you a bandit? Cut the crap. This daddy is different from a bandit. This daddy only wants to rob. Furthermore, I have a choice, the black-robed man said. Fang Chen was stunned and nodded. Chapter 27:17. Fang Chen was a little speechless. Wherever he went, he would meet such people who only picked on the weak. This person looked at Fang Chen with a greedy look in his eyes. Brat, if you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly. The black-robed cultivator threatened Fang Chen. Why don't you rob the Fu clan, the Lin clan, or the Dark Wind Pavilion in the southwest? Do you think I'm stupid? Of course, I'll pick on the weak. The black-robed cultivator sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. That's why I can only start with you. Aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate? Fang Chen asked. The black-robed cultivator seemed to not want to waste any more time with Fang Chen. He punched out. Kacha! The space distorted as the majestic fist light whizzed out. Noisy. At the same time, the black-robed cultivator stomped his foot and leaped, flying in front of Fang Chen. Boom! The powerful fist light hit the latter. The chaotic origin sword body was activated, and layers of sword chi surrounded the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator's fist light could not even penetrate Fang Chen's defense. Amen? The black-robed cultivator's expression changed when he saw this scene. How is this possible? He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. You finished your attack. It's my turn now. Pum! The world was shocked when he punched out. The power of Fong Chen's punch was enough to force an early-stage star ancient realm expert back, let alone this ordinary black-robed cultivator. Kacha! The black-robed cultivator screamed miserably and frantically retreated, but it was too late. Fong Chen killed him with a punch. The smell of blood lingered in the air. The periphery of the demon god mountain? Fong Chen muttered. He looked around and found that the aura here was not as strong as he had imagined. Let's go. His king realm's spiritual consciousness spread out and scanned the surrounding 100 miles. There's someone ahead. Fong Chen discovered a few cultivators moving forward. Hoo! In a few breaths' time, Fong Chen used the space-time escape technique and appeared in front of them. Third brother, are we really going to enter the inner area of the Demon God Mountain? Many experts have gathered in the Demon God Mountain recently. Even the second young master of the Southwest Fu clan is here. If you want to succeed, you have to take risks. If you don't even have the courage, how can you succeed? The third brother scolded them. The two of them looked at each other and shut their mouths. Voila! Fong Chen appeared in front of the three of them and blocked their path. Who are you? The three of them looked at Fong Chen warily and asked in deep voices. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I just want to ask about the situation of Demon God Mountain. After hearing Fong Chen's question, the three of them sneered. Even if we didn't know, we wouldn't tell you, let alone us. Kacha! Just as the three of them finished speaking, a spear of sword chi that pierced through the heavens and earth suddenly whistled over from the distant horizon. The bodies of the three were instantly pierced through. This sword chi spear didn't stop for long. It shot straight towards Fong Chen. Amen. Fong Chen frowned. He activated the chaotic origin sword body, and a powerful sword domain covered the area around him. At the same time, he activated his weapon, controlling Dao. A strange aura emerged from his mind and enveloped the sword chi spear. Condense! Fong Chen roared. The absolute power of the weapon controlling Dao was instantly revealed. The sword chi spear was forcefully restrained by Fong Chen in the void. Sila! The void was torn apart, and a ferocious-looking black figure walked out. Pa! The ferocious-looking man clapped his hands and laughed sinisterly. Not bad. You can withstand my attack. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Fong Chen asked in a cold voice. He was certain that this person's target was him. The three people just now had been killed by mistake. With just a sword chi spear, he was able to kill 3 void ancient realm cultivators. Such strength made Fong Chen not dare to be careless. Dark Wind Pavilion, Yu Xiaofeng, the ferocious-looking man said. Dark Wind Pavilion? Fong Chen frowned. His expression turned gloomy. He had no relationship with Dark Wind Pavilion. Why would this person attack him? I can sense a powerful sword Dao aura from your body. Yu Xiaofeng said. If I'm not wrong, your fleshly body is the legendary chaotic origin, sword body. Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at Yu Xiaofeng. Coincidentally, I also cultivate the sword Dao. My sword Dao is to devour countless sword cultivators and use their sword Dao for my own use. Finally, I reached the peak of the sword Dao. Yu Xiaofeng sneered. It was as if Fong Chen was just a prey in his eyes. My cultivation has reached the limit of the void ancient realm. I'm just one step away from the star ancient realm. If I devour you, I'll definitely break through the bottleneck. Yu Xiaofeng licked his dry lips and said sinisterly. Fong Chen understood. So that's how it was. At the same time, he was also surprised. Yu Xiaofeng's soul Dao power was too strong. He was able to discover Yi Shiwen without Yi Shiwen noticing. Yu Xiaofeng took a step forward. His body turned into a powerful giant sword. The giant sword exuded a peerlessly powerful sword principle aura. Die! Yu Xiaofeng roared. The giant sword pierced through the sky and whistled. Invincible sword Dao destruction. Facing Yu Xiaofeng, Feng Qin did not dare to be careless. He took out the hidden star sword. With a wave of his hand, he executed the destruction sword. Hoo hoo hoo! In the sky, 2 streaks of sword light condensed in succession and then quickly merged into one. Wong. The merged sword light released an invincible aura. Amen? Even Yu Xiaofeng was a little surprised. What sword technique is this? Yu Xiaofeng felt his heart palpitate. He continued to increase his strength and charged at Feng Qin. In the sky, flames splashed everywhere. The powerful sword light was like a meteor whistling down. Suppress. The sword light pierced Yu Xiaofeng's body and immediately broke his sword technique. Bang! Yu Xiaofeng's body returned to its original form and retreated. Damn it! Yu Xiaofeng's face was gloomy. His eyes were solemn. He did not expect to meet a tough opponent. However, Yu Xiaofeng sneered in his heart. Die! Yu Xiaofeng's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Feng Qin. In his palm, a short sword whistled out. Targeting the primordial spirit, Feng Qin felt his primordial spirit tremble. He was slightly surprised. His eyes glowed red as a powerful eye power shot out from them. The supreme ancestral eye, the supreme suppression. Wang. All the heavenly Tao power in the world gathered crazily and drilled into the supreme ancestral eye power. In an instant, Yu Xiaofeng felt that his body could not move. He was imprisoned in the void. What is that? Yu Xiaofeng exclaimed. His heart was filled with fear. He quickly took out a blood-red mirror from his bosom, and a scarlet light shot out from the mirror. Crack! The scarlet light temporarily blocked the attack of the supreme ancestral eye power. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Xiaofeng's body flashed. At the same time, the surface of the mirror also cracked and shattered. Whoosh! 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 Yu Xiaofeng's body constantly shuttled through the void. You want to leave? Feng Qin sneered and used the space-time escape technique to chase after him. Soon he saw Yu Xiaofeng's back. The latter also noticed that Feng Qin's speed was incomparably fast. He was even more anxious. Fellow Taoist, for the sake of the Dark Wind Pavilion, how about we let this matter go? In your dreams. Feng Qin instinctively refused. He had the upper hand. Seeing that Feng Qin was about to catch up to him, Yu Xiaofeng was even more anxious. He frantically fled in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. In the distance, there was a tall mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, standing straight on the ground. Faster, Yu Xiaofeng murmured. As long as he entered the inner area of the Demon God Mountain and reunited with the Dark Wind Pavilion, he would not be afraid of Feng Qin. Suddenly his speed doubled. His body turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the horizon. After a while, he arrived in front of the towering mountain. He was only a step away from the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. Brat, wait until I reunite with the senior brothers of the Dark Wind Pavilion. I will definitely make you suffer. Yu Xiaofeng said viciously. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, a sword Qi rainbow pierced through the heavens and earth. It carried the power of gold as it tore through the void and stabbed into Yu Xiaofeng's body. Bang! Chapter 27:18. He had already taken a step into the inner area of the Demon God Mountain, but the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a ferocious and furious expression. His body continued to struggle as he lowered his head with great difficulty. Suddenly, he discovered that a long sword had pierced through his chest. Pain instantly spread throughout his body, causing his Yuan spirit to tremble. No, a gale swept up Yu Xiaofeng's body, destroying it. I can't accept this. Yu Xiaofeng roared. A powerful imprint appeared in his nascent soul and sealed the area. Then he disappeared into the void. Amen? Fang Qin arrived with a whistling sound, his gaze fixed on the entrance. An imprint? Needless to say, the imprint in Yu Xiaofeng's Yuan spirit was left behind by an expert from the Dark Wind Pavilion. What a pity! Fang Qin sighed inwardly. If it wasn't for that imprint, Yu Xiaofeng would have died. However, after this heavy injury, Yu Xiaofeng was almost unable to recover to his peak cultivation. In the future, his martial path would be cut off, and he would be like a cripple. Such a person wasn't worthy of Fang Chen's attention. So this is the entrance to the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. Fang Chen was startled. This place was very hidden, and there was a powerful illusion around it, making it look like a maze. If he hadn't followed Yu Xiaofeng, he wouldn't have found this place in a short time. Go in. Fang Qin did not hesitate and stepped into the entrance. A moment later, he passed through the storm and entered the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. The inner area of the Demon God Mountain was many times more oppressive than the outer area. It was simply an Azura battlefield. What is that? As soon as Fang Qin arrived, he saw two peerless experts fighting fiercely at the peak of the mountain in the distance. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The shock waves from the two's battle could still reach Fang Qin from a great distance away. Dang, dang, dang! Fang Qin's body kept retreating. He activated the chaotic origin sword body, barely blocking the terrifying shock waves. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surging blood in his body. His face was slightly pale. His eyes were filled with fear. Shuai. After trying his best to calm the shock in his heart, Fang Qin increasingly believed that these two powerhouses were the legendary Shuai. That was because he had seen the strength of an ancient life realm expert. Bai Ling and the other two were simply unable to reach such a level of strength. Then there was only one explanation, and that was the Blood Fiend. Within the Despair Continent, there were 108 Blood Fiends. They were the strongest life ancient realm powerhouses. Two Blood Fiends are fighting? Fang Qin exclaimed inwardly. Whoosh! One of them turned into a blood-red ray of light, sweeping up the heavenly energy in the void and starting a shocking battle. Is that the blood-red light from before? Before this, Fang Qin had vaguely seen a blood-red light flash by. Roar! The other Blood Fiend roared at the sky. He reached out his hand and grabbed the mountain under his feet. Boom! A gigantic mountain smashed directly onto the blood-red light. Crack! The mountain shattered, and the blood-red light also flashed. The battle between the two peerless powerhouses continued, but they had already disappeared from Fang Chen's sight. This is the Blood Fiend? Too strong. Fang Chen's heart trembled, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. This was a true peerless powerhouse. Such a powerhouse could destroy a chaotic void with a raise of his hand. Fang Chen's blood boiled. When would he be able to reach such a level? The strongest life ancient realm expert, the 108 city lords of the Despair Continent. Since ancient times, every Shuai had experienced intense battles of blood and tears before they were able to reach where they were today. They were constantly facing the challenge of countless life ancient realm powerhouses. Once they failed, they would lose their identity as a blood fiend. Thus, as time passed, the strength of the 108 blood fiends grew stronger and stronger, to the point where no one was a match for them. It was difficult for a super powerhouse to defeat a blood fiend in 1 trillion years. From this, one could see how powerful Pavilion Master Darkwind was. He wasn't a blood fiend, but he was stronger. After watching this battle, Fang Qin was even more shocked. At the same time, he couldn't wait to improve his cultivation base and strength. There are 3 great levels of ancient gods, and the gap between each level is too great. Although I can fight against middle star ancient realm cultivators now, it will be difficult to defeat some peerless monsters. Fang Qin murmured. The inner area of the Demon God Mountain wasn't big. Fong Chen swept the entire space with his mind. Is this the place of inheritance of Monster Extreme Supreme? Fong Chen found a huge array in the northern area of the Demon God Mountain. There were many talented cultivators in front of the array. Most of them are Void Ancient Realm cultivators. There are very few Star Ancient Realm cultivators, Fong Chen said. Immediately, he used the space-time escape technique and disappeared. After a while, Fong Chen came to the crowd. Monster Extreme Supreme's inheritance is in this huge array. Unfortunately, we don't have a share. Yeah, the Lin family's prodigy, Dark Wind Pavilion's young master, and Southwest Fu family's second young master are all top prodigies. Everyone discussed fervently. The ones standing at the forefront of the matrix were none other than these three geniuses. Lin Sanzhong of the Lin family's cultivation base had reached the limit of Void Ancient Realm, and his fighting strength was comparable to Star Ancient Realm cultivators. Behind him was the powerful Lin family, which made many cultivators wary. Dark Wind Pavilion's young master, Yasu, had also reached the limit of Void Ancient Realm, and his fighting strength was comparable to Star Ancient Realm cultivators. The one with the highest profile was Fu Buyuan of Southwest's Fu family. He exuded a proud aura, and his face was full of disdain. This array is very strong. I'm afraid it can't be broken by one person. Lin Sanzhong turned his head and said slowly, Yes, I agree with Brother Lin's idea. The three of us can work together to break the array, Yasu said. Humph. How can a mere array stop me, Fu Buyuan? Fu Buyuan sneered and walked down from the dazzling carriage. He stepped in front of the array. Rumble. A roar came from within the array. Fu Buyuan opened his hands, and thick hair appeared on the surface of his skin. The hair was like thorns, piercing deeply into the array. Crack! The array shook, and the sky changed color. Lin Sanzhong and Yasu looked at each other. The cultivators behind them were even more shocked. Is Fu Buyuan so strong that he can ignore Lin Sanzhong? Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. Only Fong Chen sneered. Fu Buyuan's method seemed shocking, but it was actually stupid. Idiot, this array is formed by the power of the Big Dipper, but you use the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan to break it. How laughable. Fong Chen sneered. Pretending to know when you don't move will only make things worse. Although Fong Chen's voice was soft, it was unusually harsh. The noise on the vast plain instantly disappeared, and everyone stared at Fong Chen with wide eyes. Bang! At this moment, a vibration came from Fu Buyuan's body. A vast power erupted from the shaking array formation, forcing Fu Buyuan to retreat. He was in a sorry state, and his clothes were in a mess. Is this guy crazy? How dare he criticize Fu Buyuan? Stupid guy, what do you know? Many cultivators stared at Fong Chen angrily and shouted. Even Yasu and Lin Sanzhong, who were at the front, turned to look at Fong Chen. You said I'm stupid? Fu Buyuan was already unhappy that he did not break the array, and when he heard Fong Chen's voice, he was even more furious. You know about arrays? Fu Buyuan asked coldly. Seeing that Fong Chen did not speak, Fu Buyuan sneered. You don't know about arrays, but you dare to say such arrogant words. You are unforgivable. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Buyuan was ready to attack. However, at this moment, Fong Chen spoke. How can a prodigy of the Southwest Fu family be so magnanimous? Fong Chen shrugged. Boom! Fu Buyuan's body emitted a raging aura as he looked down at Fong Chen. Those who truly know about arrays can see at a glance that this array is formed by the power of the Big Dipper. This array is focused on the core, and the most taboo is to break it with the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan. The power of the Big Dipper and the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan. These were all technical terms used in the field of array formations. Let me guess what you want to do. Chapter 2719. Fu Buyuan didn't say anything and just looked at Fang Qin indifferently. The latter ignored everyone's pointing and continued. The 9 turns of Fleeting Swan is the power of the 9th level of the formation. You didn't fully control it. When you saw this formation, you had already made your decision. You wanted to break it with brute force, so you chose the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan. Moreover, when you cast it, you deliberately added your own strength. However, what you didn't expect was that this formation was completely beyond your imagination. At this point, Fang Qin smiled and said, "Of course, there's another possibility, which is that you didn't see the innate Big Dipper force contained in this formation." Whoosh! The whole world was in an uproar. Countless martial artists stared at Fang Qin with their eyes wide open. Among them, there was no lack of martial artists who knew a little about formations. After Fang Qin's guidance, they suddenly understood and looked at the formation in disbelief. The innate Big Dipper force. Many people discovered the innate Big Dipper force and were shocked. Fu Buyuan still didn't say anything, as if all this had nothing to do with him. But Yasu and Lin Sanzhong's eyes lit up. "Brother, you must be an expert in formations, right?" Lin Sanzhong smiled and said, "You must have come here for the inheritance of Supreme Sovereign Yaoju. Why don't we work together to break it? What do you think?" "That's right. This formation is blocking our way, and we can't do anything about it for a while. If you're willing to work with us, you'll benefit a lot," Yasu said. Fang Qin didn't say anything and looked straight at Fu Buyuan. "Are you done?" Fu Buyuan finally opened his mouth and asked casually, "What? Is the Southwest Fu family's prodigy angry? You want to capture me, search my soul, and extract the formation insights in my mind?" Fang Qin said with a smile. As if Fang Qin guessed his thoughts, Fu Buyuan's face gradually darkened, but soon he regained his composure. "Nonsense. Do you think you can scare me just because you know some theoretical knowledge?" Fu Buyuan sneered. "If you have the ability, then break this array formation." "Are you trying to goad me?" Fang Qin murmured. However, even though he knew that it was a provocation, he did not back down. The 3 geniuses were no match for him. However, there were Star Ancient Realm cultivators secretly protecting them. If there was any danger, they would definitely step in to stop him. Therefore, he only had one choice if he wanted to obtain Supreme Monarch Monster Extinction's inheritance. "Watch me break it open." Fang Qin decided to beat him at his own game. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the formation. The 3 of them didn't stop him. Each of them had their own ulterior motives as they waited for Fang Qin to break it open. Just now, Fang Qin had already seen through this array formation. He had to admit that the person who set up the array formation had a deep understanding of array formations. The method of condensing the innate Big Dipper force was very unique. If it weren't for Fang Qin's strong attainments in array Dao, he wouldn't have been able to see through it in a short time. Zuintian's power, Fang Qin chanted, and a powerful aura of array Dao whizzed out. His hands formed a complicated hand seal, and in an instant he stirred up the array. Rumble! Heaven and earth trembled. As Fang Qin's array Dao power poured into the array shook even more violently. In the end, it directly broke away from the innate Big Dipper force. Condense. After forcing the innate Big Dipper force out of the array, Fang Qin took the opportunity to pour Zuintian's power into it. Dong! A rumbling sound rang out. Fang Qin had secretly switched the array and secretly took control of it. Seeming to sense that something was wrong, Fu Buyuan roared and attacked at lightning speed. Bang! A vast power surged toward Fu Buyuan, forcing him to retreat. "You deserve to die." After stabilizing his body, Fu Buyuan glared at Fang Qin and said coldly, "What the hell happened?" Yasu and Lin Sanzhong also noticed that something was wrong with the array and hurriedly asked. He forced the innate Big Dipper force out and poured his own power into it. Now the array is under his control, Fu Buyen said in a deep voice. How dare you use us? You're courting death. Standing in the array, Fong Chen sneered. What a joke. Aren't the three of you using me as well? Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of the Star Ancient Realm experts hiding in the dark, do you think the three of you can compete with me? Fong Chen sneered. His body exuded an invincible aura as he looked down on the world. With the peerless array, even a Star Ancient Realm elite would not be able to hurt him. Therefore, at this moment, he was unscrupulous. Foolish fellow, I can suppress you all by myself. Yasu was furious and attacked at lightning speed. Two fangs appeared in his mouth and kept growing bigger. Crack! The wind and clouds in the sky changed as a violent power swept over. Thunder rumbled and lightning dragons flashed. The entire world seemed to be covered with a thick layer of power. It was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Child's play. One man can hold back 10,000 men. Fong Chen casually grabbed out and grabbed the heavenly energy in his hand. Then he suddenly punched out. Clang! The fist and Yasu's fangs collided, and a deafening sound erupted. Crack! Fong Chen's fist was forced back, and Yasu continued to strengthen his attack. Whoosh! When the sword was drawn, ghosts and gods cried. A cold light shone, shocking the 9 states. A dazzling sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. The invincible sword Chi was like a real dragon, floating in the air and roaming in space. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar was endless. What sword technique is that? Many of the onlooking martial artists were completely stunned. A guy at the peak of the Void Ancient Realm could unleash such a powerful sword technique. It's too strong. The power of this sword light is no weaker than a Star Ancient Realm expert. I wonder if Yasu can withstand it? Just as everyone was discussing, a loud roar came from the void. Stop, thief! Immediately after, a vast power surged forth, forcefully blocking the dazzling sword light. Pucci! When the Star Ancient Realm cultivator appeared in front of Yako, everyone was shocked to see a sword mark on his sleeve. Everyone took a deep breath, and their hearts trembled. What a powerful sword technique! Lin Sanzhong's eyes were burning, and his heart trembled. Fu Boyuan looked greedily at Fong Chen. At the same time, the Star Ancient Realm experts of the 3 major forces came together. Such an exquisite sword technique. It's really impressive, the Star Ancient Realm expert from Hostile Wind Pavilion said. If he hadn't intervened in time, Yasu would have been seriously injured, if not killed. How is that possible? Yasu shook his head frantically. Remove the formation and hand over the sword technique, and I can guarantee that you can leave safely, the Star Ancient Realm expert from Hostile Wind Pavilion said. That's right. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being rude. The purpose of the Star Ancient Realm experts of the 3 major forces was to secretly protect the geniuses of their sections. They wouldn't intervene unless it was a critical moment. But now, because of Fong Chen, they all showed up. Fong Chen's swordsmanship was simply too exquisite. Even for them, their hearts were trembling with fear. As Star Ancient Realm experts, they could see more clearly than Fu Boyuan and the others. This kid's potential was the best in the Despair Continent, and his attainments in the Sword Dao had reached the peak. If this sword technique was cultivated to the extreme, it was possible for him to be ranked among the Blood Fiends, let alone fight against Life Ancient Realm experts. At the thought of this, the 3-star Ancient Realm cultivators' hearts burned with greed as they stared at Fong Chen. No one had expected things to develop to this extent. I've seen how shameless the major forces can be, Fong Chen mocked. Rumble. The formation completely closed, and he disappeared in front of everyone. You want my sword technique? Dream on. His voice echoed between heaven and earth. The formation was activated, and the momentum was stronger. Attack together. The 3-star Ancient Realm cultivators roared furiously as they joined forces to attack the formation. In the clouds and the void, "This guy is smart," a golden-haired old man said with a smile. "He knows how to use his advantages. His sword technique is exquisite, and he has an invincible belief. His sword Dao is very unique. Even I was stunned when he stabbed out with that sword." Another black-haired, black-eyed old man said slowly. The sword that Fong Qin had just stabbed out echoed in his mind. "If this news spreads, it will definitely shake the entire Despair continent, right?" The golden-haired old man said. "Man Ba, one of the 108 blood fiends, is attracted by a void ancient realm guy." The black-haired, black-eyed old man shook his head. "What do you know?" "I know a little about the sword Dao, and that sword seems to have touched the threshold of the supreme law." Supreme ancestral eye. Chapter 2720. In the huge array, Fong Chen moved forward quickly, using the space-time escape technique. Phantoms quickly condensed, looking for the inheritance of monster extinction, supreme, sovereign. There it is. Suddenly, Fong Chen saw a flickering light in front of him. He took a big stride forward and rushed here. A circular pillar of light was slowly rotating. Above the pillar of light, there was a halo of light. Inheritance. Demonic chi soared into the sky, completely blocking the halo. Fong Chen released his invincible demonic chi, which immediately resonated with the halo. Buzz! Bright ripples spread out from the halo. In the next moment, Fong Chen grasped the halo in his hand. Whoosh! The halo penetrated his palm and entered his body. Then the rotating light pillar shattered, and countless things scattered on the ground. Fong Chen was overjoyed when he took a closer look. Vermilion bird inner core, purple light, extreme heart grass, mountain sea, life-prolonging pill. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Every time he read out a name, Fong Chen's heart twitched. When his gaze landed on the last palm-sized short sword, his heart suddenly trembled. Monster extinction sword? Fong Chen exclaimed. He didn't expect the monster extinction sword to be here. It is said that Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign is good at Sword Dao, and is a famous Sword Dao expert in the Monster Clan. Fong Chen said, "I doubted it at first, but now it seems that the rumors are true." The Monster Extinction Sword was Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign's weapon, and it was also the proof of his Sword Dao. Buzz! Fong Chen gently stroked the Monster Extinction sword with his palm, and suddenly the sword hummed. The soaring demonic chi and the Monster Extinction sword complemented each other, and the power of the array suddenly increased. Condense. Fong Chen tried to imprison the Monster Extinction sword with the weapon controlling Dao, and then put it into the Sumer ring. Phew, I have gained a lot this time. He didn't expect to get Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign's inheritance so easily. But the Star Ancient Realm experts outside are troublesome, Fong Chen muttered. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen's face revealed a strange smile. Then he took a step forward and arrived at the other side of the formation. Open. The aura of Array Dao filled the air. In the blink of an eye, a gap was opened in the array formation. Then, Fong Chen walked out of the array with ease. Hoo! Using the space-time escape technique, he was far away from the array formation in the blink of an eye. Explode! Looking back, he spat out a word. Immediately, the vast formation exploded. The entire place was filled with a violent sea of flames. Countless, miserable shrieks rang out from within the sea of fire. At the same time, the enraged voices of Star Ancient powerhouses could be heard. Let's go. Fong Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. In the clouds, the black-haired, black-eyed barbaric city lord curled his lips when he saw this scene. This fellow has some tricks up his sleeve. Since ancient times, those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. If you don't even have this bit of courage, how can you become a powerhouse? The golden-haired old man said. Yeah, however, before the barbaric city lord could finish speaking, the smile on his face froze. Fang Chen was traveling through space-time. His countless phantoms returned to his body. Crack! Suddenly, one of the phantoms shattered. Fang Chen was startled, and his body moved sideways. Dong! A hole appeared in the place he had just been, and a vast aura surged out. Buzz! Just as Fang Chen stabilized his body, a trembling force swept over and imprisoned his body, making it impossible for him to move. What's going on? His heart trembled, and he felt his heart palpitate. Could it be? Seeing the bloody figure in front of him, Fang Chen was disappointed. Shuesha! The other party's aura was not something a life ancient powerhouse could possess. Fang Chen was basically certain that this person was a Shuesha. Facing Shuesha, he had no power to resist. Stop! A thunderous voice sounded, and the barbaric city lord arrived. Lei Hua, as a Shuesha, you actually attacked a void ancient realm cultivator? The barbaric city lord asked. Lei Hua, the golden-haired old man, appeared beside the barbaric city lord. The Shuesha called Lei Hua burned his blood, and the power of lightning surged. Since this person is acquainted with you, I, Lei Hua, will take my leave. Lei Hua's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Immediately, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief, and he felt the pressure on his body lessen. Thank you, seniors. Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his fists. At the same time, he knew that the two in front of him were also Shuesha. In a day, he had seen several Shuesha, and Fang Chen was a little surprised. Kid, your potential isn't bad, but you're too weak, the barbaric city lord said. Recently, there have been strange movements in the Demon God Mountain. You've already obtained the inheritance of Demon's Supreme Sovereign, so leave quickly. The golden-haired old man nodded. After the two left, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Thinking of the Shuesha that appeared one after another, he became even more frightened. Leave the Demon God Mountain, quickly. Half a month later, Fang Chen had left the inner area of the Demon God Mountain with the help of the space-time escape technique. Whoosh! He stepped out and arrived at the outer area of the Demon God Mountain, and he let out a sigh of relief. So many Shuesha have gathered at the Demon God Mountain. Something important must have happened, Fang Chen thought to himself. He spread out his divine sense to check the surroundings. At this moment, there was a loud explosion at the entrance of the inner area. Immediately after, countless figures swarmed out. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw the situation. Many martial artists' faces were filled with fear, as if something important had happened in the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. Seeing their panicked faces, Fang Chen finally understood why the barbaric city lord had warned him. It's you! Fang Chen was deep in thought when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Damn you, you're actually not dead. The person who spoke was Fu Buyuan of the Fu family. His face was ferocious as he roared angrily. Kid, you detonated a peerless array and caused us to suffer heavy losses. It won't be enough even if you die 10,000 times. Yasu released a powerful aura and was ready to attack at any time. Only Lin Sanzhong was relatively calm as he stared at Fang Chen with his dark eyes. This person is vicious and merciless. He wants to kill us all. There's no need for the three of you to deal with someone like him. A peak void ancient realm martial artist wanted to show off in front of the three of them. Boom! He attacked at lightning speed and launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Chen. Too weak. With just one punch, the person was killed. Crack! When the person's head was shattered by Fang Chen, countless people exclaimed, Hand over the sword technique and kill yourself. Fu Buyuan took a step forward and forced. Yasu bared his fangs and sneered. With the three of us working together, even a star ancient realm martial artist will not be afraid. It's impossible for you to leave. Lin Sanzhong spread out his hands. Originally, As long as you hand over the sword technique, we would let you go. But now it's useless. No one can save you. Those who came out of the inner area of Demon God Mountain were all Void Ancient Realm martial artists. The star Ancient Realm martial artists of the three major forces did not come out. Of course, Fang Chen did not believe that he could kill those star Ancient Realm martial artists by detonating the array. Did something big happen in the inner area of Demon God Mountain? The more Fang Chen guessed, the more curious he became. Fang Chen was indifferent in the face of the trio's coercion. You want to take the sword technique from me with just the three of you? Fang Chen exuded invincible confidence. In his eyes, the three of them were not worth mentioning. In my eyes, the three of you are just ants. If not for the powerful forces behind you, you would have died in the inner area of Demon God Mountain. You're courting death. The many surrounding cultivators all revealed mocking expressions, thinking that Fang Chen was too arrogant. I'm really curious who gave you the confidence. Fu Buiyuan said. Yisu looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Do you think you can sweep through the Void Ancient Realm with your peak Void Ancient Realm cultivation? What a joke. Even the peerless prodigies of my clan dare not say they can sweep through the Void Ancient Realm. Lin Sanzhong said. Fang Chen shrugged. You don't dare because you don't have the ability. Fang Chen said. And I do have the ability to sweep through the Void Ancient Realm. Even if the monstrous prodigies behind you come here, I can kill them on the spot. Huh. The three of them sneered, obviously not believing Fang Chen's words. You're just trying to impress the crowd with your words. Fang Chen waved his hand and sword chi swept out. A pair of blood-red eyes looked down at the world. Chapter 27-21. Boom! Lin Sanzhong's body emitted a terrifying aura as he stared at Fang Chen with his golden eyes. No one has ever dared to say such things to me. Lin Sanzhong said in a deep voice, The Lin family is one of the most powerful forces in the Despair Continent. Even the Tian Shu Yuan doesn't dare to provoke the Lin family. How dare a piece of trash in the Void Ancient Realm say such things? Ridiculous. Beside him, Yalu was also laughing coldly. He and Fu Buiyuan looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. The three stood side by side and took a step forward. Their auras flourished as they surrounded Fang Chen. Gentlemen, this person has repeatedly provoked us. If we let him go, it will be a joke. Fu Buiyuan said, As for the inheritance of Supreme, Sovereign Peerless, let's suppress him first. How about it? The three of them didn't attack because they were concerned about the inheritance of Supreme, Sovereign Peerless. After all, if they killed Fang Chen, who would get the inheritance of Supreme, Sovereign Peerless? But now, after being pointed out by Fu Buiyuan, the other two were startled and nodded. However, the three of us should work together to kill this person. Otherwise, when the other experts come out of the Demon God Mountain, something will happen. As soon as Yisu finished speaking, his body turned into a ray of black light. In a flash, he appeared in front of Fang Chen. Roar! Yisu roared into the sky. Two fangs grew in his mouth, and his aura surged. Kill! Fu Buiyuan and Lin Sanzhong also used their strongest attacks. The three of them formed a triangle and surrounded Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen smirked. I told you that I have the strength to defeat anyone in the Void Ancient Realm. You are like ants in front of me. Fang Chen said softly and immediately used the space-time escape technique. Whoosh! Countless phantoms appeared in the densely packed outer area of the Demon God Mountain. The expressions of the three people who were attacking suddenly changed. They were shocked to find that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see through Fang Chen's true body. What happened? What secret technique is this? Petty tricks. Watch me break this secret technique of yours. After the initial shock, the three of them quickly calmed down. Fu Buiyuan's eyes flickered. Scarlet light surged out and condensed into two blood-red eyeballs in front of him. These two eyeballs emitted a frightening power. The power of the Fu family's bloodline. Lin Sanjong and Yaku were also slightly taken aback when they saw this. It was rumored that the bloodline power of the Fu family in the southwest was abnormally strong and had been left behind by a peerless ruler in the ancient times. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was indeed worthy of his reputation. 1. As soon as he activated his bloodline power and formed a bloodline eyeball, he instantly discovered Fong Chen's true self. Seeing this, Fong Chen's lips curled into a smile. Interesting. Immediately after, he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. Invincible sword principle, heaven-breaking sword. There. Fu Buyuan pointed to the front and roared loudly. The three of them leaped and blasted away the surrounding phantoms as they rushed toward Fong Chen. However, a moment later, the blood-red eyeball in front of Fu Buyuan suddenly began to tremble. Immediately after, Fu Buyuan's body trembled. His pupils constricted and his forehead was full of sweat. That's his bloodline eyeball saw Fong Chen's heaven-breaking sword. Because of his bloodline power, he could clearly see the trajectory of the heaven-breaking sword. It was too powerful. It was so powerful that it made his heart palpitate. Oh no! He cursed inwardly and dodged with all his might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His figure appeared out of thin air. He didn't hesitate to be hit by the phantoms to avoid Fong Chen's attack. What's going on? The three of them attacked side by side, but Fu Buyuan suddenly retreated. This made Lin Sanjong and Yaku a little surprised. However, they soon shouted angrily, "Whoosh!" A dazzling sword light with invincible sword chi pierced through the void and stabbed toward them. The two of them trembled, and before they could think, they were imprisoned in the void. No, the two of them were filled with fear. They had never felt such a powerful sword chi attack. Fu Buyuan. At this moment, the same thought emerged in both of their minds. That was, all of this was part of Fu Buyuan's scheme. Damn it! The two of them tried their best to dodge, but it was to no avail. Crack! The sword of annihilation destroyed everything. Wherever the sword light passed, everything turned into nothingness. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Lin Sanjong and Yaku were reduced to ashes and smoke. Too powerful. How can there be such a powerful, void, ancient realm in this world? Fu Buyuan, who had luckily dodged the attack, was shocked. His bloodline eyeball had already been shattered. After witnessing this scene, his heart was filled with fear, and he didn't want to continue fighting. In his mind, he recalled what Fong Chen had said before. He had the strength to defeat anyone in the void ancient realm. At that time, he thought that Fong Chen was boasting. Now that he thought about it, he was too stupid. Run. Where there's life, there's hope. Fu Buyuan didn't have the courage to fight against Fong Chen. He leaped and tried to escape. However, Fong Chen wouldn't give him the chance. Stay. The sword of annihilation was used again. Invincible sword chi pierced through the sky. No. Fu Buyuan forcefully activated the Fu family bloodline, and the blood-red eyeball formed again. Crack! Unfortunately, even the eyeball couldn't withstand Fong Chen's sword of annihilation. After the eyeball was completely destroyed, Fu Buyuan's body exploded with a loud bang. His body and soul were destroyed. In just a few breaths, the three Sky Prides were completely dead. This scene made many of the warriors present even more dumbfounded. Oh my God, what did I just see? Not good. Sword Chi Storm. Run. After the sword of annihilation killed Fu Buyuan, it formed a sword Chi Storm that swept across the land. Many martial artists who followed the three Sky Prides back from the inner area of the Demon God Mountain didn't escape in time and died. After a while, the outer area of the Demon God Mountain was covered in ruins. Everywhere one could see with the naked eye. There were sharp sword marks everywhere. There was also a powerful sword chi that filled the entire void. It was a terrifying sword chi. Let's go. Fong Qin didn't even think about it and turned to leave. After leaving the Demon God Mountain, Fong Qin didn't look back. He hurried back to Tian Shuyuan Day and night. He guessed that something major must have happened in the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many blood fiends gathered. Fu Buiyuan and the other two wouldn't have fled and given him a chance. Tian Shuyuan Sakai Peak. After a few months, Fong Chen returned to Tian Shuyuan. He had gained a lot this time. However, as soon as he returned, he didn't rush to hand in the mission. Instead, he returned to his residence, sitting cross-legged. The inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign appeared in his mind. The monster extinction sword floated in front of his chest, exuding a faint monster extinction aura. The monster extinction supreme sovereign is an expert at the limit of the star ancient realm. Although he hasn't stepped into the life ancient realm, his combat strength is comparable to that of the life ancient realm, Fong Qin murmured. The inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign had been deeply embedded in his mind. After sensing it slightly, a smile appeared on his face, because he found that the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign resonated with the demon transformation divine skill. The two can be merged. Fong Chen was overjoyed and immediately began to comprehend the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign. Buzz! The monster extinction sword circled around his body, helping him comprehend. Time passed, and 3 months later, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Demon Qi surged around his body as if it was about to break through the sky. It was very terrifying. With a thought, the surface of his skin was instantly covered with powerful scales. In the blink of an eye, he became a scaled monster. As expected, Fong Chen grinned. In the past 3 months, he had been trying to merge the two, and now he finally succeeded. The most important part of the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign was disguise. With the help of the demon transformation divine skill, the disguise was flawless. Even the aura of the primordial spirit could be disguised. One could imagine how powerful it was. If I disguise myself as a beast, even a life ancient realm expert won't be able to see through it, Fong Chen said. Moreover, there is a fatal move in the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign, which is performed by the monster extinction sword. The monster extinction sword was a short sword with soaring demon chi. Sky-splitting black demon was the most important trump card in the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign. The monster extinction supreme sovereign also relied on this move to become famous. This move is most suitable for sneak attacks and assassinations. It can have an unexpected effect. Fong Chen said. Chapter 27-22. The commotion in the inner area of Demon God Mountain attracted the attention of the entire continent of despair. Everyone knew that something had happened at Demon God Mountain. Many blood fiends gathered at Demon God Mountain. The Star Ancient Realm experts who had escaped from the Demon God Mountain were even more enraged, because they found the death of their clan's prodigies in the outer area of Demon God Mountain. After investigation, they confirmed that it wasn't the blood fiends. If it was the blood fiends, they wouldn't have left behind such a scene. They would have destroyed everything. Moreover, judging from the traces at the scene, it was a sword cultivator. When the news reached the 3 major forces, the higher-ups said that they had to find the mysterious sword cultivator no matter what. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they wouldn't allow him to roam freely in the continent of despair. The news soon spread throughout the continent of despair. Countless martial artists were shocked. Who dared to provoke the 3 major forces? The prodigies he had killed were all the top talents of the 3 major forces. Lin Sanzhong was one of the best in the Void Ancient Realm. Yasu was a prodigy of the Dark Wind Pavilion. As for Fu Buiyuan, he was the second son of the Fu family in the southwest. His brother was the famous eldest son of the Fu family in the southwest. He was also one of the top prodigies in the history of the continent of despair. The deaths of these three caused a great sensation. However, even after several months, they still couldn't find a single clue. Some people even suspected that Tian Shuyuan had done it secretly. However, it was difficult to investigate without evidence. Tian Shuyuan, Sakai Peak. Fong Qin spat out a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. It had been 3 months since he returned to Tian Shuyuan, and he had fully mastered the Black Demon's sky-splitting art. His strength had reached a new level, and he was fearless against mid-stage star ancient realm cultivators. If he could use the Black Demon's sky-splitting art in a sneak attack, he could seriously injure or even kill mid-stage star ancient realm cultivators. Whoosh! It's time to turn in the mission. Fong Qin walked out of the courtyard and went to the mission hall. Brother Fong. As he walked through the tree-lined avenue, he suddenly heard a shout behind him. Fong Qin turned his head to look and suddenly discovered that the people who came were actually Qi Xiao and Fairy Ziqiang. The two of them walked over with smiles on their faces. We haven't seen each other for a few months. Has Brother Fong been well during this time? Qi Xiao asked. Fairy Ziqiang also pursed her lips into a charming smile. Not bad. Fong Qin nodded. What about you guys? Hearing this, the smile on Qi Xiao's face gradually dimmed. He sighed and said, I originally thought that I would be able to soar into the sky after becoming an official disciple. Who would have thought that it would be so difficult to stand out when I actually came to Sakai Peak? The competition at Sakai Peak is too fierce. Even though we become official disciples and have more cultivation resources than nominal disciples, the competition is too fierce. However, the competition we face is even more intense. Previously, Brother Qi Xiao and I went to challenge the 7 Stars Dubhe Formation, but we were all defeated. We couldn't even last an incense stick's worth of time. In recent months, almost all of our cultivation resources have been won by the senior brothers on Sakai Peak. A hint of disappointment appeared on Fairy Ziqiang's fair face. 7 Stars Dubhe Formation? Fong Qin was a little startled when he heard this. He had gone out to hone himself as soon as he arrived at Sakai Peak. It wasn't until recently that he returned that he had never heard of the so-called 7 Stars Dubhe Formation. The 7 Stars Dubhe Formation is a strange formation. Even Life Ancient Realm powerhouses find it difficult to crack. It is said that it was personally arranged by Tian Shuyuan. We official disciples enter it to temper ourselves. The longer we persist, the more benefits we can get. Qi Xiao said, Of course, disciples can also gamble with each other. Official disciples had a fixed amount of cultivation resources every month. This was the most basic thing. They didn't need to do anything to have it. Presumably, Qi Xiao and Fairy Ziqiang used these cultivation resources to gamble with others. Originally, Fong Qin didn't care. However, when he heard Qi Xiao's next words, he frowned slightly. Brother Fong, there's something you don't know. When we first came here, the senior brothers looked down on us. I, Qi Xiao, know that I'm weak, so I gambled with many senior brothers. But who would have thought that they would force me? If I didn't agree, they would harass me every day. Qi Xiao didn't say the rest of the words, but Fong Qin could feel the helplessness in his heart. I'm fine. I was just forced to lose my cultivation resources. Fairy Ziqiang, on the other hand, is a little more troublesome. She's beautiful and has attracted the attention of many senior brothers. Many senior brothers have openly touched her and even threatened to give her cultivation resources if she gives in. Otherwise, she'll be banned from the Zhuoshu Peak. Fairy Ziqiang's expression changed, a little sad. There's such a thing? Fong Qin was a little unhappy and asked in a deep voice. Qi Xiao nodded, but before he could speak, he heard a mocking laugh in the distance. Qi Xiao, what's wrong? Scared? Still looking for help? A duck-like voice came from the distance. A fat man with a big head and big ears, wearing a black armor, walked over with a smile. Beside him, there were a few disciples following him. Senior brother Fatty, seeing this, Chixiu's face changed greatly and hurriedly greeted. Fairy Ziqiang also faked a smile and nodded gently. How about it? Have you thought about it? If you follow me, I promise that from now on, no one in Sakai Peak will dare to bully you. Fatty Wu smiled and looked at Fairy Ziqiang with eyes full of greed. I'm sorry, Senior Brother Fatty. Fairy Ziqiang politely refused. Humph. Fatty Wu's face changed drastically, and he turned hostile. Fairy Ziqiang, you have to think about it. Can you bear the consequences? Fatty Wu threatened. For a moment, Fairy Ziqiang didn't know what to say. At this moment, Fang Chan walked to Fairy Ziqiang's side and stood in front of her. Fairy Ziqiang has her own choice. No one can force her. Fang Chin said lightly. Hearing this, Fatty Wu noticed that there was a person called Fang Chin. If my guess is correct, you're the Fang Chin who helped these two pieces of trash defeat Chu Yunfeng and pass the trial by yourself, right? Fatty Wu sneered. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you defeated Chu Yunfeng. In the whole Sakai Peak, who doesn't know that the reason why you can succeed is because of your strong defense? Fatty Wu sneered. You only know how to defend and not attack. How dare you point your finger in front of me? Are you tired of living? Fatty Wu was arrogant and didn't put Fang Chin in his eyes at all. You have one breath's time to disappear from Fat Lord's sight. Otherwise, Fat Lord doesn't recommend breaking your legs. Fat 5 threatened. Fang Chin glanced at Fatty Wu and turned to leave. Seeing this, Fatty Wu laughed. See, no newcomer is qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Fatty Wu said, At least you know what's good for you. If I see you again, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. After saying that, Fatty looked at Ziqiang Fairy with his 5-colored eyes. Fang Chen's departure made Qi Xiu and Fairy Ziqiang panic. Fairy Ziqiang, I told you long ago, don't be with this kind of trash. As Fatty Wu spoke, he punched Qi Xiu's body. Bang! Qi Xiu was thrown off his feet and smashed onto the ground, and he bared his teeth as pain spread throughout his body. Fairy Ziqiang, although I am not a top genius in Sakai Peak, at least I have a good network. If you follow me, your life will be much better in the future. Fatty Wu said slightly. On the path of martial arts, cultivation resources are very important. You have seen it. You have been with this trash for a few months, and you can't get any cultivation resources. Your cultivation has stagnated. If this continues, you will be expelled from Sakai Peak in the next official disciple assessment. Fatty Wu explained to Fairy Ziqiang earnestly. The purpose was to make Fairy Ziqiang agree. However, Fairy Ziqiang's eyes flickered and fell into silence. Fairy Ziqiang, you have to know, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Fatty Wu said with some displeasure. Dang, dang, dang. Footsteps sounded. Fairy Ziqiang doesn't want to agree. Why do you have to force her? Fang Chen appeared in front of Fatty Wu again. Seeing this, Fatty Wu was very angry. Boy, do you want to die? Chapter 27-23. Hearing this, Ziqiang Fairy's beautiful eyes flickered. She just subconsciously thought that Fang Chen was scared by Fatty Wu and didn't want to get involved, so he left. Who would have thought that he was actually going to turn in the task? This, for a moment, Ziqiang Fairy's face changed, and she didn't know what to say. Turn in the task. Fatty Wu was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and said angrily, Boy, do you really want to make things difficult for me? Fang Chin shrugged. It's not me who wants to make things difficult for you, but you want to make things difficult for them. Fang Chen pointed at the slightly embarrassed Qi Xiu and Ziqiang Fairy, whose expression was changing. So, you insist on intervening? Fatty Wu's face was gloomy, his fists clenched, and his aura was overflowing and killing intent leaked out. If you have to do this, then this is the only way. You're courting death. Fatty Wu was furious. and he suddenly punched out. At the same time, his fist constantly changed in the void, and finally blasted at Fong Qin from an extremely tricky angle. Dong! Fong Qin didn't move at all, and sword chi patterns surrounded his body. Dang, dang, dang! A powerful recoil force came from Fong Qin's body, making Fatty Wu's body involuntarily take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, he licked his dry lips and narrowed his eyes at Fong Qin. No wonder Chu Yinfeng lost to you. With this kind of defense, you can protect yourself on Sakai Peak. Fatty Five said, however, if you think that you can go against me with this, then you're too naive. After knowing the strength of Fong Chen's defense, Fatty Wu took out a long spear from his arms. On the long spear, there were shocking patterns flashing. Rip! Fatty Wu grabbed with his hand, and the long spear suddenly burst into the void. The tip of the spear flashed, carrying a trembling power, and whistled out. Insignificant skill. Fong Qin didn't care about Fatty Wu's strength. Brother Fong, be careful. Qi Xiu reminded, his expression changing greatly as he was incomparably worried. Fong Qin gently shook his head and raised his hand. While everyone was still in shock, his hand kept changing. Finally, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, he firmly grasped the spear that was shooting towards him. Whoosh! The spear stopped moving forward, and the tension in the air instantly collapsed. At the same time, a fierce, killing intent shot out from the long spear and pierced towards Fong Qin. Crack! The illusory light struck Fong Chen's body and was instantly shattered by the sword chi. Fatty Five used all his strength to stab out with his spear, but he realized that his spear was restrained and could not move at all. At this moment, Fatty Five finally realized that something was wrong. His expression changed, and his heart beat rapidly. Let go! Fat Five roared, and a vast power surged from his body. Fong Chen released his grip, and the spear returned to Fat Five's control. Thud, thud, thud! Fatty Five's bloated body retreated step by step, gasping for breath. Fong Qin crossed his arms and stared at him with a smile. Fatty Five wanted to continue to attack, but in the end he did not act rashly. He stared at Fong Qin, and after a long time he fiercely flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Stop! Fong Qin berated. What? Do you really think that I, Fatty Five, am afraid of you? Fatty Five said angrily, if you push me too far, I'll just die with you. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Buzz! Fong Chen's eyes shot out a terrifying light. The supreme ancestral eye was activated, and a powerful eye force spread out. The entire sky fell silent in an instant. Fatty Five's body was imprisoned in the void, unable to move. What about now? Fong Qin shrugged and asked, Fatty Five's heart was frightened, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He tried his best, but he could not break free. What the hell did you do to me? Fatty Five roared frantically, struggling desperately. I disdain to kill you, but that doesn't mean I don't have the strength to kill you. Fong Qin said, hand over all their cultivation resources for the past few months, or I don't mind cutting off your head. Although Fatty Five was furious, he did not want to give in. But in the end, he still surrendered under Fong Chen's powerful pressure. Even he himself could not imagine how Fong Chen's strength could be so powerful. Here, with a thought, 2 sumaru rings appeared in his arms, and he threw them over. After Fong Qin took the sumaru rings, he withdrew his eye force. Fatty Five broke free from the imprisonment and fled in a panic. Qi Xiu and Fairy Ziqiang were already dumbfounded. Brother Fong, what have you experienced in the past few months? How did you suddenly become so strong? Qi Xiu asked hurriedly. Really? Fong Qin smiled and said, I have always been so strong. Qi Xiu and Fairy Ziqiang took back their cultivation resources and were secretly delighted. Their faces were full of smiles. To be able to suppress Fatty Five with a flip of the hand Brother Fong's strength can be ranked among the best on Sakai Peak. Chi Xiu said excitedly, "In the future, let's see who dares to bully me." Fatty 5 is just a small character. I am worried that Fong Chin, your actions this time will attract the person behind Fatty 5. Fairy Zi Qiong's expression changed. It's okay. Fong Chen waved his hand. The 7 Stars W array is the peerless array on Sakai Peak and is also the holy land for many official disciples. Fong Chen stood outside the array, and what he saw was a vast expanse of gray. What an exquisite array! Fong Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This exquisite array made him gasp in amazement. Only a powerhouse like the mayor of Tianqiyuan can arrange such a magnificent array. The entire formation is connected with the heavens and the earth, and it's constantly absorbing the energy of the heavens. In this way, after the power of heaven is refined by the array, it will automatically be transformed into cultivation resources for many disciples. It is really amazing. Fong Chen said, "Moreover, this array is invisible. I can't see through it." Thinking of this, Fong Chen stepped out and entered the 7 Stars W array. "Brother Xing, it's over there." As soon as Fong Chen entered the array, Fatty 5 came here with a person. The arrival of Zhao Longxing caused a great commotion. Isn't this Zhao Longxing? Why is he here? It is said that Zhao Longxing broke through the 7th level of the 7 Stars W array half a year ago, and is only 1 step away from the 8th level. Looking at Sakai Peak, only a few geniuses can compete with him. Yes, Zhao Longxing will become an elite disciple in the near future, or even a core disciple. Many voices of praise rang out incessantly. Zhao Longxing looked ahead indifferently. The 7 Stars W array set off a ripple and drowned Fong Chen's figure. "Fong Chen?" Zhao Longxing murmured to himself with a playful smile on his face. "Brother Xing, that guy is too arrogant. I know that Brother Xing values Zi Qiong goddess a lot, so I wanted to invite her here, but Fong Chen stopped me." Fatty 5 said, "Also, that guy is arrogant. He said that even if Brother Xing went, he wouldn't be afraid." Hearing this, Zhao Longxing nodded. "To be able to defeat you in an instant, this guy's strength is not to be underestimated." Zhao Longxing said. What he really cared about was Fong Chen's shocking swordsmanship. "Wait for me here." Zhao Longxing stepped out and entered the 7 Stars W array. The murky aura instantly dispersed, opening up a path for Zhao Longxing. Zhao Longxing strode in, and many disciples outside were amazed. Amazing, really amazing. I have been cultivating for so many years, but I can't understand the 7 Stars W array. Zhao Longxing actually walked in directly. Yes, the first 7 floors are no pressure for Zhao Longxing. I wonder if he can enter the 8th floor this time. Many people were looking forward to seeing if Zhao Longxing could enter the 8th floor. Inside the 7 Stars W array, Fong Chen had just entered, and he felt that it was extremely mysterious. This array is not inferior to the 3,000 scrolls of Array Dao. Fong Chen said, "1 step at a time, just like how I have been cultivating my entire life." After thinking for a while, Fong Chen sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the 7 Stars W array. Soon, Zhao Longxing arrived and saw Fong Chen. Blocked on the 1st floor? Whoosh! As Zhao Longxing spoke, he flicked his finger and a vast array Dao aura swept out, blowing away the surrounding 7 Stars W array. Buzz. Chapter 27-24. So weak. Zhao Longxing disdained to make a move. Zhao Longxing sneered, and the aura of the 7 Stars W automatically made way for him as he walked into the depths. He turned around and glanced at Fong Chen with a disdainful expression. What? Not convinced? Not satisfied? Zhao Longxing continued. When you bullied others, have you ever thought that such a day would come? Fong Chen was silent. If you want revenge, come to the 8th level to find me. With that, Zhao Longxing disappeared. Fong Qin grinned, the corners of his mouth filled with mockery. Do you think you can trap me like this? You underestimate me, Fong Qin, too much, don't you? Starting from the nominal peak, he had been honing his state of mind. And no matter where he went, there were people who bullied the weak. Fatty Wu was like that, and so was Zhao Longxing. Moreover, Zhao Longxing's method was even more despicable. He relied on his powerful understanding of the seven stars Dubhe formation to forcibly separate the aura of the seven stars Dubhe formation and trap him in the middle. Subduing the enemy without a fight? Zhao Longxing's wishful thinking was probably wrong. If one day I trap you, Zhao Longxing, in the seven stars Dubhe formation, how will you feel? After thinking for a while, Fong Qin continued to cultivate. After a short period of comprehension, he had already grasped the basic essence of the seven stars Dubhe formation. For the rest of the time, he just needed to comprehend with all his heart. 3 days later, Fong Qin passed the first level. 9 days later, he passed the second level. Half a month later, he passed the third level. Starting from the fourth level, Fong Qin's understanding of the seven stars Dubhe formation became more and more powerful. His monstrous talent in the Tao of formations was also gradually revealed. Every time he passed a level, he could receive a baptism of the heavenly Tao. His physical body became stronger, and his overall strength was steadily increasing. 5th level, 6th level, 7th level, Fong Qin broke through to the 7th level as if he was taking a stroll. On Sakai Peak, there were only a handful of disciples who could reach this level. During this month, many things happened in the outside world. Fong Qin never came out, and Fatty Wu once again unscrupulously bullied Ziqiong Fairy and Qi Xiu. You too, get the hell over here. In front of the seven stars heavenly pivot formation, Fatty Wu looked at Qi Xiu with his big belly and said coldly, Senior brother, Fatty. Qi Xiu braced himself and greeted. Fong Qin, that brat, offended senior brother Zhao Longxing. We haven't heard from him for a month. He might have already died in the seven stars Dubhe formation. Fatty Five said, Don't expect him to save you. If it wasn't for this Lord Fatty being merciful, just what Fong Qin did to this Lord Fatty last time would be enough for this Lord Fatty to kill you all. Fat Fifth fiercely said, Like I said, Qi Xiu, you will be my servant for 10,000 years, and Fairy Ziqiong will follow Brother Xing. This is a win-win choice. Senior brother Fatty, isn't this inappropriate? Qi Xiu said nervously. Pa. Fatty Five slapped Qi Xiu's face, and the latter's body immediately retreated repeatedly. A red handprint appeared on his cheek. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Senior brother Fatty, have you forgotten Brother Fong's words? Pa. Hearing Fong Chen's name, Fatty Five became even angrier and slapped him again. Don't mention that trash to me again. 7 stars Dubhe formation, inside the 7th floor. When Fong Qin came here, he felt the vast aura of Array Tao. Amazing. The more he understood, the more he admired Tian Shuyuan for being able to arrange such an exquisite array. With my current attainments in Array Tao, I can at most comprehend the 7 stars Dubhe formation, but I can't arrange it at all. On the 7th floor, the baptism of heavenly Tao's power became more and more powerful. Buzz! The rich power of heavenly Tao sprinkled on his body, and Fong Chen enjoyed it to his heart's content. After a while, the power of heavenly Tao retreated, and the baptism ended. 8th floor, I'm coming. In his mind, he recalled what Zhao Longxing said to him a month ago. If you want revenge, come to the 8th floor to find me. Perhaps even he himself did not expect that Fong Qin could enter the 8th floor in such a short time, right? On the 8th floor, Zhao Longxing's forehead was full of sweat. He sat cross-legged on the ground, resisting the invasion of the 7 stars Dubhe formation with difficulty. The power on the 8th floor is so powerful that even I can't resist it, Zhao Longxing said with difficulty, his face ashen. Rip. Suddenly, the aura of Array Dao on the 8th floor roared wildly and flickered endlessly. What's going on? Zhao Longxing also noticed the abnormality. He looked around and was a little surprised. Zhao Longxing. Fang Qin called out calmly. Zhao Longxing turned his head, and his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. You entered the 8th floor? In the end, Zhao Longxing stuttered a little. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The martial artist who stumbled in the 1st floor a month ago was now standing in front of him. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. After a brief daze, Zhao Longxing shook his head frantically. You must have a supreme treasure on you. Otherwise, you can't break my restraint. He, Zhao Longxing, had comprehended for several years and barely entered the 8th floor. However, the person in front of him was standing calmly on the 8th floor without any abnormalities. Zhao Longxing did not believe that he had entered with his own strength. Swoosh! Fang Qin opened his palm, and the aura of the 7 stars Dubhe formation raged wildly. A vast ray of light shot out from his body. These rays of light cleverly bound Zhao Longxing and blocked the aura of the 7 stars Dubhe formation. You want to trap me? Zhao Longxing sneered when he saw this. Boom! Boom! He threw out 3 punches in a row, each one hitting the flesh. The power of each punch erupted with extreme power. The 3 punches hit the surrounding ripples one after another. Crack! What shocked him was that the ripples did not have any abnormalities, and his fist light shattered one after another. This is impossible. Zhao Longxing was even more frantic. He could not break the seal in front of him. How did you do it? Seeing that Zhao Longxing was on the verge of madness, Fang Qin sneered. In my eyes, you are not even comparable to an ant. I don't want to kill you. If you want revenge, come to the 9th floor and find me. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. After saying that, Fang Qin casually walked into the 9th floor. Boom! Zhao Longxing's head exploded, and he was stunned on the spot. After entering the 9th floor, Fang Qin was once again baptized by the heavenly Tao energy. His chaotic origin sword body had evolved to the most perfect stage. Sword chi surrounded his body, giving off a heavy and sharp feeling. I wonder when I can evolve into the primal chaos sword body. The primal chaos sword body was the ultimate existence of the sword body. However, this was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Hence, Fang Qin was not in a hurry. After a while, the baptism ended. Rumble. The 7 stars Dubhe formation shook, and a violent energy surged. Amidst the clouds in the void, Dean Tianshu arrived with a roar. Not far behind him, the person in charge of Sakai Peak also appeared one after another. What's going on? Is there a problem with the 7 stars Dubhe formation? The person in charge of Sakai Peak exclaimed. Tianshu Yuan waved his hand. It's fine. The smile in his eyes deepened. He liked Fang Qin more and more. Your potential in the Sword Dao is heaven-defying, and your potential in the Array Dao is so monstrous. I really can't think of any reason not to focus on training you. Outside the 7 stars Dubhe formation, Fatty Wu was about to teach Qi Xiu a lesson when the formation suddenly shook. What's going on? Many disciples exclaimed, and their expressions changed. After the panic, Fatty Wu calmed down. Brother Xing must have broken through and entered the 8th floor. Yes, it should be so. Some of Zhao Longxing's followers were wild with joy. Did you see that? Brother Xing is a true dragon of the 9 heavens. If you follow Brother Xing, your future will be limitless. And have you thought it through? Fatty Wu gave the final arrest order to the 2. If the 2 don't agree, then he will take action. Now, Zhao Longxing entered the 8th floor, causing the 7 stars Dubhe formation to shake, which greatly boosted Fatty Wu's morale. For a moment, he had a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. Ziqiong Fairy and Qi Xiu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. You don't agree? Fatty Wu's face was gloomy. He took a step forward, and on his fist, power surged and aimed at the two. Then don't blame me for being rude. Zichong Fairy and Chi Xiu's faces were ugly, and they kept retreating. In the blink of an eye, they were enveloped by Fatty Wu's powerful aura. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Fatty Wu. No one noticed that the shaking 7 stars W formation had stabilized. The gray aura scattered on both sides, and a wide road appeared in the middle. Chapter 27-25. The change in the 7 stars sky pivot array attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's gaze returned to the dusky array formation. Who is that? It was unknown who shouted, but the entire square immediately went into an uproar. On both sides of the array, majestic forces attacked, but no matter how ferocious they were, they could not sweep the path in the center. On that path, a figure was slowly moving forward, approaching from afar. Brother Xing, ha ha ha, it must be Brother Xing. Fatty Wu was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. Immediately, he turned to look at Fairy Ziqiong and Qi Xiu, and became even more unscrupulous. The two of you no longer have the chance to choose. Fatty Wu said in a deep voice, "Do you feel your heart trembling? It's useless. Brother Xing's majesty cannot be blasphemed." When Fatty Wu spoke, Fairy Ziqiong and Qi Xiu widened their eyes, dumbfounded. Fatty Wu thought that the two were completely intimidated by Zhao Longxing's pressure and did not dare to speak. However, he did not expect at all. Fong Qin slowly walked out of the 7 stars sky pivot array. His body was covered with sword qi, and his momentum shook the sky. Many disciples retreated. Their hearts trembled, and they were stunned on the spot. Brother Xing's talent is unparalleled. Are you still counting on Fong Qin, that trash, to come out and save you? Fatty Wu still said disdainfully, "Let me tell you, if Brother Xing comes out, it means that Fong Qin is very likely to die in it." Then, if Fong Qin comes out, what does it mean? Abruptly, after Fatty Wu's voice fell, a voice sounded. How could he come out? He has been. Fatty Wu's words froze on the spot. He was in a daze, as if he had seen something extremely shocking. His body staggered and he almost fell. After stabilizing his body with difficulty, he kept retreating, looking at Fong Qin with a face full of horror. "Say it! Why don't you say it?" Fong Qin said. "If you don't say it, I will say it for you. Zhao Longxing was trapped in the 8th floor by me, and I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for a few years." "You're lying." Fatty Wu couldn't accept this fact and cried out. The disciples in the square felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Wasn't this too exaggerated? In just 1 month, Zhao Longxing was trapped on the 8th floor by Fong Qin. "Hurry up and call Senior Brother Xinglei," a disciple in the crowd whispered. "Pa!" Fong Qin flicked a sleeve, and a crisp sound rang out. He slapped Fatty Five's face. Immediately, Fatty Five's body was heavily injured, as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. He turned into a black shadow and flew out. No. In the distance, Fatty Five's miserable cries could be heard. Dong! At the bottom of Sakai Peak, the sound of tremors could be heard. Birds shrieked as Fatty Five's body crashed to the bottom of the mountain. This sudden scene made many warriors tremble in fear. They kept retreating, afraid of angering Fong Qin. "Are you all right?" Fong Qin asked as he walked towards Ziqiong and Qi Xiu. The two shook their heads, unable to conceal the shock in their hearts. "Brother Fong, Zhao Longxing was really..." Before Qi Xiu could finish his words, he was stopped by Fong Qin. He knew what the former wanted to ask. He nodded gently and smiled. "A mere Zhao Longxing is nothing. If he didn't come to trouble me, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with him at all. But he tried to trap me in the 1st floor." Fong Chen's words were full of disdain. Zhao Longxing thought that his array talent was powerful, but in front of him, it was not worth mentioning. In addition, he received the baptism of the heavenly Tao on the 9th floor, and his overall strength became stronger. Not to mention using the 7 stars W array, Even if he was barehanded, he could kill Zhao Longxing. However, after all, they were all from the same sect. Moreover, their strength really couldn't make Fang Qin think of killing them. In the end, Fang Qin just chose to bind Zhao Longxing for a few years and teach him a little lesson. The person who was originally suppressed by Fatty Five and almost became a slave turned around and became a disciple envied by everyone on Sakai Peak. This change also made Qi Xiu realize more deeply that only by being powerful could one be respected. He looked around and saw the burning gazes shooting at him from all directions. He shook his head slightly. These people respected him because they wanted to use him as a bridge to get close to Fang Qin. If he dares to bully you again, I will kill him, Fang Qin said in a deep voice. Although his tone was understated, it contained an extremely domineering aura. How arrogant of you! This is Zuiyu Peak, not your territory. The crowd dispersed and made a path. 3 figures walked over from afar. The 3 of them walked side by side. The one who spoke was the man in brown clothes in the lead. His eyes were like thunder dragons, his aura shook the sky, and there was a faint aura of thunder on his face. Can you bully others as you wish on Sakai Peak? Fang Qin asked directly without looking up. But I only see you bullying others because you are strong, the man in brown clothes said. He took a step forward and instantly entered the 7 stars WRA. A moment later, he calmly returned, holding Zhao Longxing in his hand. Bang! He threw Zhao Longxing to the ground. The latter's face was pale. Obviously, Fang Chen's restraint made him uncomfortable. He looked at Fang Chen with some fear in his eyes. However, after seeing Xinglei and the other 2, he was much more confident. Fang Qin, how dare you sneak attack me, Zhao Longxing? Zhao Longxing roared coldly, his aura trembling as he pressured Fang Qin. The disciples of Sakai Peak should be united. But you relied on your powerful array formation potential to break into the 8th floor and sneak attack Zhao Longxing. How pathetic, the man in brown clothes, Xinglei said. Fang Qin sneered. There was no need to explain. They were in cahoots with Zhao Longxing. So what? Fang Qin said. Boom! A vast aura burst out violently. Zhao Longxing, you know what to do, Xinglei said. Zhao Longxing nodded and rushed towards Fang Chen with a big stride. You sneak attacked me in the 7 stars WRA. Now that you don't have the array formation, let's see how you block my attack. After saying that, Zhao Longxing's attack whistled. He extended a finger, and a vast amount of cold light shot out from his finger. Whoosh! There was an extremely cold aura in the finger light. Flick Death Finger. This was Zhao Longxing's trump card. It was also the most powerful finger technique he knew. This finger was invincible in the same realm. Zhao Longxing relied on this finger to successfully rank among the top 10 official disciples. My finger contains rich heavenly energy, and it has been improved by me. How can you block it? Zhao Longxing's face was filled with ridicule. The moment he pointed out, the space shattered. The atmosphere around Fang Qin was extremely stifling. Fang Qin looked at Zhao Longxing calmly. Have you thought about the consequences if you lose? How can I, Zhao Longxing, lose to you? Zhao Longxing shouted crazily as he pressed out with his finger. Kacha! The space in front of Fang Qin shattered, and a vast amount of finger light shot out from it. Seeing the crazed Zhao Longxing, Fang Qin shook his head. Forget it. Wang. The chaotic origin sword body was activated, and a powerful sword Dao aura surrounded his body, forming a sword Qi halo. At the same time, complex sword Dao runes spread out layer by layer, sealing the void around him. Condense. Fang Chen lightly spat out a word. Immediately, the vast finger light was imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Kill. Seeing this, Zhao Longxing activated all the strength in his body and pointed out. Unfortunately, it was useless. Break. Fang Chen opened his mouth once more. The sword Dao runes around his body rapidly gathered together, forming a huge sword. Kacha! An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the finger light shattered. Pung! Zhao Longxing's body flew out as though he was struck by lightning. Blood splattered across the sky, and countless cultivators were shocked. Amen? Xing Lei and the other two turned solemn when they saw the scene. Fong Chen's attack was too fast, and the three of them did not even have time to help. Puchi! Zhao Longxing's body fell heavily on the ground, and his throat moved, causing blood to spurt out. A few seconds later, Zhao Longxing fell into a coma. His aura withered, and his vitality weakened. Aren't your methods too cruel? Xing Lei's palm flashed with cold light as he said in a deep voice. It's still better than some sanctimonious person. Fong Chun retorted. Do you know who the three of us are? Xing Lei suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. Chapter 27-26. Xing Lei grinned. Since you know, you should know what to do, right? Xing Lei looked down at Fong Chen from above, as though everything was under his control. Fong Chen, you should know your place. You're just an ordinary official disciple of Sakai Peak, said Tiger Clamp. With your strength, even if you defeat Zhao Longxing, you can at most enter the top 10. Even if you're an immortal, it's useless in front of the three of us, said Feng Shan in a deep voice. Hearing their words, Fong Chun wanted to laugh. Apologize to the three of us and take out a portion of your cultivation resources as compensation for Zhao Longxing. And we'll let this matter go, said Xing Lei. The three of us aren't bullying the weak. We just can't stand your way of doing things. If all the disciples of Sakai Peak were like this, wouldn't it be a mess? Said Tiger Clamp. Feng Shan added, we're already taking into account that your cultivation isn't easy. Otherwise, with your arrogant attitude, we would have crippled your cultivation long ago. In the past, there were disciples of Sakai Peak who offended the three of them and had their cultivation crippled. The three of them didn't come here just for Zhao Longxing. They also wanted to teach Fong Chen a lesson. During the official disciple assessment, the latter had displayed an unusually strong defense and defeated Chu Yunfeng and the other two by himself. This made Sakai Peak lose face. Now, he relied on his powerful array formation skills to attack and restrain Zhao Longxing. If they didn't teach this arrogant guy a lesson, sooner or later he would surpass them. This was something the three of them didn't want to see. As long as they hadn't become elite disciples, Sakai Peak was their world. No one else was allowed to touch it. Fong Chen's actions were tantamount to provoking the three of them. If they didn't suppress him, where would their dignity be in Sakai Peak in the future? Cripple my cultivation. Fong Chen smiled coldly and walked towards the three of them. I'd like to see how you're going to cripple my cultivation. Xing Lei, you've seen it too. This person is too arrogant. Let me cripple his cultivation. Feng Shan made his move. He flipped his hands, and a powerful force appeared, grabbing at Fong Chen's neck. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Feng Shan arrived in front of Fong Chen. However, just as his big hand was about to grab Fong Chen, the latter tipped his toes and kicked his wrist. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Feng Shan's mouth. He couldn't control of his hand. Feng Shan was infuriated. He used all of his strength to grab at Fong Chen. Feng Shan remained calm and delivered a casual kick. Even though he saw the kick coming at him, Feng Shan instinctively prepared to dodge it. But no matter how he tried to dodge, he couldn't. Crack! His other wrist was also broken by Fong Chen's kick. I'll kill Fong! Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing a handful of rice. Feng Chan was enraged. Feng Shan, come back! Xing Lei seemed to realize something and shouted. However, it was too late. Feng Shan was already in front of Fong Chen. Crack! Fong Chen's finger was as fast as lightning, poking at Feng Shan's body a few times. Instantly, Feng Shan's body was sent flying like a sandbag. He fell to the ground and his aura dissipated. He was like an ordinary person. You crippled my cultivation. Feng Shan's eyes were scarlet. He went crazy and wanted to tear Feng Chen into pieces. When you say you want to cripple someone's cultivation, you should be prepared to be crippled by someone else. Feng Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Everyone in the square was shocked. Feng Shan, who was ranked third among the official disciples, had incredible attack power. However, wasn't it too exaggerated to cripple someone just like that? This scene caused Star Thunder and Vice to be a little stunned. The two of them looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Feng Chen, you're too arrogant. Xing Lei waved his hand and thousands of lightning bolts struck, while Vice opened his mouth and roared. When the two powerhouses joined forces, no one in Sakai Peak could defeat them. Normally, it would be impossible to see such a scene. However, a new disciple who had cultivated in Sakai Peak for less than a year dared to provoke them. Moreover, he even crippled Feng Shan's cultivation. Unbelievable. Get lost. Vast lightning bolts swooped down. Feng Chen shouted and punched out. Suddenly, the lightning bolts were shattered by his fist. At the same time, Feng Chen jumped up and kicked Vice with all his strength. Dong! Vice's body flew out. In the next moment, Feng Chen's figure turned into thousands of shadows and surrounded Xing Lei. Dong! 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 Like a sandbag. Xing Lei's head was almost smashed into his stomach. Crack! Xing Lei's head exploded, and his skull was completely shattered. His primordial spirit shook and blood splashed in the sky. Miserable and angry cries rang out incessantly. Many martial artists in the square were already numb and stood quietly like statues. In a flash, Feng Chen subdued Xing Lei and Vice. He smashed Xing Lei's skull like a sandbag, and the latter couldn't resist at all. Qi Xiao took a deep breath and said, even someone as strong as Hu Qi couldn't withstand a single kick from Feng Chen. Fairy Zi Qiong exclaimed. Like a god, he stood on the ground, and his majesty was inviolable. Feng Chen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the seriously injured Xing Lei and Vice. If he hadn't shown mercy, these two would have been dead. Feng Shan in the distance widened his eyes in disbelief. While many disciples were discussing, the higher-ups of Sakai Peak appeared. The Peak Master looked around with a cold face. Everyone was shocked. Was the Peak Master dissatisfied with Feng Chen's actions and wanted to punish him? For a moment, many martial artists looked at Feng Chen curiously. You are Feng Chen. The Peak Master's eyes moved from Xing Lei and the other two to Feng Chen. Feng Chen nodded. Disciple Feng Chen greets the Peak Master. The Peak Master nodded with satisfaction. I understand what happened today. Xing Lei and the other two were wrong first, and I will punish them. As for you, from today on, you will be the first disciple of Sakai Peak. The Peak Master's words caused a great stir. The Peak Master appointed the first disciple of Sakai Peak, which was a great honor. Even Xing Lei, who had reached the top of the official disciples with his iron fists, didn't receive the Peak Master's praise. It seemed that the Peak Master valued Feng Chen more than anything else. Well, let's disperse. The Peak Master waved his hand and disappeared. In the clouds in the sky, the Peak Master of Sakai Peak appeared. The chief of Tian Shuyuan laughed and said, You rascal! Dean, I don't understand. Feng Chen is so strong, even among the elite disciples. He is considered one of the best. Why did you let him start from a nominal disciple? The Peak Master of Sakai Peak didn't understand. He knew that Feng Chen couldn't stay at Sakai Peak forever. He sighed. You will know in the future, the chief of Tian Shuyuan said. Below, in front of the 7 stars Imperial Pivot Array, Xing Lei and the other two had been carried away by many disciples. As for Zhao Longxing and Fatty Wu, who were sent flying by Feng Chen, they were already unconscious. The battle shocked the world, and the entire Sakai Peak was moved. Moreover, this battle had completely established Fong Chen's title as the first disciple of Sakai Peak. His name gradually spread in Tianshiyuan. When Wu Yu and the other two heard the news, they were overjoyed. It seemed that the day of Fong Chen's return was not far away. He had traveled thousands of miles from the ancient Saint Chaos to this place. He should have enjoyed the attention of everyone, but he was sent to a nominal peak by the chief of Tianshiyuan. Now he was walking to the top step by step. He was becoming more mature and steady, and he was also becoming stronger. I heard that this guy went to the Demon God Mountain, Wu Yu said. Yes, after he returned, the Demon God Mountain spread the news. Wu Gan said, Lin Sanzhong of the Lin family, Yu Qi of the Dark Wind Pavilion, and Fu Buiyuan of the Southwest Fu family all died at the hands of a sword cultivator. I really can't think of anyone other than Fong Chen who would dare to do such a thing. The path of martial arts has always been cruel. If the three of them hadn't offended Fong Chen, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Do they really think that Tianshiyuan is afraid of them? Bai Ling's face was cold. Wu Gan and Wu Yu said in unison, With Fong Chen's current strength, it's not suitable for him to be exposed to the world. If the three major forces suspect him, it will be troublesome. Chapter 27:27. Formation, sword impasse suppressing Xinglei, and the other two with his own strength, and even sending Zhao Longxing flying with a single strike. Such means were truly shocking. This battle shocked the world. Fong Chen's name had spread throughout Tianshiyuan, especially on Sakai Peak. Sakai Peak personally announced that Fong Chen was number 1 at Sakai Peak. This was a great honor. Sakai Peak, Central Palace. Sakai Peak sat at the head of the table and looked at Fong Chen with a smile. It was truly hard to imagine that this fellow would be able to easily enter the 9th level of the 7 Stars Imperial Pivot Formation and receive the baptism of the heavenly energy on his first try. Unknowingly, Fong Chen had created an almost unbreakable record. Fong Chen stood there quietly, his eyes fixed on Sakai Peak. After a long time, the latter chuckled and said, With your current strength, you can definitely enter the ranks of the elite disciples. However, Tianshiyuan also has its own rules, and they won't be broken for you. Therefore, in the future, you will have to continue cultivating at Sakai Peak. Sakai Peak said, However, due to your heaven-defying potential, I, Sakai Peak, have decided to focus on nurturing you. Thank you, Peak Master. Fong Chen cupped his fists in gratitude. Sakai Peak nodded lightly. I've been observing you for a long time. Your potential in Array Dao and Sword Dao is incomparably heaven-defying. Therefore, we have unanimously decided to send you into the Formation Sword Impasse to hone your skills. The Formation Sword Impasse was the place where the once famous Formation Sword Great Master cultivated in seclusion. Since the death of Grand Sovereign Formation Sword, it had become one of the most dangerous places on the Despair continent. Countless forces in the continent of Despair would send their younger generation to the Sword Formation Extreme grounds to train. Inside the Array Sword Forbidden Ground, there were 2 great inheritances, the Array Dao and the Sword Dao. Anyone who obtained one of them would be above the younger generation. Right now, Fong Chen no longer had any opponents in Sakai Peak. Staying here would be a waste of time. People from other forces will also head to the Formation Sword Extremis. Your purpose in entering the Formation Sword Impasse is not only to train yourself, but also to eliminate the enemy forces in Tianshiyuan, Sakai Peak said. If you can kill the young prodigies of the enemy forces, Tianshiyuan will definitely reward you handsomely. You may even be allowed to enter the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Hearing this, Fong Chen's expression changed. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was the legendary Holy Land of the Way of the Sword. If one could enter and comprehend it, one's Way of the Sword would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. 3 days later, we will personally send you into the Formation Sword Danger Ground, Sakai Peak said. After chatting with Sakai Peak, Fong Chen roughly understood the situation in the Despair Continent. The vast Despair Continent was incomparably vast. Every one of the 108 cities had a blood fiend overseeing them. Of course, the 108 blood fiends all obeyed despair. It could be said that the Despair Continent was in the pocket of the hand of despair. In the Tianshu courtyard, there were 7 blood elemental experts who occupied 7 cities. The Lin family had 6 blood fiends occupying 6 cities. As for the Dark Wind Pavilion and the Fu family in the southwest, they were slightly weaker. 3 days later, Sakai Peak found Fong Chen. In the Formation Sword Extremis, there is a sacred item called the Formation Sword Massacre Scroll. You have to be careful, Sakai Peak warned. Buzz. Every major force in the Despair Continent had built a teleportation array that could instantly teleport one to the Formation Sword Extremis. Whoosh! The teleportation array opened, and Fong Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Fong Chen appeared in an unfamiliar place. Hiss! In the air, streaks of sword chi whizzed by, and there was a strong sense of oppression between heaven and earth. Is this the Formation Sword Extremis? Fong Chen murmured. He had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible, and strive to enter the Star Ancient Realm in the Formation Sword Extremis. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself in the Despair Continent. There's a fight ahead. As soon as he entered the Formation Sword Extremis, he saw a fight ahead. Fong Chen frowned and looked, and suddenly found that one of the parties in the fight was actually a member of the Lin family. The Lin family? Fong Chen's lips curled up, and a cold look appeared on his face. Whoosh! He waved the hidden star sword, and 1,000-foot sword light suddenly burst out, killing the Lin family member in the fight. Boom! With a deafening sound, the Lin family member's body exploded. As for his opponent, he was instantly dumbfounded and sat on the ground paralyzed. He originally thought that he would definitely die if he encountered the Lin family. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen? He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Fong Chen. His throat moved, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior." "Do you know where the Lin family is?" Fong Chen asked. The Lin family? Hearing this, the man's expression changed, and he immediately pointed ahead and said, "There's a Lin family stronghold 10,000 miles ahead." Whoosh! Fong Chen nodded, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The man was left in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Could it be that Senior is going to massacre the Lin family stronghold? Thinking of this, he was shocked. A distance of 10,000 miles was not considered far to Fong Chen. Soon, he entered the Lin family's stronghold. At first glance, there were many Lin family members, and 2 of them were leaders of the Star Ancient Realm, while the rest were of the Void Ancient Realm. The Lin family, Fong Chen murmured, his eyes filled with killing intent. Inside the stronghold, the Lin family members were resting. "Brother M.O., do you think we can find the Formation Sword Massacre Scroll?" "Don't worry, as long as the Formation Sword Massacre Scroll appears. It will definitely belong to the Lin family. The Cold Wind Pavilion will not dare to compete with the Lin family for the Fu family." Brother M.O. slowly nodded, frowning as if he sensed something. He waved his hand to stop the discussion, and his pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. "Come out." Hearing this, the other disciples were surprised. Was there someone hiding in the dark? Sure enough, as soon as Brother M.O. finished speaking, Fong Chen walked out of the darkness. "Who are you?" Brother M.O. asked. "The person who will kill you." Brother M.O. sneered and spread his hands. "Do you know who is standing in front of you? A member of the Lin family. Then do you think you have the ability to kill us?" Brother M.O. looked at Fong Chen mockingly. "Try me." Whoosh! With that, Fong Chen suddenly punched out. The whistling fist radiance instantly enlarged and burst out with a dazzling light. "You're courting death." Brother Mo saw this and roared. He stomped his foot and met the fist radiance head-on. Dong! Brother Mo's attack collided with Fong Chen's fist radiance. Immediately, Fong Chen's fist radiance collapsed, and the powerful force scattered in all directions. Ah! Miserable cries came from the ancient gods of the empty ancient realm. One by one, the Lin family members fell to the ground. Seeing this, Brother Mo's face darkened. Who are you? I've never seen you among the younger generation of the Despair Continent, Brother Mo said coldly. In just one exchange, more than half of the Lin family's disciples were killed or injured. This made Brother Mo a little fearful. Boom! Without saying a word, Fong Chen punched out again. Boom! 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 The two-star Ancient Realm experts attacked with all their might to block Fong Chen's attack. However, they still couldn't control the dissipating power. In just a few breaths' time, the Lin family's empty Ancient Realm experts were killed by Fong Chen. The two-star Ancient Realm experts looked at each other with anger in their hearts. You're courting death. The two-star Ancient Realm experts joined forces to attack Fong Chen. Sword of Destruction. Fong Chen didn't hesitate to use the Sword of Destruction. The powerful sword radiance with a destructive aura stabbed toward Brother Mo. Oh no! Seeing this, Brother Mo quickly retreated. At the same time, he exerted all his strength to block the attack. The other Ancient Realm expert attacked with all his might to help Brother Mo rip. Fong Chen silently appeared behind the Ancient Realm expert and gently slashed with the Demon Extinction Sword. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold glint appeared on the Ancient Realm expert's neck. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. You! He clutched his neck and said with difficulty. Then he fell to the ground. No. Seeing this, Brother Mo's heart was filled with fear. An early star Ancient Realm, Ancient God, couldn't block Fong Chen's attack. Wasn't this too terrifying? Very good. Fong Chen was very satisfied with the Demon Extinction Sword. The dark sky splitting secret technique was very suitable for sneak attacks. Moreover, it targeted the primordial spirit of a cultivator. When Fong Chen slashed with the sword, the dark sky splitting secret technique had shattered the Ancient Realm expert's primordial spirit. It's your turn. Chapter 27-28. Fong Chen didn't dare to be careless when facing a mid-stage star Ancient Realm opponent. He used his strongest swordsmanship, the Sword of Annihilation, right from the start. His comprehension of the invincible Sword Dao had reached an extremely high level, so he could use the Sword of Destruction as he wished. Whoosh! 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 A vast sword light burst out and pierced toward Brother Mo. Without the other star Ancient Realm opponent, Fong Chen could focus on dealing with Brother Mo. After a few consecutive attacks, Brother Mo couldn't resist and kept retreating. The Sword of Destruction split the sky. Two powerful attacks were used consecutively, and Brother Mo was finally pierced by the Demon Extinction Sword. Ah! His primordial spirit was severely injured and showed signs of cracking. No, Brother Mo was unwilling to give up, but eventually his body fell to the ground slowly. This is just the beginning. Fong Chen put away the spatial rings of the two-star Ancient Masters and disappeared into the void. In the following period of time, a mysterious expert appeared in the formation Sword Extremity and specialized in slaughtering the people of the Lin family, Dark Wind Pavilion, and Southwest Fu family. In just 3 months, the three forces suffered heavy losses. Almost all of their Void Ancient Realm members were killed. Until now, no one had been able to track this person's whereabouts. One day, the three forces issued a bounty at the same time. Anyone who could provide clues could join the three forces immediately. Fong Chen shook his head when he heard the news. As expected of the formation, Sword Extremity. In the past 3 months, he had been slaughtering the people of the three forces while searching for the formation, Sword Massacre Scroll. When he found that the formation Sword Extremity was a huge formation, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, at the same time, he was also secretly delighted. I followed the trajectory of the formation and found the core of the formation. Fong Qin murmured. Perhaps the formation Sword Massacre Scroll is at the core of the formation. With that, Fong Qin used the space-time escape technique and quickly moved forward. On a ferocious mountain in the formation Sword Extremity, an old man in gray clothes looked down at the ground. Suddenly, a stunned expression appeared on the old man's face. Someone followed the rules of the formation Sword Impasse and found the core of the formation. The old man in gray was very surprised. The array Sword Extremity had a powerful restriction that prevented Life Ancient Realm cultivators from entering. Only Star Ancient Realm cultivators and below could enter. A Star Ancient Realm cultivator can actually see the trajectory of a formation. The gray-robed old man was even more surprised. He looked into the distance and instantly noticed Fong Qin flying at high speed. Void Ancient Realm. After seeing Fong Qin, the old man trembled even more. Hoo! The gray-robed old man waved his hand and immediately changed the operation of the formation in the formation Sword Extreme spot. Not good. Fong Qin, who was moving forward, suddenly felt his body go out of control. He cried out inwardly and his expression turned grave. A moment later, he appeared on the ferocious mountain peak. What is this place? Fong Qin looked around, somewhat puzzled. You can see the trajectory of the formation. Suddenly a voice sounded. Looking toward the source of the voice, it was an old man in gray clothes. Fong Qin's pupils shrank. He could feel that the old man in gray clothes contained an extremely powerful force. Although it was just a flash, it still made him tremble. Senior, Fong Qin hurriedly explained. However, the old man in gray clothes interrupted him. Answer me. Fong Qin's expression changed, but he eventually nodded. After so many years, I finally met a formation genius. The old man's wrinkled face showed a trace of a smile. You must be curious about my identity, right? I'm Formation Sword Supreme. Buzz. Fong Qin's mind trembled, and he looked at the old man in front of him in disbelief. Formation Sword Supreme? Fong Qin cried out involuntarily. How could this be? Ha! The outside world has always said that I've fallen, but how could they know that I'm still alive and close to them? The old man in gray clothes said slowly, All these years I've been waiting for an opportunity to find a successor, but their potential is too weak. Your potential in formation is not bad. You can see the trajectory of the formation, so you're qualified to be my successor. The old man in gray clothes asked, Are you willing to accept my formation? Fong Qin was stunned for a moment, and he pointed at himself in disbelief. Me, the old man in gray clothes nodded. What else? Of course I am. Fong Qin nodded heavily, his heart burning. Well, from today onwards, you'll stay here with me to comprehend the formation. When you come out, I'm confident that I can help you enter the Star Ancient Realm. The formation Sword Supreme said. Life was unpredictable. Fong Qin didn't expect to meet the legendary formation Sword Supreme after only a few months in the formation Sword Impasse, and even become his successor. In the following days, Fong Qin followed the formation Sword Supreme to comprehend the formation on the ferocious mountain peak. 30 years passed by leisurely. During this time, many things happened in the formation Sword Impasse, and the three forces were still looking for the mysterious expert. The outside world, on the other hand, was relatively calm. One day, a piece of news was sent back to the Lin family, causing a stir in the Lin family. In the meeting hall of the Lin family's mansion, the person sitting on the throne at the top was the current head of the Lin family, and below him were the elders of the Lin family. Are you sure? The head of the Lin family looked directly at the white-robed old man standing below. If Wu Yu and the others were present, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, because the white-robed old man was one of the elders of Tian Shuyuan and was highly respected. Head, I saw it with my own eyes. Wu Yu, Wu Gan, and Bai Ling appeared in Tian Shuyuan unharmed, the white-robed old man said. Hearing this, the faces of the Lin family members changed drastically. The head of the Lin family pondered for a moment, and then said, "But Lin Xiaozhong sent me news that their void worship was destroyed, and they fell into a spatial storm. There's no way they'll survive. Now that Wu Yu and the others have returned, does that mean that the genius is also back?" The head of the Lin family hurriedly asked, "Do you know if there's any genius rising in Tianshu Yuan recently?" The white-robed old man shook his head. After Wu Yu and the others returned, they did a very good job of keeping it a secret. I only found out a few days ago when I accidentally saw Bai Ling rushing into the main peak hall. As for the genius, he didn't appear. I even secretly asked around, but I didn't have any clues. Wu Yu and the others are life ancient realm experts. They can survive the spatial storm, but that doesn't mean that guy can survive as well. That's right, I agree with the head elder. Perhaps the guy is already dead. So what if he survived? He can't pose any threat to our Lin family. Many of the elders were discussing the return of Wu Yu and the other two. The head of the Lin family waved his hand to stop them. His sharp gaze swept across everyone, and then he said, he stepped into the void ancient realm at 17,000 years. His potential is even greater than Gu Tianhua's, whose name shook the primordial chaos. Once such a genius appears, he'll definitely be fought over by many large clans. Our Lin family intercepted him in the dark void. He's a potential threat. Everyone understood the head of the Lin family's words. But the problem now was how to confirm that guy's survival. That's right. Suddenly, the white-robed old man seemed to remember something. 30 years ago, on the nominal peak, a disciple appeared out of nowhere. During the official disciple test, he easily defeated 3 people by himself and passed the test. After that, on Sakai Peak, he stepped into the 9th level of the 7 Stars Dubhe Formation and suppressed many official disciples on Sakai Peak with his own strength. He was personally crowned as the #1 disciple of the Sakai Peak by the Sakai Peak. The more the white-robed old man spoke, the more shocked he became. Could it be that this kid was brought back by Wu Yu and the others? The head of the Lin family's face was solemn as he fell into deep thought. Many elders were also discussing in low voices. The entire meeting hall was extremely tense. After a long while, the head of the Lin family sighed. This person is most likely the monster who stepped into the void ancient realm at 17,000 years. In order to protect him, Tian Shuyuan let him start as a nominal disciple. Head, what should we do? Many elders looked at the head of the Lin family. At that moment, a servant hurried over. Report, young Master Lin has returned. Whoosh! Many higher-ups, including the head of the Lin family, stood up one after another. Xiaozhong is back? Ha ha ha! Xiaozhong must have gained something this time. Chapter 27-29. Lin Xiaozhong's return caused the entire Lin family to rejoice. Not only did he return alone, but he also brought back a monstrous prodigy. Xiaozhong, you've contributed greatly to the Lin family this time. Yes, entering the void ancient realm in 900,000 years. Although it's not as good as the one in the ancient Saint Chaos, it's enough to cause a stir in the primordial chaos. At night at the banquet, countless elders were praising Lin Xiaozhong. He had been stationed in the remote primordial chaos for countless years, and he had finally brought back a peerless prodigy. Entering the void ancient realm in 17,000 years. Such potential is indeed powerful, but he's still dead in the end. Lin Xiaozhong said indifferently. Fallen prodigies are destined to be forgotten. Xiaozhong. At this moment, the head of the Lin family walked over with a solemn expression. Family head. Lin Xiaozhong raised his wine cup. We've received news that Wu Yu and the other two, who were trapped in the spatial storm by you, have returned. The head of the Lin family said. What? Lin Xiaozhong's expression changed drastically. He shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Their void worship was completely destroyed by my tiger-headed worship. I even saw with my own eyes that they were trapped in the spatial storm. How could they have returned alive? Lin Xiaozhong obviously didn't believe it, but these words came from the head of the Lin family. He had to believe it. For a moment, Lin Xiaozhong's expression changed. His mind was filled with complicated emotions. Moreover, according to the news we've received, the prodigy who rose rapidly in Tianqiyuan recently is very likely the one in the ancient Saint Chaos. Hearing this, Lin Xiaozhong's expression changed. How is that possible? He couldn't understand what was going on at all. But, Xiaozhong, you don't have to worry. The Lin family will take care of this matter. The Lin family secretly investigated Fang Qin in Tianqiyuan. Unfortunately, Fang Qin had entered the formation Sword Extremity for more than 30 years and hadn't come out. This also caused the Lin family's investigation to be hindered, and they had no leads. On the ferocious mountain peak of the formation Sword Extremity, Fang Qin's body was surrounded by a thick aura of array Dao. In front of him, Grand Monarch Formation Sword sat cross-legged. His hands were pressed against Fang Chen's body as he madly transmitted power. Boom! Fang Chen's mind trembled. It was as if he was floating in a sea of formations, drifting with the waves. The Tao of Arrays is so vast. What I have learned is merely the tip of the iceberg. Fang Chen murmured with a solemn expression. Now, with the help of Grand Monarch Formation Sword, his attainments in the Tao of Formations had risen steadily. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to set up a super powerful formation. Concentrate and comprehend with all your might. Great Venerable Formation Sword gave Fang Qin timely advice. Such days lasted for hundreds of years. After 300 years, Fang Chen's secluded cultivation finally came to an end. The ferocious mountain peak was filled with a wild aura of array Tao. It was as though it wanted to envelop the entire world within it. That frightening aura of the array Tao brought about endless despair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Qin and Grand Monarch Formation Sword looked at each other and immediately raised their hands. Array, come. Fang Qin softly spat out 2 words. Suddenly, a layer of powerful ripples condensed from the aura of the array Tao appeared out of thin air. Under the control of Fang Qin, this layer of ripples kept pressing down until it was completely submerged into the ground. Whoosh! At that moment, the entire ground burst into a dazzling light. The formation was self-contained, as if it was an independent space. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the formation, a vast aura erupted like a volcano, making people feel intimidated. Whoosh! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the huge formation below with burning eyes. This formation contained his understanding and comprehension of the Tao of Arrays in the past 300 years. Grand Monarch Formation Sword's Tao of Arrays could be said to be the strongest formation he could set up so far. Not bad. Grand Monarch Formation Sword nodded with satisfaction. You have mastered the Massacre Formation. The legendary formation, Sword Massacre Scroll, was actually made up of 2 parts. The core of the Array Tao part was the Massacre Formation, while the core of the Sword Tao part was the Massacre Sword Technique. It took him 300 years to completely master the Massacre Formation. It could be imagined how terrifying Grand Monarch Formation Sword's Array Tao inheritance was. Back then, I was able to trap the blood evil experts with the Massacre Formation as the foundation. Grand Monarch Formation Sword said, Now, even without this formation, I can compete with the blood evil experts. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Did this mean that if Grand Monarch Formation Sword activated the Massacre Formation, he could suppress the blood evil experts? Grand Monarch Formation Sword seemed to have seen through Feng Chen's thoughts and nodded gently. With my current strength, I have no problem fighting against the blood evil experts who are ranked lower. There was a huge gap in strength between the 108 blood evil experts. Those who were ranked in the top few had taken the last step and reached the critical point of the life ancient realm. As for Grand Monarch Formation Sword, he was still a little short. Even so, it was enough. 300 years was just a snap of the fingers for a martial artist. I said that I would help you enter the Star Ancient Realm. Now is the time. As soon as his voice fell, Grand Monarch Formation Sword suddenly slapped Feng Chen's chest with his palm. Buzz! Vast power rushed into Feng Chen's body crazily. This is... Feng Chen was shocked and exclaimed in his heart. Grand Monarch Formation Sword was transferring his own power to Feng Chen to help him break through. After a while, Grand Monarch Formation Sword's face turned slightly pale. He looked at Feng Chen with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. You're stronger than I expected. You're about to reach the limit of the Void Ancient Realm." Whoosh! Whoosh! Life Ancient Realm experts were extraordinary when they attacked. The power in their bodies could shatter a piece of the chaotic void. Their power was too great, and now Grand Monarch Formation Sword was wholeheartedly helping Feng Chen, even at the expense of his own body. Under such circumstances, how could Feng Chen's cultivation not improve rapidly? After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Feng Chen's cultivation base finally reached the limit of the Void Ancient Realm. Hiss! Hiss! Feng Chen felt the power in his body surging and his aura still rising. This state lasted for a day and a night before it finally stopped. Bang! With a loud bang, Grand Monarch Formation Sword's body was sent flying. He fell hard on the ferocious mountain. His aura was chaotic, and he looked a little embarrassed. Grand Monarch! Feng Chen hurriedly withdrew his aura and ran over to help Grand Monarch Formation Sword. Grand Monarch Formation Sword's face was pale, as if he had suffered a backlash. I overestimated myself. With my power, I can only help you reach the limit of the Void Ancient Realm. I'm not strong enough to cross the barrier. If Grand Monarch Formation Sword forced himself to help, it would only make his cultivation fall. Grand Monarch, are you okay? Feng Chen asked worriedly. Grand Monarch Formation Sword shook his head. I'm fine. I just lost too much power. I'll recover after a few years of rest. You, on the other hand, have reached the limit of the Void Ancient Realm. It shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with early star Ancient Realm warriors. If you activate the Slaughter Formation, you won't even be afraid of mid-star Ancient Realm warriors. Feng Chen was speechless. He didn't know how to answer Grand Monarch Formation Sword. After all, he couldn't say that he was already strong enough to suppress a middle-star Ancient Realm cultivator 300 years ago. 300 years later, even Feng Chen didn't know how strong he was. It's a pity that you can't cultivate my slaughter sword art. Otherwise, Grand Monarch Formation Sword was famous for his array Dao and Sword Dao. Whether it was the Slaughter Formation or the Slaughter Sword Art, the power of the two would increase exponentially. But now Grand Monarch Formation Sword thought that Feng Chen's potential had been squeezed dry. It was too difficult for him to cultivate the Slaughter Sword Art. If I wasn't injured, I might be able to guide you carefully. Grand Monarch Formation Sword said regretfully. Feng Chen helped Grand Monarch Formation Sword to sit down on a blue stone. Great Sage, let me have a look at the Massacre Sword technique, Feng Chen said. Grand Monarch Formation Sword shook his head. It's useless. Without my guidance, you won't be able to cultivate it. The Slaughter Sword art contained an extremely profound sword principle, profound. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword did not think that Feng Chen could be a self-taught genius. Maybe my sword Dao potential is stronger than my array Dao potential. Fang Chen said with a smile. Chapter 2730. After a while, Grand Venerable Formation Sword's face became ruddy and was no longer pale. He took out a file from his arms and slowly opened it as if he was looking at an old friend. This is the sword art that made me famous. I accidentally found it in an ancient relic. Grand Venerable Formation Sword explained as he opened it. Hearing this, Fang Chen realized that the massacre sword art was not created by Grand Venerable Formation Sword himself, but by a peerless expert. When I first saw the massacre sword art, my heart raced. I felt that this sword art was extraordinary and would shock the world after I mastered it. Grand Venerable Formation Sword said, however, after I cultivated it, I realized that the massacre sword art was only the tip of the iceberg. The creator's understanding of sword principles had reached an incredible level. I planned to teach you personally, but now it seems that I can only wait a few more years. Grand Venerable Formation Sword could only sigh in the end. Fang Chen took the file and quickly browsed through it. Fang Chen did not listen to Grand Venerable Formation Sword as he talked to himself. After Grand Venerable Formation Sword finished, Fang Chen slowly closed the file and handed it to Grand Venerable Formation Sword. How is it? Isn't it exquisite? Grand Venerable Formation Sword said with a smile. Let me tell you, as a sword cultivator, I feel that the massacre sword art is one of the most exquisite sword arts in the world. Grand Venerable Fang Chen said, what's truly profound about the massacre sword art isn't his moves. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Grand Venerable Formation Sword was a little surprised and looked at him. You can understand it? Grand Venerable Formation Sword asked with his eyes wide open. The essence of the massacre sword art is the super powerful sword principle comprehension contained in it that has been sublimated to a certain level. Fang Chen continued, this kind of sword principle comprehension is not on the same level as ours. If it is compared to a god, then we are just the best among mortals. After a pause, Fang Chen continued, I can feel that the sword principle comprehension in the massacre sword art is incomplete. As a result, I'm unable to comprehend the mysteries within it right now. All I can do is master the slaughter sword technique. Grand Monarch Formation Sword nodded. Indeed, without a foundation in Sword Dao, it's very difficult to cultivate. However, he stopped abruptly in the middle of his sentence. He raised his head and looked straight at Fang Chen. What did you just say? Fang Chen was stunned. Was there a need to make such a fuss? I said that the comprehension of the Sword Dao in the massacre sword technique is incomplete, and I am unable to comprehend it completely. At this stage, I can only cultivate it, Fang Chen repeated. Great Venerable Formation Sword jumped to his feet and said hurriedly, You said you can cultivate it? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword looked a little displeased after saying that. It's good for young people to have drive, but they shouldn't talk nonsense. Great Venerable Formation Sword said, When I obtained the massacre sword art, it took me 100 years to comprehend it before I could barely cultivate it. Fang Chen was a little speechless. You don't have the potential, but you don't allow others to have good potential? However, he certainly wouldn't say such a thing. He patiently explained to Supreme Venerable Formation Sword, Supreme Venerable, I have cultivated a sword technique before, and it's somewhat similar to the massacre sword technique. I think I can cultivate it. Humph. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword flicked his sleeve and ignored Fang Chen, sitting on the blue stone with his back to him. Seeing this, Fang Chen spread his hands helplessly. He immediately sat cross-legged, shook his head with a wry smile, and began to cultivate. Young people nowadays are too arrogant, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days for 7 days, Fang Chen was cultivating. There was no fluctuation of sword chi around him, as if he was just sitting there. Whoosh! On the 7th day, he suddenly opened his eyes. Two terrifying sword lights shot out from his eyes. He slowly stood up and looked at Supreme, Venerable Formation Sword. The latter still had his back to him, as if blaming himself for being young and impetuous. Supreme Venerable, Fong Chen said, if you're not impetuous, are you still a young man? You've been cultivating in the Formation Sword Extreme spot for countless years. Has your spirit also been worn out? What do you know? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said angrily. Supreme Venerable, I don't want to explain too much. Please watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chen stretched out his finger and used it as a sword. Sword lights burst out. Huh. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword was a little surprised. This guy is also a sword cultivator? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword went from being angry at the beginning to being completely shocked in the end. He stared at the huge sword lights in front of Fong Chen, dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that those sword lights contained a very strong killing aura. This is the Massacre Sword Technique? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword exclaimed. He couldn't believe that he had only barely comprehended it after cultivating for hundreds of years. However, this guy in front of him had only seen it once and cultivated it? Was this a legendary genius? A monstrous genius? After performing the Massacre Sword Technique, Fong Chen withdrew his aura and looked at Supreme Venerable Formation Sword with a smile. Supreme Venerable, do you still stand by your original opinion? Fong Chen asked. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword froze for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. I've wronged you. The Massacre Sword Technique is very profound. Even a sword cultivator can't cultivate it in a short time. I watched you perform it. Although you used your finger as a sword, you've completely grasped the essence of the Massacre Sword Technique. You're a sword cultivator. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword apologized to Fong Chen. I take back my previous words and also apologize to you. Fong Chen waved his hand. Your attitude is normal. I'm afraid no one would believe it. I was wrong. I didn't expect you to be such a monstrous sword cultivator. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword swept away his displeasure and laughed. In just 7 days, he had mastered the Massacre Sword Technique. Coupled with his Massacre Formation, it was enough to kill a middle-stage star ancient realm martial artist. In fact, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword had underestimated Fong Chen. I'm really happy for you to have such potential. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said, you have great potential. It won't be a problem for you to enter the life ancient realm in the future. It's only a matter of time before you become a blood evil. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword hesitated. I have a small request. It's fine if you don't agree. Please go ahead. Do you know why I've been in the Formation Sword impasse all these years? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword asked. Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Because as soon as I leave the Formation Sword impasse, my enemies won't hesitate to kill me. I don't dare to act rashly before I'm strong enough to fight them, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said. With Supreme Venerable Formation Sword's explanation, Fong Chen finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. He also knew that the enemy Supreme Venerable Formation Sword mentioned was actually the Dragon Controller, who ranked first among the 108 Blood Evils. This person's strength was heaven-defying. He was invincible in the life ancient realm and was respectfully called Lord Dragon. He was also the right-hand man of the Hand of Despair, the ruler of the Despair continent. The Hand of Despair usually lived in seclusion, and the Despair continent was under the control of the Dragon Controller. I see. Fong Chen understood and nodded slightly. Don't worry, Supreme Venerable. If I have the strength in the future, I'll definitely avenge you, Fong Chen promised. I'm very happy that you have such thoughts, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said with relief. After bidding farewell to Supreme Venerable Formation Sword, Fong Chen rushed into the Formation Sword impasse. I wonder how strong my combat strength is now. Fong Qin murmured. At this moment, a group of people appeared in front of him. Dark Wind Pavilion. Judging from their clothes, they were from the Dark Wind Pavilion. 3 of them were in the Star Ancient Realm, and one of them had even reached the late stage of the Star Ancient Realm. This is a forbidden area of the Dark Wind Pavilion. Unrelated people leave immediately. Before Fong Qin approached, the people of the Dark Wind Pavilion berated him. When did the formation Sword Impasse become a forbidden area of the Dark Wind Pavilion? Fong Qin frowned and approached the people of the Dark Wind Pavilion. Didn't you hear me? One of the Star Ancient Realm experts said coldly. I heard you. Then why aren't you leaving? Why? You're courting death. The middle stage Star Ancient Realm expert was furious. He stretched out his hand with killing intent. Die. Fong Qin flicked his finger, and a bright sword light burst out. Crack! The middle stage Star Ancient Realm, ancient god of the Dark Wind Pavilion, was killed instantly. Huh! Seeing this scene, the people of the Dark Wind Pavilion panicked. Who are you? The leading late-stage Star Ancient Realm, ancient god asked. You're courting death by killing an ancient god of the Dark Wind Pavilion. Courting death? Fong Qin chuckled and flicked his finger. Bright sword lights crisscrossed in the void, shaking heaven and earth. Chapter 2731. The late-stage Star Ancient Realm, ancient god retreated in fear. Who the hell are you? He roared angrily, his heart filled with fear. I'm a member of the Dark Wind Pavilion. Aren't you afraid of revenge? Who will know if I kill you? You. Knowing that he was going to die, he roared at the sky and clenched his fists. He instantly appeared in front of Fong Qin. He felt bitter. As a late-stage Star Ancient Realm cultivator, he was forced to this extent by a Void Ancient Realm cultivator. I can't accept this. He roared and secretly used a secret technique to send a message. Crack! However, when he sent the message, he was shocked to find that the surrounding void was sealed. The heavens want me dead. He finally gave up resisting and activated the power in his body to self-destruct. Rumble! Vast power burst out, and the aura was so powerful that it made people tremble. Buzz! Fong Qin was already prepared for this. He casually set up a slaughter array to block the self-destruction. After a long while, the slaughter array finally calmed down. The smile on Fong Qin's face grew wider. After this battle, he had a rough idea of his true combat strength. If I go all out, I can even defeat a peak Star Ancient Realm cultivator, Fong Qin murmured. Tianqi Yuan Sakai Peak. After 300 years, Fong Qin returned. I'm finally back. The moment Fong Qin stepped out of the teleportation array, he took a deep breath of the air and felt extremely refreshed. Why is it so quiet? Fong Qin looked around and found that Sakai Peak was unusually quiet. It was a little strange. What the hell happened? Fong Qin quickly left the teleportation array and arrived at the square of Sakai Peak. At this moment, a disciple suddenly hurried over. What happened at Sakai Peak? Fong Qin stopped the disciple and asked, Senior Brother Fong? After seeing Fong Qin, the disciple exclaimed in surprise and joy, Senior Brother Fong, you've returned just in time. All of our Sakai Peak's official disciples have been defeated. If no one dares to fight, we'll be completely defeated, said the disciple. After hearing the whole story, Fong Qin finally understood what was going on. A member of the Lin family? Fong Qin frowned. Why had the Lin family suddenly come to visit? What was going on? Recalling that Lin Xiaozhong of the Lin family had once tried to stop him, Fong Qin changed his appearance and walked towards the arena. Battle arena. With a loud bang, Lin Luohua waved her fist and sent the star thunder flying. The huge battle arena became deathly silent. That was because Xing Lei's defeat meant that Sakai Peak had lost completely. Sakai Peak, the official disciples of your Tian Shu Yuan are just SOO. The Lin family elder said with a smile. Luo Hua has already defeated countless of your Sakai Peak's official disciples. If no one dares to fight, then the Lin family will be the winner of this friendly duel. The Lin family elder continued to mock. Tian Shu Yuan's official disciples this time are so weak. They were completely defeated by a girl from the Lin family. His words caused a great deal of anger. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes, and they could not refute it. Is there no one else in Tian Shu Yuan? Lin Luohua was dressed in black, and her beautiful face was filled with coldness. She could be considered a beautiful woman. However, she was too arrogant. Every time she attacked, she would severely injure the Sakai Peak's disciples. This caused many of the Zuyu Peak's disciples to harbor hatred toward him. Xinglei, if I remember correctly, you're the #1 official disciple of Sakai Peak. If even you were defeated, then there's no one else in Sakai Peak. Lin Luohua sneered. You! Xinglei was vaguely angry. Humph, if senior brother Fong was here, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Oh! Lin Luohua's eyes flashed when she heard that. She sneered and said, if this person is stronger than you, why doesn't he dare to show himself? Could it be that Sakai Peak is a sore loser and purposely said that this person doesn't exist? If that's the case, then Tian Shu Yuan is too disappointing. Then Lin Luohua shook her head. The arrogance on her face was infuriating. Who said that there's no one in Sakai Peak? Boom! A powerful aura came from the distant horizon. Then Fang Chen's figure tore through the void and arrived with a whistling sound. Boom! His tall figure suddenly landed on the martial arts arena, and his body was surrounded by a biting cold aura of swordsmanship. Count me in. Fang Chen stared straight at Lin Luohua and said in a low voice, Who are you? Lin Luohua frowned and asked. He's the top disciple of Sakai Peak, said. While Xinglei and the others were puzzled, Sakai Peak spoke up. At first, when he saw Fang Chen, he was also a little surprised, but after Fang Chen explained to him through telepathy, he finally understood. This was Fang Chen in disguise. Xinglei and the others were instantly sure. Senior brother Fang, please show us your power. In the huge arena, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Oh, you're the top disciple of Sakai Peak that Xinglei mentioned? Lin Luohua looked at Fang Chen with interest. Fang Chen nodded. So, you're going to stop me? Lin Luohua asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Why should I stop you? Then what do you mean? Are you going to admit defeat? Lin Luohua chuckled. Her eyes were full of mockery. For the sake of Sakai Peak's reputation, you're going to force someone out. But what can you do? Lin Luohua didn't hold back at all and mocked him directly. This made the faces of Sakai Peak and the others turn gloomy. Luohua, that's enough, the Lin family elder said. In fact, what he meant was that there was no one left in Tian Shu Yuan, and he wanted Lin Luohua to end the battle quickly. Look at your skinny body. I can send you flying with one punch. After she finished speaking, Lin Luohua's pink fist suddenly enlarged. With a powerful force, it bombarded Fang Chen. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't dodge and was still calm and composed, Lin Luohua mocked, Idiot! Don't! When the pink fist hit Fang Chen, the smile on Lin Luohua's face suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a trace of panic. Boom! The powerful rebounding force forced his body back. Lin Luohua steadied herself and looked at Fang Chen seriously. You're too weak. You can't even tickle me. Fang Chen said, Originally, I didn't want to fight with a woman, but you mercilessly injured my Sakai Peak disciple and even said that there was no one left in Sakai Peak. Considering all these factors, I have no reason not to fight. Boom! As Fang Chen spoke, his body was full of shocking sword chi. That's At this moment, even the Lin family elder's expression changed drastically. Oh no. When he realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Fang Chen's body turned into a sharp sword and pierced toward Lin Luohua. Lin Luohua tried her best to resist, but it was to no avail. Crack! Lin Luohua's delicate body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball. A large crater appeared on the ground. Puchi! Lin Luohua's throat moved. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Silence. Dead silence. Lin Luohua, who was arrogant just a moment ago, was now seriously injured and unconscious. Oh my God, isn't he too strong? He injured Lin Luohua with just one blow. As expected of senior brother Fang, he's too strong. Many Sakai Peak disciples were wild with joy. On the other hand, many Lin family disciples were lifeless. Fang Chen's attack was too big a blow to them. Who else in the Lin family doesn't agree? Fang Chen stood on the martial arts stage with an imposing aura. His gaze swept across the Lin family area. As long as you're from the younger generation, feel free to fight. Even if you join forces, it's fine. Arrogance. This was true arrogance. However, Fang Chen had the right to be arrogant. He injured Lin Luohua with one blow. With such strength, even if many Lin family disciples joined forces, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. From the moment Fang Chen appeared, the Lin family had already lost. Damn it! The Lin family elder cursed silently. Tian Shuyuan had turned the tables at the last moment. Behind the Lin family elder, Lin Xiaozhong, who was disguised as an ordinary disciple, stared at Fang Chen with burning eyes. He was certain that this person was Fang Chen. Although you're disguised, you can't fool my eyes, Lin Xiaozhong said to himself. Let's go. Lin Xiaozhong transmitted his voice to the Lin family elder. The latter led many official disciples of the Lin family and left Tian Shuyuan. Although their attempt to suppress Tian Shuyuan failed, at least their guess was confirmed. Chapter 2732. Buzz. Fang Chen's face wriggled and quickly returned to normal. There was a thunderous applause in the arena. Even Xing Lei and the other two couldn't help but admire Fang Chen. Well done! Sakai Peak was secretly delighted. The Lin family had come in a threatening manner. They wanted to use their power to oppress and humiliate Tianshu Courtyard. Who would have thought that Fang Chen's appearance would foil their plans so easily? At night, Fang Chen returned from Sakai Peak. Along the way, he was thinking about the Lin family's movements. Did they discover me? Fang Chen wondered. Soon, he returned to his residence. Fang Chen frowned. He felt that his heart was beating abnormally, as if something was about to happen. This is Sakai Peak, Tian Shuyuan's territory. Who dares to invade? Fang Chen comforted himself. He sat on the stone bench, grabbed the wine cup, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. At the same time, he secretly set up the slaughter array. I'm restless. What will happen? The more time passed, the more restless Fang Chen felt. The night was silent. Whoosh! The wind started to blow. Fang Chen suddenly looked around vigilantly. The wind was very strange. Rip! Suddenly the void was torn apart, and a big hand shot out from it. Oh no! Fang Chen cursed inwardly and immediately activated the massacre array. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the slaughter array emerged and completely enveloped the entire courtyard. It's too strong. He could feel the power contained in the big hand descending from the sky. It was so terrifying that he didn't even have the courage to resist. With a thought, he performed the space-time escape technique and transformed into thousands of incarnations, hoping to avoid the attack of the big hand. It's such a big movement. I just need to hold on until Sakai Peak arrives. Humph! A furious roar came from the void. Then the big hand pressed down, and wherever it passed, the illusions were all shattered. Crack! In just a breath's time, the thousands of phantoms were crushed by the palm of the giant hand. Fang Chen's true body appeared under the giant hand. No! Fang Chen roared as he desperately tried to resist. Sword of Annihilation. Fang Chen urged the power of the hidden star sword with all his strength. The Annihilation sword burst out with the most dazzling power. Crack! Unfortunately, the attack that he was so proud of was shattered when it collided with the giant hand. Die! The giant hand quickly pressed down, enveloping Fang Chen within it. The latter's body was imprisoned, and he lost his freedom. Just as Fang Chen was about to fall, a furious roar came from the darkness. Following this, a brilliant ray of light burst out and blocked the giant hand. Dong! With a deafening sound, the huge hand was blocked, and Fang Chen took the opportunity to escape from the attack range of the huge hand. At this moment, Sakai Peak appeared. He stood in the darkness with his hands behind his back, staring at the depths of the sky. Who dares to be so arrogant in my Tianshu Yuan? A cold snort came from the depths of the sky, and then it fell into silence. After a long while, the oppressive aura in the sky disappeared. Sakai Peak restrained his aura and turned to look at Fang Chen. Are you okay? Thank you for your timely help, Peak Master, Fang Chen said. Peak Master, do you know who attacked me? Fang Chen could guess that it was a life-ancient realm powerhouse that had taken action. This person's concealment technique is very strong, and his true body is not here. After seeing me appear, he directly scattered his clone and fled, Sakai Peak said. Don't worry, I will investigate this matter clearly. Whoever dares to be so arrogant in my Sakai Peak will be punished. On a distant plain, Lin Xiaozhong restrained his aura, and his face was full of anger. Damn it! Obviously, Lin Xiaozhong had underestimated Fang Chen's strength and thought that he could easily kill him with a clone. Humph, you won't be so lucky next time. With Sakai Peak attacking, Lin Xiaozhong had no chance. It was not the time to completely break off relations with Tianshu Yuan, so he could only endure. Let's go. Lin Xiaozhong's figure flashed, and he was ready to leave. Crack! Suddenly, a large hand pressed down from the sky. Not good. Lin Xiaozhong used the blood escape technique and quickly fled. Crack! Blood sprayed into the sky as Lin Xiaozhong fled in a sorry state. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan looked at him from afar. The Lin family's bloodline technique? Giving him a taste of his own medicine. When Lin Xiaozhong's sneak attack on Fang Chen failed and he retreated, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan already knew. He slapped down with his palm across the endless void and only seriously injured Lin Xiaozhong. At the critical moment, Lin Xiaozhong used the Lin family's bloodline technique to escape. Tianshu Yuan main peak. Dean. Wu Yu and the other two were also alarmed by the battle on Sakai Peak and hurried to find the dean. During the day, the Lin family sparred with the Sakai Peak disciples, and at night, Fang Chen was ambushed. This must be the doing of the Lin family. That's right, but I don't know if the Lin family attacked because of Fang Chen's potential, or because they recognized him as the monstrous genius who stepped into the void ancient realm in 17,000 years. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan was silent. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the void. The stars twinkled, adding a hint of elegance to the night. After a long time, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan turned and left. Lin family. With a clang, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed in the Lin family's mansion. Immediately, many powerhouses in the mansion were alerted. They rushed over, and when they saw Lin Xiaozhong, they all exclaimed, "Go and call the family leader." After a while, the family leader of the Lin family was called in. Lin Xiaozhong had already been helped to the meeting hall. His face was pale and his breath was weak. All the blood in his body had been sealed, and he couldn't move. After the family leader of the Lin family checked him, he quickly reached out his finger and tapped a few times on his body. Immediately, Lin Xiaozhong felt his blood boiling, and his injuries were much better. Tianshu, old man, the family leader of the Lin family, said coldly. Family leader, although I'm severely injured, it's not like I didn't gain anything. Lin Xiaozhong said with difficulty, I've confirmed that the monstrous genius on Sakai Peak is the one from the ancient Saint Chaos world. The family leader of the Lin family nodded. The elders and heroes were furious. Let's go and ask for him. This person has too much potential. We can't let him go, or he'll be a big problem in the future. That's right. We must kill him at all costs. Many of the elders shouted out. Or we can spread the news. When the super overlords of the ancient chaos world hear about it, they will definitely swarm over. When that time comes, even the hand of despair won't dare to resist, let alone Tianshu Yuan. In that case, the threat will disappear and Tianshu Yuan will plummet. Some elders wanted to spread the news. However, the family leader of the Lin family refused. Have you ever thought that if the news spreads, it will cause the super overlords of the ancient chaos world to go crazy? When that time comes, not only will Tianshu Yuan suffer, but the entire continent of despair will sink. The family leader of the Lin family said, the Lin family won't be spared. Family leader, what do you mean? The elders looked at the family leader of the Lin family. The family leader pondered and said, this person has monstrous potential and is a peerless genius. As an enemy, I naturally hope that his body and soul will be destroyed. But what if he's a friend? The elders were shocked. Keep the news a secret for now. Think of a way to capture this person and bring him to the Lin family. When the time comes, I have 10,000 ways to control this person. The family leader of the Lin family smiled sinisterly. Hearing this, the elders were enlightened. They all gave him a thumbs up. That's a brilliant move. Think about it. The prodigy of Tianshu Yuan slaughtering Tianshu Yuan. That's just too exciting. Ha ha ha. It'll be difficult to capture him. But there's nothing the Lin family can't do. Lin Xiaozhong wanted to remind everyone when he saw how excited they were, but he gave up in the end. That guy is not simple. If we're not careful, we'll make a fool of ourselves. Lin Xiaozhong thought to himself. Tianshu Yuan took the Battle of Sakai Peak very seriously. After the battle, the Sakai Peak even asked Feng Qin to move out of the courtyard and directly into the central palace. That was a palace that only the Peak Lord could live in. One could imagine how high Feng Qin's status in Sakai Peak was. Feng Qin, you can stay here with peace of mind. As for what happened before, Tianshu Yuan will not let it go, the family leader of Sakai Peak reminded him. Feng Qin nodded and watched as the family leader of Sakai Peak left. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. The Lin family. He didn't need to think to know that it was the Lin family. He just didn't know if they had already guessed his true identity. Chapter 27:33. Sakai Peak. After the night attack by the Lin family, the defense had become extremely strong. Not only were the elders paying close attention, but even the governor of Tianshu Yuan was paying close attention. Feng Qin, on the other hand, was cultivating in his residence. One day, Fu Huan came to Sakai Peak and found Feng Qin. Brother Fu Huan. Brother Feng, how have you been? The five of them came to the ancient chaos together, but hundreds of years had passed, and their situation was completely different. Back then, after seeing Feng Qin, Fu Huan couldn't help but recall the time when Feng Qin was sent to the nominal peak. With Brother Feng's strength, not to mention the Sakai Peak, even among the elite disciples, you are one of the best. Fu Huan gently patted Feng Qin on the shoulder and sighed. Brother Fu Huan, how come you have time to come to see me? Feng Qin felt that Fu Huan should have come to see him for something. Sure enough, Feng Qin guessed right. Fu Huan's face instantly darkened. Sit. Feng Qin pointed to the stone bench in the courtyard, took the lead to sit down, and poured a glass of wine for Fu Huan. Brother Fu Huan, the 5 of us are all from the ancient Saint Chaos, and we are not outsiders. If you have something to say, just say it. Feng Chen raised his glass, clinked it with Fu Huan's, and then drank it in one gulp. To tell you the truth, I did come to see Brother Feng for something. Fu Huan's face was full of bitterness. Back then, the 4 of us became elite disciples, and we thought that we could show our skills and achieve great things in Tianshuyuan and even the ancient chaos. But who knew that the elite peak was not what we imagined at all? Fu Huan said tirelessly. After a long while, Feng Chen finished listening to Fu Huan's narration. He finally understood what was going on. His expression changed as he muttered to himself, "Who is this Huanlong guy?" "He is the number 1 on the elite peak and also the most promising one to become a core disciple this year," Fu Huan said with a wry smile. Feng Chen nodded. So that was how it was. The potential of Fu Huan and the other 3 was not weak. However, their rise was too fast, which caused the dissatisfaction of the indigenous disciples of the elite peak. Of course, this was nothing. After all, it was normal for disciples to compete with each other for resources. However, to Fu Huan's surprise, some time ago, the 4 of them joined forces and obtained a powerful treasure in a certain relic. Who would have thought that Huanlong would find out about this matter? This guy publicly threatened that Fu Huan and the other 3 should obediently hand over their treasures. Otherwise, he would teach them a lesson. 3 days later was the appointed day of the Mirage Dragon. Fu Huan had no choice but to come to Feng Chen. Others might not know, but Fu Huan knew very well that hundreds of years ago, when they came to the ancient chaos together, Feng Chen's strength was already above the 4 of them. Moreover, his potential was at the level of a monster. Hundreds of years had passed, and the 4 of them had significantly improved. If someone said that Feng Chen had not improved, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. "Brother Feng, if I had a way, I wouldn't have come to you." Fu Huan smiled bitterly and said, "Heart Demon Lord quarreled with Huanlong's henchman and was seriously injured by Huanlong. He is now lying in bed." Feng Chen frowned and was a little unhappy. "Brother Fu Huan, don't worry. I will accompany you to meet Huanlong in 3 days. Brother Feng, Huanlong is the number 1 on the elite disciples. His strength is extremely powerful." Before Fu Huan finished speaking, Feng Chen waved his hand to stop him. "Don't worry. I will handle everything." Elite peak. Being able to become an elite disciple was already considered the core of Tianshuyuan. Under normal circumstances, official disciples were not qualified to enter the elite peak. However, if there was an elite disciple to guide them, it was a different case. Under Fu Huan's lead, Feng Chen easily arrived at the elite peak. "Hey, isn't this Fu Huan? What's wrong? Have you thought about it?" Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from a distance. Fu Huan paused for a moment, but he ignored it and continued to move forward. "Trash like you dare to challenge Brother Huanlong? You are really looking for death." "Brother Fu Huan." Feng Chen stopped Fu Huan, slowly turned around, and looked at the person. "Repeat what you just said." Feng Chen said, "Who do you think you are?" With a cold snort, the elite disciple looked at Feng Chen disdainfully and said, "Fu Huan, how dare you bring an outsider into the elite peak?" "You," Fu Huan said in a deep voice, "kneel down and beg for mercy, and then get out of the elite peak. I can spare your life, otherwise, whoosh." Before the elite disciple finished his words, Feng Chen's body turned into a black phantom and rushed toward him. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and the elite disciple's body was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing heavily onto the ground. "Trash! I don't want to kill you." After that, Feng Chen and Fu Huan gradually went away. Damn it! The elite disciple clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with anger. "Brother Huanlong, I don't know where Fu Huan came from, but he is very strong." The elite disciple who fought with Feng Chen before whispered. In front of him, a man in gray stood with his hands behind his back. His face was indifferent, as if everything was under his control. Oh, that man's strength should be above Fu Huan. Although Fang Qin was suspected of sneak attacking, he felt that Fang Qin was stronger than Fu Huan. No matter who he finds, it won't work. Huan Long sneered. He was the first disciple of the elite peak, and he was about to become a core disciple. Watch me take his life in 3 days. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, on the elite peak square, Huan Long majestically led a large number of disciples over. Fu Huan hasn't come yet. Is he afraid of Brother Huan Long and doesn't dare to come? He brought this on himself. If he had handed over the treasure earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Many elite disciples were talking about it. A large number of elite disciples gathered around. After all, one of the participants in this matter was Huan Long. Look, Fu Huan is here. In the distance, Fu Huan and Fang Qin walked side by side. Brother Huan Long, it's him, this bastard. Behind Huan Long, the elite disciple cursed fiercely. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fu Huan and Fang Qin came to the square. Where are the others? Are they afraid? Someone mocked with disdain. I alone am enough to deal with you. Fang Chen's face was full of confidence. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he meddle in Brother Huan Long's business? Get out of here, or Brother Huan Long will kill you. Trash, kneel down and beg for mercy. The voices of condemnation were incessant. Fang Qin stood quietly. His eyes never looked directly at Huan Long. Did you bring it? Huan Long looked at Fu Huan and asked calmly. His calm words were full of cold killing intent. Fu Huan didn't speak. Fang Qin took out a palm-sized mirror from his arms. The mirror was very smooth, and flashes of light shot out from it, giving people an unparalleled shock. Seeing the mirror, Huan Long's eyes lit up. He grinned and said, Hand over the treasure, and I, Huan Long, will protect you on this elite peak. Fang Qin shook the mirror in his hand and then put it back into his arms. Fist salute. Fu Huan has already given this to me. Fang Qin smiled and said, Although I don't like this thing very much, it was given to me by Brother Fu Huan. Fang Chen's words were full of sarcasm. Boom! A vast amount of power surged from Huan Long's body as his ice-cold eyes glared at Fang Qin. Are you looking for death? Many elite disciples around also shook their heads. Fu Huan's helper was too unreliable. He dared to challenge Huan Long. Someone in the crowd shouted and recognized Fang Chen's identity. I remember, this guy is Fang Qin, who has been in the limelight on Sakai Peak recently. Yes, that's him. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. He defeated 3 official disciples by himself. Sakai Peak personally announced that he is the first disciple of Sakai Peak. Suddenly, many elite disciples in the square were talking about Fang Qin. The first disciple of Sakai Peak? Huan Long laughed and said, So what? Offending me, Huan Long, is a dead end? Boom! Huan Long suddenly punched out. The vast fist light contained an ice-cold killing intent. Rumble. When the fist radiance came into contact with Fang Qin, it suddenly exploded. Seeing this, Huan Long's expression changed. Domain? He saw that Fang Chen's body was surrounded by misty sword qi. Huan Long licked his dry lips and said, Is this what you're relying on? Huan Long, I advise you to stop. Fang Qin said, Fu Huan and the other 3 didn't snatch your things. They worked hard to get this mirror. Don't force them. The ancient chaos era is a place where the strong preys on the weak. Who told them to be weak? Huan Long sneered. Fang Qin frowned and squinted his eyes, looking at Huan Long. You mean to say that if I am stronger than you and am to snatch away all of your treasures, you wouldn't say anything? Fang Qin asked. If you have the ability, then come and try. Okay. Fang Qin nodded and took a step forward, arriving in front of Huan Long. Brother Fu Huan, wait for me. After I deal with Huan Long, I'll drink with you. You're courting death. Behind Huanlong, several elite disciples couldn't stand Fang Chen's arrogance and took the initiative to attack. Boom! The aura in the sky instantly became heavy. The attacks of several elite disciples rumbled like thunder. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen stretched out his hands, and a terrifying aura spread out. He flipped his palms, and two mountains swooped down and suppressed the elite disciples. Suppress. With Fang Chen's shout, the elite disciples were completely suppressed. They couldn't resist at all. How is this possible? The surrounding disciples exclaimed. Fang Chen's strength was so strong. Just this method alone was enough to suppress most of the elite disciples. No wonder he dared to challenge Huanlong. It seemed that he had some confidence. Interesting, Huanlong said eerily. Chapter 27:34. Hualong's face revealed a hint of ridicule. All the elite disciples knew that Hualong was really angry. He had already given face to Fu Huan and the other three, but they didn't take his words seriously. Then, don't blame him for being impolite. In the current situation, almost everyone supported Hualong. The gap between the number one disciple of Sakai Peak and the number one disciple of the Elite Peak was too huge. It was simply an insurmountable gap. I don't know where your courage comes from, but you should be proud to be able to force me, Hualong, to take action. Hualong said calmly. Boom! His robe fluttered, and a wild aura whizzed out. The whole world was incomparably oppressive, as if the end of the world was coming. Is that so? Fang Chen said, I hope you can still say such words after the battle. You're courting death. Hualong stamped his foot, and his whole body rushed in front of Fang Chen like a cannonball. Die. His speed was too fast, and many of the surrounding martial artists couldn't even see his figure clearly. Brother Hualong's speed is too fast. Yes, even a core disciple would find it difficult to reach such speed. No wonder Brother Hualong is so confident to become a core disciple. Many elite disciples were discussing. Although there was only a difference of 2 words between a core disciple and an elite disciple, the difference was like heaven and earth. Becoming a core disciple was tantamount to obtaining the recognition of Tianshu Yuan. From then on, one would be able to soar freely. Boom! In a flash, Hualong threw out a punch. In the sky, a fist light that seemed to be infused with gold whistled as it appeared. Then, streams of fiery magma appeared on the fist light. The magma contained Hualong's superpower. In Hualong's view, this punch was enough to deal with this arrogant guy. The surrounding elite disciples also shook their heads. There's no comparison at all, even if he has super potential and can suppress elite disciples. So what? Yes, Brother Hualong isn't someone ordinary elite disciples can compare to. Look, that guy was dumbfounded after seeing Brother Hualong's attack. It's not that he didn't want to dodge, but he didn't expect Brother Mirage Dragon to be so fast. Even Hualong had a mocking expression in his eyes. It was as if he could already see Fang Chen being knocked down by his punch, kneeling and begging for mercy. Thinking of this, Mirage Dragon increased his strength. His fist wrapped in hot magma suddenly punched towards Fang Chen. Crack! Under the heavy fist light, Fang Chen's body was torn to pieces. Just as everyone was about to cry out in alarm, they suddenly discovered something. Behind the Mirage Dragon, a black shadow gradually condensed. That is, everyone cried out in shock. They were stupefied and tongue-tied, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Heavens, how did he dodge Brother Mirage Dragon's attack? It was unimaginable. It was simply unimaginable. Mirage Dragon's fist missed, and he turned his head. When he saw Fang Chen, his pupils shrank. Your speed is too slow. Fang Chen shook his head and said disdainfully, You're courting death. The Mirage Dragon bellowed toward the sky and unleashed a thunderous attack. Boom! This time, Fang Chen did not dodge. Instead, he clashed head-on with the Mirage Dragon. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Mirage Dragon's body was struck by lightning and kept retreating. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, his throat moved and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully suppressing the blood in his body, Mirage Dragon's pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Qin. "Brat, you should be proud to be able to force me, Mirage Dragon, to this extent." Mirage Dragon said in a gloomy voice, "However, I won't give you any more chances." Wang. Mirage Dragon's eyes moved and a gray aura spread out. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. The gray world was filled with a dense, illusory aura. "Illusion!" Many elite disciples on the square exclaimed. They were too shocked. An official disciple was actually able to force Mirage Dragon to use an illusion. One had to know that the reason why Mirage Dragon could suppress the elite peak was because of his powerful illusion. The elite peak master had once commented that Mirage Dragon's illusion potential was unparalleled in the Despair continent. Mirage Dragon used an illusion. Someone in the crowd yelled. Many people were dumbfounded as they looked at Mirage Dragon. They wanted to see how Fong Qin would defend against this attack. The battle can end now. Mirage Dragon's ferocious face gradually calmed down as he said in a low voice. Fong Qin was surrounded by an illusory aura. He was surrounded by nothingness as if he was in a boundless dark void. Loneliness and desolation were the main themes of this illusory realm. An illusion? If an ordinary person was trapped in Mirage Dragon's illusion, their expression would definitely change. However, Fong Qin wouldn't. The corner of his mouth rose, revealing a mocking smile. Shortly after, he opened his mouth and said, "You dare to use an illusion in front of me?" As his voice fell, the supreme ancestral eye opened. The power of the ancestral eye crazily surged and instantly pierced through the illusion. Bang! Mirage Dragon's body flew out with a bang. Blood splattered across the sky. He heavily smashed into the ground and fainted. Crash! The strong illusion aura instantly dissipated. Fong Qin stood on the square with his hands behind his back. Silence. The entire square was deathly silent. None of the elite disciples had imagined that the final result would be like this. What the hell happened? Why did Brother Mirage Dragon's illusion fail? Heavens, did this guy really defeat Brother Mirage Dragon? After a brief moment of silence, there was a thunderous voice. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Fong Qin's majestic figure. Fu Huan's body trembled. He was incomparably excited, as expected of Brother Fong. Ever since he met Fong Qin in the Celestial Master Sea, the latter had never disappointed him. Every time they met, the latter would give him an unparalleled shock, and this time was no exception. Mirage Dragon, the number one of the elite peak, was easily defeated by Fong Qin. Who else is not convinced? Fong Qin said in a deep voice. Many elite disciples retreated and looked at Fong Qin with fear. Brother Fu Huan, let's go for a drink. Fong Qin and Fu Huan walked together and disappeared from everyone's sight. After the battle with Mirage Dragon, Fong Qin's name spread across the elite peak. Countless elite disciples began to inquire about Fong Qin. Who was this person and why was he so powerful? This battle also attracted the attention of many high-level officials in Tianqiyuan. Dean, this is not good. One of the elders said in a low voice. Fong Qin defeated Mirage Dragon and shocked the world. Now all the disciples in Tianqiyuan are talking about him. The elder said, even many core disciples are investigating his origin. The chief of Tianqiyuan nodded, his eyes deep. I know what you are worried about. After a pause, the chief of Tianqiyuan continued. But before the chief of Tianqiyuan could finish his words, his face suddenly changed, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the sky above Tianqiyuan, the chief of Tianqiyuan looked at the distant sky. In front of a city, Thick smoke billowed. He clenched his fists, and his face was gloomy. Damn it! Does the Lin family want to start a war with Tian Shu Yuan? The chief of Tian Shu Yuan tiptoed and came to the sky above the city with thick smoke billowing. Stop! The chief of Tian Shu Yuan roared and pressed his hand down. A terrifying force instantly attacked. Tian Shu Old Ghost. At this moment, the void was torn, and a black fist burst out, blocking the chief of Tian Shu Yuan's attack. Then a figure appeared. The appearance of this figure caused the battle to end temporarily. Old Ghost Lin, what do you mean? The chief of Tian Shu Yuan asked coldly. Tian Shu Yuan and the Lin family have never interacted, but the Lin family openly declared war on Tian Shu Yuan. Old Ghost Tian Shu, do you still remember what happened 10,000 years ago? The chief of the Lin family said the 3 nearby cities originally belonged to the Lin family, but the Tian Shu Yuan forcibly took them away. Now, the Lin family has come to take them back. If you don't want to start a war, then hand over the 3 cities. In your dreams, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan bared his teeth and roared angrily. Then there is no other way. Boom! The 2 powerhouses started a battle at the pinnacle, and it was exceptionally intense. Chapter 2735. A few days later, a rumbling sound came from the alien battlefield. Then 2 figures jumped out and landed in the sky above the war-torn city. They looked at each other from a distance. It could be seen that the 2 powerhouses' clothes were disheveled, and they seemed to be in a sorry state. Powerhouses like them had already surpassed the ancient gods. Their attack power was so powerful that it was daunting. If the 2 of them attacked with all their strength, no one could stop them unless the hand of despair appeared in person. Fortunately, powerhouses like them were considered top powerhouses in the primordial chaos, and there weren't many of them. In the vast despair continent, there were less than a handful of them. Tian Shu Old Man, the head of the Lin family, spoke first. The Lin family was the first to start the war. They came prepared, so they didn't fear the Tian Shu Yuan. If we continue to fight, the despair continent will be destroyed. At that time, the hand of despair will definitely intervene. The head of the Lin family said, and now we can't determine the winner. What do you think? A ripple appeared in the sky above the war-torn city, completely enveloping the 2 of them. The people below couldn't hear what the 2 of them were talking about. After a long while, the ripple disappeared. The head of the Lin family sneered and turned to leave. The head of the Tian Shu Yuan glanced at the destroyed city with a gloomy face. He flung his sleeves and returned to the Tian Shu Yuan, in the conference hall of the main peak. In a short while, many elders had gathered. Their faces were very serious because they already knew that the Lin family had launched an all-out war against the Tian Shu Yuan. It was obvious that the head of the Tian Shu Yuan had summoned them here for this matter. Sure enough, after everyone had arrived, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The head of the Tian Shu Yuan said in a deep voice, "The Lin family started the war first and intends to take back the 3 cities. The Tian Shu Yuan naturally won't give up so easily. From today onward, all disciples will participate in the war." The head of the Tian Shu Yuan and the head of the Lin family had an agreement that no high-level powerhouses could enter each battle zone. Otherwise, it would destroy the balance of the war. The mayor of Tian Shu Yuan nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, this was the custom of the continent of despair and even the primordial chaos. Official disciples will depart today and head to Luotian City. The elite disciples will go to Black Veil City, while the core disciples will go to Chaos City. Soon, the Tian Shu Yuan chief finished assigning the positions. The various elders returned one after another and began to arrange the formation of the various disciples. Dean Wu Yu and the other 2 stayed behind and asked, "What about Fang Chen? Which war zone should he go to?" With Fang Chen's strength, he was fully qualified to be a core disciple, but his current status was that of an official disciple. If he went to the Luotian City war zone, he would definitely crush the other party. Once the Lin family determined that he was a high-level martial artist, they would definitely tear up the agreement and launch the strongest attack on Tianshu Yuan. Let him go to Chaos Sky City. The chief of Tianshu Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. At this point, the Lin family already knew Fong Chen's identity. There was no point in continuing to hide it. It just so happened that he could use this opportunity to let Fong Chen experience more life and death situations and break through as soon as possible. In just 3 days, many disciples left Tianshu Yuan. The one leading the core disciples to Chaos Sky City was Wu Yu. He walked side by side with Fong Chen, chatting and laughing along the way. This scene surprised many of the core disciples. Who was this person? Why was he on the same level as Wu Yu? A man in black walked in the corner of the group. His dark eyes swept over Fong Chen as he licked his dry lips. Big brother, this is the official disciple Fong Chen who suppressed the entire elite peak by himself. Beside him, a fat man with big ears said in a simple and honest manner, "It's him." The black-clothed man's eyes emitted a gloomy light. It is said that he has great potential, especially in the field of illusion. He beat Huanlong to a pulp. Huanlong was not strong. It was just a boast by many disciples of the elite peak. If he was on Tianyin Peak, he wouldn't even be in the top 20, the fat man continued. Obviously, he didn't care about Fong Chen at all. The black-clothed man shook his head. I can feel that this person has an extremely strong aura. He can't be underestimated. A core disciple was already the highest level of disciple in Tianshu Yuan. The threshold for a core disciple was the Star Ancient Realm, and the black-clothed man in front of him was an expert at the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know when we pull him out. The fat man said, "When we reach the battlefield of Chaos Sky City, we'll know if he has the strength to make you fight, big brother." A few days later, a group of people arrived at the battlefield of Chaos Sky City. The huge Chaos Sky City had been besieged by the chief of Tianshu Yuan and the head of the Lin family. The residents of the city had already left. It had become a battlefield of Azura, and the smell of blood filled the air. After we go in, everyone be careful. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions, Wu Yu reminded. Chaos Sky City is very big. Don't act blindly. Pay attention to hiding your tracks. If you're seriously injured and your life is in danger, retreat immediately. Got it. Everyone nodded. Okay, let's go in. Wu Yu took out a flag from his pocket and waved it gently. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the powerful seal, and a vast aura slowly flowed out. Boom! Many core disciples swarmed into the battlefield of Chaos Sky City. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fong Chen appeared in an open space. Suddenly, a large amount of information about the battlefield of Chaos Sky City appeared in his mind. After a brief check, Fong Chen suddenly understood. Under his feet, there was a circular disc with a radius of about 1 mile. This was the safe zone. As long as one stepped into the circular disc, they could leave the battlefield with a thought. Once they left the circular disc, it meant that they had entered the most brutal battlefield. Let's go! Many of the core disciples did not stop and rushed into the battle zone in high spirits. Hunting the enemy will give me the corresponding merit points. Fong Chen murmured. The more merit points he had, the more precious treasures he could exchange for. Just nice, I can comprehend the invincible Sword Dao. The battlefield of Chaos Sky City was filled with smoke, and the entire ground was gray. This place blocked the detection of divine senses and could only be observed with the naked eye. Fong Chen hid in the void and looked around. After waiting for a long time, he did not find any Lin family disciples. I can't waste time like this. Fong Chen thought in his heart and quickly came up with a solution. With a thought, he condensed a phantom doppelganger. He then controlled the phantom doppelganger and slowly walked on the ground. As for himself, He used the space-time escape technique to hide in the void behind him. As soon as the phantom doppelganger appeared, Fong Qin felt a few auras coming over, as if they were sizing up his phantom doppelganger. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden fist radiance appeared in the gray void. Bang! The sudden fist instantly shattered Fong Chen's phantom doppelganger. Not good. At this moment, the Lin family disciple in the dark shouted and quickly retreated. It's too late. Fong Qin descended from the sky and locked his aura on the Lin family disciple. He drew the hidden star, sword, and swung it. Whoosh! Invincible sword principle, sword of destruction. Crack! The Lin family disciple's body fell to the ground and lost his vitality. His eyes were wide open and he died with grievances. Fong Qin came in front of the Lin family disciple, stretched out his hand, and activated the token. Immediately, the Lin family disciple's bloodline power was absorbed. Buzz! After absorbing the Lin family disciple's bloodline power, a line of information appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Merit points, 100 points. Killing an early-stage star ancient realm ancient god only gives me 100 merit points. Fong Qin pursed his lips. It seemed that the token automatically recognized the cultivator's cultivation and awarded merit points. Continue. Next, Fong Qin used this method to lure 3 more Lin family disciples. 2 of them were early-stage star ancient realm, and the last one was middle-stage star ancient realm. After killing all 3 of them, the merit points in the token increased to 1,300 points. Middle stage star ancient realm ancient god, 1,000 merit points. Seeing this, Fong Qin nodded. As he had guessed, the higher the cultivation of the enemy, the more merit points he would receive. Now, it seemed that he could basically confirm that early stage star ancient realm ancient gods were worth 100 merit points, and middle stage ancient gods were worth 1,000 merit points. Chapter 2736. Fong Qin thought that it would be easy to gain merit points, but he was wrong. He underestimated the cruelty of war. His method was effective in the early stages, but as time passed, the Lin family members became smarter and began to counterattack. There was even one time when Fong Qin fell into the Lin family's trap and lost a phantom doppelganger. Fong Qin, who had the space-time escape technique, didn't have to worry about the phantom doppelganger. But it was different for others. If they wanted to lure the enemy out, they had to pay a high price. Half a month later, Fong Chen's merit points had increased to 4,000. On the merit monument in the Chaos Sky City's war zone, the top 10 disciples had more than 10,000 merit points. His 4,000 merit points couldn't even rank in the top 30. One could imagine how fierce the battle was. The enemy is getting more and more cunning. It's difficult to lure them with phantom doppelganger now. On a mountain peak, Fong Qin stood quietly, looking down at the earth and murmuring, "But there's still time. The war will last for a long time. There's no need to rush." Fong Qin continued. During this time, his understanding of the invincible sword principle had become deeper and deeper. The sword of annihilation was also close to perfection. He even vaguely straightened out the next development of the invincible sword principle. This was definitely a good thing for him. Sure enough, only by experiencing the edge of life and death can one gain enlightenment. Fong Qin smiled. Buzz! Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void. Fong Chen's expression changed slightly, but he soon relaxed, because the token in his arms flashed, indicating that the person was a fellow disciple from Tianshu Yuan. Whoosh! A man in white armor appeared in front of Fong Qin. "Did you see the Lin family members pass by here?" The man in white armor asked. Fong Qin shook his head. "I've been chasing him just now. I'm sure he passed by here." The man in white armor said, "You really didn't see him?" While talking to Fong Qin, the white-armored man quietly approached Fong Qin. When the latter turned around, the man in white armor suddenly attacked. "Die!" He held the spear in his hand and abruptly thrust it forward. Rip! The long spear pierced Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen did not expect the latter to attack him. What? You didn't expect this, did you? A jumping clown will always be a jumping clown. Even if he defeated the #1 elite disciple, Mirage Dragon, it would still be useless. The white-armored man held his spear and exerted force, wanting to pierce through Fang Chen's body. However, at this moment, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, the spear would not budge. What happened? The man in white armor looked up and saw that Fang Chen's body was shrouded in a halo of sword chi. Sword body? The white-armored man sneered. Watch my spear break your sword body. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white armor kicked the other end of the spear. Bang! Suddenly, the power on the tip of the spear soared to the extreme. Kacha! The spear pierced through the halo of sword chi, causing the halo of sword chi formed by Fang Chen's chaotic origin sword body to show signs of cracking. If Tian Shuyuan finds out that you killed a fellow disciple, you will die without a doubt, Fang Chen said coldly. Find out? Who would know? I'll kill you and take your head to exchange for some contribution points with the disciples of the Lin clan. Why not? The white-armored man sneered. Bang! So that's how it is. Fang Chen nodded. He finally understood why the white-armored man wanted to ambush him. He lightly shook his head, his face filled with disdain. When you ambush others, are you prepared to be killed? Startling spear thrust. The man in white armor pulled back his spear. Then he exerted his strength and stabbed out again. Die. Bang. This time, Fang Chen pushed his chaotic origin sword body to the extreme, raising his defense to the highest level. The white-armored man's spear blocked the halo of sword chi. What's laughable is that you can't even break my defense. Do you think you can kill me? Show! Fang Chen stomped his feet and stepped on the body of the spear. In an instant, he arrived in front of the white-armored man. Before the white-armored man could react, he punched out. Dong! The powerful fist directly suppressed the white-armored man. Die! With a kacha sound, the white-armored man's head shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Voila! The white-armored man fell. The token on his body automatically appeared and leaned against Fang Chen's token. The two tokens spun rapidly and stopped after a while. Fang Chen moved his mind and discovered that his token had an additional 7,000 contribution points. Amen? Fang Chen was slightly surprised, but after thinking carefully he understood. You reap what you sow. After glancing at the white-armored man's body, Fang Chen turned and left. As time passed, the war became more and more brutal. The number of casualties increased. There were several times when Fang Chen was chased by the Lin clan experts and escaped to the round disc. Voila! Fang Chen's body appeared outside the chaotic Sky City. You're injured. Wu Yu was in charge of this battlefield. When he saw Fang Chen appear, he immediately walked over. I was chased by Lin Zilong. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. Lin Zilong is one of the best among the core disciples of the Lin clan. His cultivation has reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm, and he is ranked 3rd among the core disciples. It's not bad that you could escape from him. Wu Yu said, you should recuperate here first. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate. In the blink of an eye, the war had lasted for a year. Fang Chen's merit points had reached more than 30,000, but he still couldn't make it into the top 10. During this period of time, the other 2 battle zones also had their own results. The Luotian City battle zone had completely fallen. Only a few dozen official disciples, including Xinglei, managed to escape with their last breaths. Among the official disciples of the Lin clan, a monstrous genius had appeared and completely crushed Xinglei and the others. The official disciples of Tianqiuan had no power to fight back. They struggled for a year and finally lost. 3 months after the fall of Luotian City, news of victory came from Black Veil City. The elite disciples of Tian Shiyuan and the Lin clan were equally matched in the life and death struggle. At the critical moment, Huanlong turned the tide and performed a forbidden illusion, temporarily affecting the Lin clan disciples and buying time for the other disciples of the elite peak. Thus, the elite peak disciples defeated the Lin clan disciples in one fell swoop. According to eyewitnesses, when the battle in the Black Veil City battle zone came to an end, it was a scene of devastation. The buildings were almost razed to the ground, and Huanlong was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was carried out by many elite disciples. With the help of the elite disciples, Tian Shuyuan managed to win back a city and tied with the Lin clan for the time being. At this time, on the continent of despair, everyone's eyes were focused on the Chaos Sky City battle zone, because this battle was very important to the success of the two superpowers. If the Tianshu courtyard were to win, then they would become a first-rate force in the Despair continent, suppressing the Lin family until they could not raise their heads. If the Lin clan won, they would have 3 cities and their power would skyrocket. It was very likely that they would surpass Tianshu Yuan in a short time. Therefore, no one could afford to lose this battle. In the Chaos Sky City battle zone, many core disciples were in a killing frenzy. Outside the battle zone, whoosh! Fong Chen opened his eyes. Sword aura surrounded his body. His mind was filled with a strong sword aura. In just a year, his understanding of the invincible sword principle had reached an incredible level. The first step of the invincible sword principle, the sword of destruction, has been completely perfected. As for the second step, I already have some ideas. Fong Qing got up. He had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. If he wanted to create the second move of the invincible sword principle, he would have to experience life and death and carry out endless killing. He plunged into the battle zone. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "This guy has improved a lot in the past year. I can feel a powerful sword principle from him that I have never seen before." Although he didn't know much about the invincible sword principle, Wu Yu's intuition told him that the sword principle that Fong Qin cultivated was absolutely extraordinary. "I hope you can complete your transformation in this battle," Wu Yu murmured. He was the one who brought Fong Qin back from the ancient Saint Chaos. In his heart, he also hoped that Fong Qin could grow. Chapter 27:37 Chaotic Sky City War Zone. Fong Chen was flying high in the sky, overlooking the earth, looking for the Lin family disciples. They're all hidden. After searching for a while, Fong Qin found nothing. He felt a little helpless. No one would dare to act rashly without full confidence, so it was quite difficult to find them. Just as he was thinking, he saw a figure looming on the ground in front of him from the corner of his eye, a disciple of the Lin family. Fong Qin recognized the symbol on the latter's clothes at a glance. Immediately, he activated the space-time escape technique to the extreme and whizzed down in an instant. However, before he could get close, a core disciple of Tian Shu Yuan appeared out of thin air. Fong Qin stopped and didn't continue to dive down, because he could see that the disciple of the Lin family, who was at the late stage of the Void Ancient Realm, was being chased by the core disciple. "You can't escape." The disciple of the Lin family fled in front, but an angry roar came from behind. Damn it! The disciple of the Lin family was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He could only escape. Lunatic, he's a lunatic. He kept cursing. The guy chasing him didn't hesitate to use the forbidden divine art of Tian Shuyuan in order to kill him. Even at the cost of both sides, he wanted to kill him. Huff, huff, huff. After a continuous high-intensity flight, he was gasping for breath. Bang! The disciple of Tian Shuyuan who was chasing him fell to the ground with a bang. "What? You're not chasing anymore?" Lin Hingyi walked toward the disciple of Tian Shuyuan. The corners of his mouth curled up, full of disdain. Bang! He kicked the disciple of Tian Shuyuan, but the latter didn't react at all. His aura was weak, and he suffered a powerful backlash. If I didn't have the seal of the life ancient realm to protect me, I would have been killed by your forbidden divine art. Lin Hengyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched the head of the disciple of Tian Shu Yuan. Bang! Lin Hengyi felt as if his fist had collided with a wall. The pain spread throughout his body. Thud, thud, thud. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, he saw a man appear in front of the Tian Shu Yuan disciples. Another one here to die? After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Hengyi discovered that his opponent was only at the Void Ancient Realm. Why would Tian Shu Yuan allow a Void Ancient Realm martial artist to enter the Chaos Sky City? Lin Hengyi sneered. What? You want to save him with your meager strength? Fang Chen's palm pressed against the Tian Shu Yuan disciple's body, and a powerful force was injected into his body. In the blink of an eye, his pale face eased up a lot. No matter what, we are still from the same sect. How can I just watch you kill him? Fang Chen said calmly. He recognized the person in front of him. His name was Broken Wisteria, and he was the only core disciple who had greeted him on the way to Chaos Sky City. Although they hadn't interacted much, Fang Chen could feel that Broken Wisteria was a good person. That was why he came to save him. Humph! Broken Wisteria used a forbidden divine art and still couldn't kill me. How dare you, a mere void ancient realm martial artist, speak so arrogantly? Lin Hengyi scolded. Do you believe that I won't kill you too? Boom! Fang Chen didn't talk nonsense. He flipped his palm, and a vast palm print fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Hengyi. Not good. Lin Hengyi felt that something was wrong. He cried out in his heart and jumped up with the tip of his foot. He wanted to escape from Fang Chen's suppression. Suppress. At this moment, Fang Chen pushed his strength to the extreme. With his peak void ancient realm cultivation and the perfect chaotic origin sword body, he could easily kill a late-stage star ancient realm martial artist. Sword of Destruction. With a flick of his finger, Fang Chen used the Sword of Destruction. Xiao! The dazzling finger radiance turned into a piercingly cold sword radiance in the void, whistling through the air. No. Lin Hengyi widened his eyes and fled frantically. Block it. He took out the cracked sky dragon crystal from his bosom and smashed it towards the sword light that was coming at him menacingly. Kacha! The sword light pierced the sky dragon crystal and it shattered. However, the sword light became much dimmer and showed signs of dissipating. Run. Lin Hengyi didn't say anything. He activated the power of the Lin family's bloodline and used the blood escape technique to escape. Fang Chen wanted to chase after him, but he found Broken Wisteria's body trembling violently. What's going on? Fang Chen gave up and came to Broken Wisteria's side. He's forcing out the hidden energy in his body. Soon, Fang Chen found that Broken Wisteria was using the energy he injected into his body to force out the hidden energy. Boom! Broken Wisteria's bones cracked. The energy in his body surged like a vast ocean, flowing endlessly. At this moment, Broken Wisteria swept away his previous weakness and became abnormally strong. Powerful purple patterns circled around his body. Dong! Broken Wisteria's cultivation reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. Whoosh! A moment later, Broken Wisteria calmed down, and the purple patterns on his body gradually disappeared. Brother, thank you for your help. Broken Wisteria cupped his fists at Fang Chen, full of smiles. Fang Chen waved his hand. It's okay. We're from the same sect. It's only right for me to help. This time, I, Breaking Wisteria, owe you a favor. Broken Wisteria said, It's a pity that Lin Hengyi escaped. However, if I meet him again, I'll wring his head off with my own hands. Broken Wisteria was very grateful to Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. In the process of chasing Lin Hengyi, he suffered a backlash and was severely injured, almost dying. Fortunately, Fang Qin helped him get through the crisis in time. He also stimulated his hidden energy and reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. "Brother, how should I address you?" Broken Wisteria asked. "Fang Chen." "Okay, I'll call you Brother Fang," Broken Wisteria said cheerfully. Broken Wisteria straightforwardly said, "I really couldn't tell. Brother Fang is so young, yet you have such high achievements. I admire you." Fang Chen chuckled and did not speak. "Brother Fang, you owe me a favor. I, Broken Wisteria, know of a place where there are many merits waiting for us. Do you dare to accompany me, Broken Wisteria, on this adventure?" Broken Wisteria said, "Although I knew about it before, my strength was limited, so I didn't dare to take the risk. Now it's different. I've reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. As long as I don't encounter those few peak experts, there's almost no danger." "Oh." When Fang Chen heard this, he said candidly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" "Ha ha ha, straightforward." After this incident, Broken Wisteria was very sincere to Fang Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Fang Chen such important news and was willing to lead Fang Chen to this mysterious place, on a dusky mountain peak. With a bang, Lin Hengyi's body fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. "Damn Broken Wisteria, damn you." Lin Hengyi's face was pale. He quickly pressed a few points on his body to stop the bleeding. He struggled to sit cross-legged and began to heal. "Wait until I'm fully recovered. I'll definitely kill both of you," Lin Hengyi said coldly. However, he was also very confused about Fang Chen's background. "A void ancient realm cultivator can force me into such a sorry state. Could it be?" At the thought of this, Lin Hengyi's expression changed drastically. He immediately crushed the communication jade pendant. "What's the matter?" A faint voice came. "Brother Zilong, I found the person the clan is looking for," Lin Hengyi said hurriedly. After a short silence, the other side said, "You mean Fang Chen?" "Yes, him." Lin Hengyi said, "When I was fighting Broken Wisteria, a mysterious man appeared. He was only at the void ancient realm, but he could shatter the sky dragon crystal with a single strike, so crack!" The sound of bones cracking came from the other side. After a long while, a message came. "Tell me where he was last seen. It's good. If I can capture him, you'll have contributed greatly to the Lin clan." "Thank you, Brother Zilong." On the other side of the communication jade pendant, Lin Zilong's expression was cold. He twisted his hand and broke the neck of a Tian Shu Yuan disciple. The number of merit points in the token increased. However, he didn't care at all. "After chasing you for a year, you're finally not a coward anymore. Do you dare to show yourself?" In this year, Lin Zilong had been chasing Fang Chen. He even severely injured him several times, but he still managed to escape. Chapter 2738. Chaotic Sky City War Zone. In the northwest direction, in front of a valley surrounded by thick smoke, two figures approached from afar. "It's here." Fang Chen stopped and raised his head to look at the valley in front of him. It was gray and hazy, and he couldn't see anything clearly. "Yes, this valley is called the Valley of Despair. As far as I know, the top prodigies of the two factions are having an ultimate battle here," Broken Wisteria said. Fang Chen nodded and secretly activated the Supreme Ancestral Eye. The power of the heavenly Tao circled around him, and his eyes looked through the hazy aura and saw the situation in the Valley of Despair. The tragic battle, blood flowing like a river, and the entire Valley of Despair was in ruins. If not for the protection of the seal, it would have been razed to the ground. In the pool of blood, there were countless corpses lying on the ground. The scene was very bloody, as expected of the Valley of Despair. It's enough to make people despair. Fang Chen licked his dry lips, and his heart was restless. "How is it?" Broken Wisteria asked. "It's very dangerous inside. If we're not careful, we might be killed. Fong Chen waved his hand and said, "We're martial artists. How can we retreat because of some difficulties?" "Okay, let's go in." Broken Wisteria laughed. With his strength, he was fully qualified to participate in this ultimate battle. Whoosh! The two passed through the thick fog and entered the valley. Sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. Apart from the hazy aura, the entire valley was filled with the smell of blood. It was very oppressive, and the air was filled with shocking killing intent. Die! As soon as the two entered, they were targeted by a member of the Lin family. With a low roar, he attacked the two. "You're courting death." Broken Wisteria's cultivation had broken through, and his strength had reached a new level. Seeing the fierce attack, he didn't panic and easily dealt with it. He suddenly punched out and smashed the incoming person's head. Crack! The other person fell to the ground and died instantly. Brother Fong. Broken Wisteria originally wanted to give the contribution points to Fong Chen, but the latter refused. "In that case, I won't be polite." Broken Wisteria didn't pretend anymore and directly took out the token and received the contribution points. "The center of the battlefield is over there." Fong Chen looked at the center of the valley, where countless warriors were fighting. He saw Pei Ran, Gong Wei, Ancient God Thundercry, and other experts. He also saw Lin Tianli and Lin Yuan from the Lin family. "Ancient God Thundercry, my Lin family has all the advantages. What can you use to fight against us?" Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. His tone was overbearing and arrogant. Beside him, Lin Tianli also sneered. "Today, the Valley of Despair will be the burial ground of your Tianshu Yuan disciples." "Humph, what arrogance. My Tianshu Yuan is the #1 power in the Despair continent. We've suppressed your Lin family for countless years. What's laughable is that you want to overturn our Tianshu Yuan," Pei Ran said coldly. "The outcome of the other two battlefields has already been decided. It's time for our battle zone to end," Gong Wei said lightly. Ancient God Thundercry, who ranked first, was a peak star ancient expert. It was rumored that he had once escaped unscathed from an ancient life realm expert. Because he was proficient in the Tao of Thunder, every time he attacked, there would be a thunderous roar. That was why he was called Ancient God Thundercry. He was an outstanding figure in the Star Ancient realm. Although he was only a core disciple of Tianshu Yuan, in the Despair continent, he could become the master of a sect. In the Chaos Sky City battle zone, many of the core disciples of Tianshu Yuan were led by Ancient God Thundercry. "Fight!" Ancient God Thundercry only said one word, and a thunderous voice echoed in the sky. "Kill!" On the other side, Lin Yuan glanced at the lightning flashing in the sky and bellowed. Suddenly, the Valley of Despair was once again plunged into a bloody mess. Countless miserable screams came from the mouths of many disciples, as one disciple after another fell into a pool of blood. "You're courting death." A Lin family disciple approached Broken Wisteria, who waved his hand and snapped the neck of the Lin family disciple before joining the battle. Fong Chen had originally planned to join the battle, but he suddenly saw the battle between Lin Yuan and Ancient God Thundercry. Boom! The vast battle caused a huge uproar. The battle between the two apex prodigies had attracted the attention of the world. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. So strong! He couldn't help but sigh, his heart beating faster. Swish! Lin Yuan took out a long sword. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword in the void continued to transform. Streaks of sharp sword light whizzed out. Condense! As Lin Yuan roared, the sword light in the sky quickly condensed together, the tip of the sword facing outward, forming a terrifying ball of sword light. The ball of sword light spun rapidly, and sword chi swept out. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, space collapsed. Any martial artist who approached would be instantly shredded. Sword arts can be used to such an extent. Fang Chen's eyes were finally opened. He had always thought that his understanding of sword Dao was deep enough. But after seeing Lin Yuan's sword arts, he was inwardly amazed. Lin Yuan had perfectly combined his understanding of sword Dao with his sword arts, creating a move with incredible offensive power. Although this move was not very flashy, its power left Fang Chen somewhat shocked. Scram! Ancient God Thunder Cry furiously attacked. He raised his hand and drew the lightning in the sky into his palm. Rumble! The deafening sound of thunder resounded incessantly. He clenched his hand, and the power of thunder reached its peak. He then flung out, sending the mighty thunder toward the ball of sword light. Thump! When the thunder made contact with the ball of sword light, it exploded. A terrifying thunder energy spread out, drowning out the ball of sword light. Fang Chen activated the supreme ancestral eye, and his gaze pierced through the thunder energy to see the ball of sword light in motion. Disintegrate? Slice? Fang Chen's heart trembled as realization dawned on him. He finally understood why the ball of sword light gave him such a frightening feeling. So that was how it was. Thump! At the same time, his mind trembled. Sword Qi rampaged, and all sorts of sword Dao comprehensions he had in the past instantly emerged. The chaotic origin sword body automatically revolved around his body, completely enveloping him. Brother Fang, be careful! Broken Wisteria, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly discovered that a Lin clan disciple was approaching Fang Chen, preparing to launch a sneak attack. He shouted, but Fang Chen did not respond. Swish! He stomped his foot and arrived beside Fang Chen, barely blocking the attack of the Lin clan disciple. Scram! He then smashed the head of the Lin clan disciple with a fist. Enlightenment. Broken Wisteria was stunned for a moment when he saw Fang Chen's appearance, but soon after he revealed a smile. Amazing! He can actually achieve enlightenment in this kind of environment. Broken Wisteria followed Fang Chen's gaze and saw the fierce battle between Lin Yuan and ancient God Thundercry. Brother Fang, feel free to comprehend. I'll protect you. After saying that, Broken Wisteria stood around Fang Chen, blocking all intruders. Kill them. Some Lin clan disciples in this area had discovered that Fang Chen was acting strangely and loudly shouted. Immediately, 10 some disciples swarmed forward. Scram! Broken Wisteria roared and punched with both fists. Boom! Broken Wisteria's iron fists were too powerful. With a single punch, a Lin clan disciple would lose his life. However, at this point in the battle, everyone had already entered a frenzied state, charging forward dauntlessly to resist Broken Wisteria. Finally, after a fierce battle, Broken Wisteria's energy was consumed too quickly, and he was somewhat unable to resist. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Pucci, a Lin clan disciple, took advantage of Broken Wisteria's clone to pierce his thigh with his spear. Ah! A miserable scream came from Broken Wisteria's mouth. His expression was savage as pain spread through his entire body. He clenched his teeth and stood on the ground, throwing out a punch with all his might to kill this sneak attacker. He's heavily injured and can't hold on any longer. Attack together and kill him. A Lin clan disciple said in a deep voice, Kill him. Immediately, the remaining Lin clan disciples rushed forward. Even if I die, I won't let you harm Brother Fang. Broken Wisteria clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Purple patterns flickered all over his body as a berserk energy surged out of his body. Buzz! Eerie voices came from the rift nearby. Not good. A sound wave attack. The Lin clan disciples discovered it a little too late. Several disciples' origin spirits were heavily injured and they collapsed to the ground, losing the ability to fight. The remaining disciples barely managed to dodge Broken Wisteria's sound wave attack. He can't hold on any longer. Continue attacking. Chapter 2739. In the face of these ferocious attacks, Broken Wisteria painfully closed his eyes and prepared to self-detonate. Even if he died, he would take one more down with him. This was what Broken Wisteria thought. However, just as he was about to self-detonate, the world suddenly changed, and a vast energy surged toward him. Thump! The entire earth trembled as a dazzling ray of light shot up into the sky. What's that? Broken Wisteria staggered and managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. While his heart trembled in fear, he also felt an immense pressure. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky, his expression instantly changing. Not good. Broken Wisteria almost immediately made his choice. His figure kept jumping, barely dodging the wild power that was swooping down. The Lin family disciples attacking him were also sent flying by the shockwaves. The chaotic valley of despair instantly quieted down. The battle had been forcibly halted by this powerful energy. Thump! The two figures retreated from the vast power. After stabilizing themselves, they floated in the air and looked at each other from afar. Ancient God Thundercry, everyone says that you control the power of thunder punishment, but it seems that this is all there is to it. Lin Yuan sneered. The battle between the two of them was exceptionally intense. The frightening power from earlier was emitted from their collision. Humph! Ancient God Thundercry coldly snorted, his icy eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. Below, the battle stopped, and the two sides faced each other. With great difficulty, Broken Wisteria stood next to Fong Qin and breathed a sigh of relief. If not for the shockwaves from the battle between the two peerless geniuses reaching this place, he would have already died at the hands of the Lin family disciples. Outside the Valley of Despair, Lin Zilong and Lin Hingyi were rapidly advancing when they suddenly felt the earth tremble. What's going on? Lin Hingyi cried out. Lin Zilong stopped, his expression dark. After thinking for a few moments, he said, "It should be caused by the energy erupting from the battle between Big Brother Lin Yuan and Ancient God Thundercry." After saying this, Lin Zilong's figure flashed, and he entered the Valley of Despair. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few seconds, Lin Zilong and Lin Hengyi arrived at the Valley of Despair. What came into view was the two sides facing each other, as well as Fong Qin, who was in a state of epiphany. Broken Wisteria. When Lin Hengyi saw the Broken Wisteria at first glance, his face suddenly changed, and his killing intent surged. However, when Lin Zilong saw Fong Qin, his heart was filled with killing intent. Big Brother Lin Yuan, he is Fong Qin. The sudden words broke the silence between the two sides. At that instant, the gazes of the disciples landed on Lin Zilong's figure. What? The expressions of Lin Yuan and the others changed slightly as they stared at Fong Qin with their dark eyes. Is he Fong Qin? Seeing this, Lin Yuan and Lin Tianli were secretly delighted. They recalled what the head of the Lin family had said before the war started. The purpose of starting this war was to capture Fong Qin. Once they succeeded, they would receive endless rewards. Lin Yuan licked his dry lips, ignored Ancient God Thunder, and looked at Fong Qin. In an instant, Fong Qin became the center of the entire war. Broken Wisteria, give me your life. Lin Hengyi roared and leaped in front of the Broken Wisteria. The latter had been seriously injured in the battle just now and was unable to resist Lin Hengyi's powerful attacks, retreating step by step. Boom! With a loud sound, the Broken Wisteria's body flew out and fell at Fong Qin's feet. Pucci! He spat out blood, his face pale and his aura weak. He no longer had the ability to fight. At that moment, Fong Qin's body was still shrouded in an extremely dense Sword Dao aura. He was still in a state of epiphany. Humph, I let you escape last time, but this time you'll die for sure. Lin Hengyi strode towards the Broken Wisteria with a mocking smile on his face. In the sky. Seeing this, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He can actually enter a state of epiphany in this kind of war. Lin Yuan was also rather amazed. No wonder the patriarch personally gave the order to capture this boy. It seems that his potential has already reached an unimaginable level. Across from Lin Yuan, Ancient God Thunder and the others were also rather curious. What was Lin Zilong thinking? Why did he value Fang Chen so much? While everyone was pondering, Lin Hengyi had already arrived in front of the broken wisteria. He raised his large hand and pressed down. Wild energy was contained in his palm. As long as this palm struck the broken wisteria's body, the latter would undoubtedly die. The broken wisteria raised his head and glanced at Fang Chen, saying regretfully, "Brother Fang, I didn't fulfill my promise to you." After saying this, the broken wisteria painfully shook his head. Die. Seeing this, Lin Hengyi increased the strength of his palm, and a biting, cold light howled. Buzz! Just as Lin Hengyi's palm was about to touch the broken wisteria, an invisible energy suddenly blocked it. A hint of confusion flashed across Lin Hengyi's face, and he increased his strength. Break! Lin Hengyi angrily roared as he pushed the energy in his palm to the limit, wanting to shatter the barrier and kill the broken wisteria. But the more he used, the greater the barrier became. Crack! Suddenly, the invisible energy broke through his palm and blasted toward his head. It was not until this moment that Lin Hengyi was shocked to discover that the invisible force blocking him was actually a beam of sword light. Not good. Lin Hengyi sensed the power of this sword light and quickly pulled back his palm, preparing to leave. But it was too late. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, this ordinary sword light pierced through Lin Hengyi's head. The latter's body fell into a pool of blood, instantly dying. Whoosh! The entire Valley of Despair was in an uproar. Fang Chen, who was in the midst of his enlightenment, slowly opened his eyes. The sword qi revolving around his body instantly withdrew, making him seem like an ordinary person. No ripples of energy could be felt. He didn't even look at Lin Hengyi as he extended his hand to help the broken wisteria up. How are you? The broken wisteria shook her head. I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Retreat to a safe place first, Fang Chen warned. You killed Lin Hengyi, so I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Zilong's voice echoed throughout the Valley of Despair. In the distant sky, Lin Yuan also frowned. Even he hadn't been able to clearly see how that sword light had been unleashed. This kid isn't simple. This was Lin Yuan's evaluation of Fang Chen. However, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he watched with a mocking gaze as the situation developed. On the other side, Ancient God Thundercry and the others clearly had a hint of surprise on their faces. What exquisite swordsmanship! He was able to kill Lin Hengyi with just one strike. This level of strength should be enough to rank him in the top 10 of the Heavenly Cloud Peak, right? Amazing! So this guy is the one who's been hiding his strength all this time. The Heavenly Cloud Peak Core disciples discussed spiritedly. Lin Zilong strode forward, his aura soaring as he arrived in front of Fang Chen. You chased me for a year, but unfortunately you didn't manage to catch me. Seeing Lin Zilong approach, Fang Chen calmly said, Now, you no longer have the chance. You're courting death. Lin Zilong was enraged and unleashed a wild attack. The heavens and earth changed colors as Lin Zilong thrust out a palm, unleashing the power of a landslide and a tsunami. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and indifferently said, To deal with you, I only need one strike. Swish! An ordinary sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. Invincible sword Tao, one sword of heaven and earth. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, countless sword lights appeared in the heavens and earth. Each sword light contained the exact same power. A feeling of oppression arose spontaneously. Die. This was the second move that Fang Chen had created after watching Lin Yuan's exquisite swordsmanship and combining it with his own invincible sword Tao. When this move was unleashed, Every inch of the air in the heavens and earth was filled with sword light. It was as if the heavens and earth had become one with his sword light. He named this move as the one sword of heaven and earth. This sword contained the ultimate mystery of Sword Tao. After comprehending this sword, Fong Qin seemed to have understood something. Rumble. Dense sword light shot out from all directions. Damn it! Lin Zilong roared in anger. At the same time, he activated the power of the Lin family's bloodline, wanting to forcibly travel through the void. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the power of the one sword of heaven and earth. Stop! In the distance, Lin Yuan finally couldn't hold back and made a move. Your opponent is me. Chapter 2740. Scram! Lin Yuan was enraged. He waved his sword and stabbed at ancient god Thundercry. The latter spread out his hands, and the power of thunder in the sky swooped down and combined with his palms to block Lin Yuan's sword. In this instant, the power of the sword of heaven and earth reached its peak. Not even Lin Tianli had time to save him. Squelch! 10,000 swords pierced through Lin Zilong's heart. The dense sword light from all directions instantly pierced through Lin Zilong's body. He vomited blood, his face pale. I can't accept this. He roared hoarsely. After the swords pierced his body, a powerful destructive force spread out. In the blink of an eye, his body was riddled with holes. Thump! Lin Zilong toppled to the ground. Fong Chun waved his hand, and the token appeared. His merit points soared once more. Many martial artists in the Valley of Despair were in an uproar. What kind of monster was this? How could he explode with such power? With a peak void ancient realm cultivation, he had killed Lin Zilong with a single sword strike. The latter didn't even have a chance to dodge. Too powerful. This sword strike is like a stroke of the gods. It's too shocking. Inconceivable. Simply inconceivable. Even Lin Yuan, who is also a sword cultivator, couldn't block the power of this sword strike. My Tian Shuyuan actually has such a prodigy. Noises could be heard incessantly. The hidden star sword emitted a series of sword cries. The entire world shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Damn it! Lin Yuan, who had been obstructed by ancient god thunder, roared at the sky. His anger soared, and the long sword in his hand exerted its peak power. Swish! Dazzling sword light shot out, forcing ancient god thunder back, step by step. Thump, thump, thump. In one exchange, ancient god thunder was careless and was stabbed by Lin Yuan's sword light. Blood sprayed out as he rapidly retreated. From a great distance, ancient god Thunder Cry stared warily at Lin Yuan. Today, I will have all the core disciples of Tian Shuyuan buried with Lin Zilong. Lin Zilong's death had thoroughly provoked Lin Yuan, who is now exuding an evil aura. I'm going to avenge Zilong. Lin Tian Li was the first to attack. His attack power was above Lin Zilong's. However, after witnessing Fong Chen's powerful swordsmanship, he dared not let his guard down. Right from the start, he used his most powerful trump card. It's useless. Fong Chen shook his head. After creating the sword of heaven and earth, his attack power had reached its peak. If he went all out, even Lin Yuan, who was at the peak of the Star Ancient Realm, would not be his match. Thus, at the moment of his epiphany and breakthrough, the battle had already come to an end. Whoosh! Invincible sword principle. One sword of heaven and earth. When it was unleashed again, the frightening aura it emitted became even more pervasive. In the blink of an eye, a dense cloud of sword light burst forth from all directions, engulfing Lin Tian Li's body. Crack! 10,000 swords pierced his heart. Lin Tian Li's fate was exactly the same as Lin Zilong's. Even in death, he could not understand why he could not withstand Fong Chen's swordsmanship, despite wearing a defensive armor that allowed him to escape unscathed from a life-ancient realm expert. You! He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but in the end he fell to the ground, dead. Boom! The entire Valley of Despair was filled with an aura of despair. Fang Chen stood tall and straight with the hidden star sword in his hand. He was like a peerless god of war, casting a great shadow in the hearts of the Lin family disciples. Devil, he's a devil. Even Brother Tian Li has fallen. Now we can only rely on Brother Lin Yuan to turn the tables. If ancient god Thunder Cry joins forces with this guy, Brother Lin Yuan will definitely not be his match. Let's run. For a moment, many of the Lin family disciples prepared to flee. However, how could the core disciples of Tian Shu Yuan, led by Pei Ran and Gong Wei, let go of such a good opportunity? Kill! Pei Ran roared and took the lead, charging into the group of Lin family disciples and starting a massacre. Squelch! A series of blood-curdling screams rang out from the mouths of the Lin family disciples as their bodies continuously fell into a pool of blood. In just a few breaths of time, more than half of the Lin family disciples had been killed or injured. This was a great loss to the Lin family. Lin Yuan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, could no longer hold himself back. Ancient god Thunder Cry. His eyes were scarlet as he roared in rage. At the same time, he took out a red sword from his bosom. The two swords leaned against each other, emitting a resplendent light before quickly fusing into one. This is Lin Longjian. Ancient god Thunder Cry cried out in shock. Swish! Lin Yuan gripped the Lin Longjian and slashed out, causing heaven and earth to weep. Bang! Ancient god Thunder Cry took this strike head-on and was sent flying backward. A sword wound appeared on his clothes, causing blood to seep out. The Lin family actually gave Lin Longjian to you? Ancient god Thunder Cry's face darkened as he clenched his fists and coldly said, Lin Longjian was the supreme weapon of the Lin family. Not even the ancient life realm experts of the Lin family were qualified to use it. But now the Lin family patriarch, in order to seize victory in the chaotic Sky City war zone, had actually bestowed Lin Longjian to Lin Yuan. With Lin Longjian, Lin Yuan's strength had soared, allowing him to completely crush ancient god Thunder Cry. A few moments later, ancient god Thunder Cry was covered in wounds and sent flying by Lin Yuan's sword. Die! As he watched ancient god Thunder Cry's figure fly backward, Lin Yuan took a step forward with the forest dragon sword in hand and slashed at his body. Thump! Lin Long's sword slashed down with a vast amount of power. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of ancient god Thunder Cry. Fang Chen used the chaotic origin sword body to take Lin Longjian's attack. His body only swayed for a moment before he steadied himself. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as his heart burned with rage. Damn scoundrel, it's all because of you. Seeing Fang Chen take the initiative to attack, Lin Yuan was even more enraged and constantly swung Lin Longjian. Lin Longjian is indeed a supreme weapon, but in your hands, you can't bring out its full power, Fang Chen indifferently said. Let me help you. Fang Chen had bought some time for ancient god Thunder Cry. After a short period of rest, the latter had recovered much of his strength. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chen, fighting alongside him. I alone am enough to deal with him. Fang Chen exuded a strong sense of confidence. This was the unparalleled confidence of his unparalleled Sword Dao. BZZZZ. Unparalleled Sword Dao energy spread out, and Fang Chen's Sword Dao energy grew even denser. Lin Longjian, one sword extinguishes all life. At this moment, Lin Yuan had long since forgotten the Lin family patriarch's warning. There was only one thought in his mind, to kill this damnable scoundrel in front of him. Thus, he used his strongest sword art. The common life sword art, one sword extinguishes all life. Especially with Lin Longjian's help, the power of the sword had far exceeded his imagination. Even if he faced an early life ancient realm ancient god, he would still dare to challenge them. Thus, after using the common life sword art, a crazed smile appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. It's useless. No matter how strong your sword art is, you can't block my common life sword art. Lin Yuan madly roared, his face savage. Once the common life sword art was used, an oppressive aura filled the sky as countless illusions appeared. One sword extinguishes all life, each strike merciless. Kill. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan pushed the common life sword art to its limits. The energy emanating from Lin Longjian's sword made ancient god Thunder cry, and the others constantly retreat. Swoosh! Pei Ran and Gong Wei worked together to kill the last Lin family disciple, and then retreated far away to join up with ancient god Thunder cry. Can he block the common life sword art's attack? It's hard to say. The common life sword art is quite famous on the Despair Continent. Lin Yuan has been immersed in this sword art for many years, and when paired with Lin Longjian, its power is unimaginable. Ancient god Thunder Cry shook his head and muttered, "Perhaps he will create a miracle for us that we can never hope to achieve." For them, Fang Chen killing Lin Zilong in one strike was already far beyond their imagination. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. But now, Fang Chen had forced Lin Yuan to use the common life sword art. One could easily imagine just how strong he was. When they thought of this, ancient god Thunder Cry and the others bitterly smiled. Laughably, before coming to the chaotic Sky City war zone, they had disdained to speak with Fang Chen. Chapter 2741. Common Life, Earth, Starry Sky. Everything was under Lin Yuan's control. The forest dragon sword in his hand proudly soared through the heavens, unleashing the common life sword art's power to its limits. The core essence of the common life sword art was to use heaven and earth as a medium to suppress all life. And this essence was very similar to Fang Chen's invincible sword Dao. Is this the legendary common life sword art? Fang Chen smiled as he looked at the forest dragon sword in front of him. Speaking of which, he had to thank Lin Yuan. If he hadn't seen Lin Yuan use the sword art, it would have been impossible for him to create the sword of heaven and earth. Even if he could create it in the future, who knew how long it would take? Strictly speaking, Fang Chen's sword of heaven and earth was not an ancient star, but an ancient star. Moreover, if he attacked with all his strength, supported by the supreme ancestral eye, he could dominate the ancient star realm. To Lin Yuan, although the common life sword art was impressive, he didn't dare to boast about dominating the ancient star realm. Thus, Fang Chen didn't fear the common life sword art because he had a way to break it. I wonder what you'll think if I break the common life sword art that you're so proud of. With that, Fang Chen waved his hand, causing the hidden star sword to dance chaotically in the air. Streaks of sword chi shot out from different angles and pierced towards the life sword art that was whistling through the air. What is he doing? Ancient god Thunder Cry and the others couldn't understand. What was Fang Chen doing? Why didn't he display that shocking swordsmanship just now? Could it be? For a moment, a bold idea appeared in everyone's minds. If Fang Chen were to use that shocking sword technique, he would need a lot of power. Fang Chen was not able to support it at all. Attack together. In the blink of an eye, ancient god Thundercry made a decision. If Fang Chen failed, then even if the three of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Yuan's common life sword art. Therefore, the victory or defeat of this battle depended entirely on Fang Chen. No matter what, he could not let Fang Chen die under Lin Yuan's life sword. Do it! Pei Ran and Gong Wei were already prepared. The three of them gave a low shout and attacked together. Rumble! The three of them joined forces and launched a powerful attack at Lin Yuan. Scram! Lin Yuan waved his sleeve and blocked the attack. This, the expressions of ancient god Thundercry and the other two changed drastically, and they increased their speed to block Lin Yuan. It's useless, Lin Yuan said with a sinister expression. At the same time, he swung the forest dragon sword at Fang Chen's head. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Fang Chen casually stabbed out a few times. The ordinary sword light collided with the life swordsmanship and exploded. It's useless. Lin Yuan sneered. Fang Chen's attack was too weak and couldn't resist his life sword. Once the life sword art was unleashed, even the heavens and the earth would have to bow before it. Crack! But then Lin Yuan's smile froze. The life sword had crumbled from the inside, and the sword light had shattered. How is this possible? Lin Yuan cried out, not daring to believe the reality before his eyes. His ordinary sword light broke. My life sword art? Lin Yuan's heart was filled with perilous waves. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The life sword is unbreakable. No one should even think of breaking it. Lin Yuan frantically shook his head. Unless it was a life ancient realm expert who could break it, no one would be able to shake the life sword. Life sword. One sword extinguishes all life. Lin Yuan used the life sword once more, but the result was exactly the same. Fang Chen had used the same method to easily break the life sword. No, Lin Yuan crazily roared. The life sword is indeed exquisite, but the user has not grasped its essence and is full of flaws. Fang Chen softly said. You can see the flaws in the life sword. Lin Yuan coldly asked. I can't just see them. Fang Chen sneered. Even now, Lin Yuan still hadn't understood the reality of the situation. However, he didn't want to waste any more time. Even your strongest life sword has been broken by me. What other moves do you have? In the Valley of Despair, the Tian Shuyuan core disciples were dumbfounded. Wasn't this too violent? Even the life sword art could be broken so easily. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Ancient God Thunder and the other two had wanted to help Fang Chen block the life sword, but who would have thought that he was completely fearless? Amazing! To be able to make Ancient God Thunder and the other two so wholeheartedly say these two words. It was enough to see how important Fang Chen was to them. Such a prodigy is already qualified to become the Dean's last disciple, Gongwei said. Not bad. His potential is too great, Pei Ran said. On the battlefield, Fang Chen stood proudly and looked at Lin Yuan mockingly. You've always been the one attacking me. Now it's my turn to attack, right? Fang Chen said indifferently, I don't know if you can block my one sword of heaven and earth. Swish! Dense sword lights appeared in the sky. Under Fang Chen's control, they surged in from all directions. How is this possible? Lin Yuan didn't dare to imagine how his opponent could be so powerful. Let's go! His heart filled with fear, Lin Yuan prepared to escape. However, the one sword of heaven and earth's power was beyond his imagination. It's time for everything to end. After swinging the sword, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Boom! No matter how hard Lin Yuan tried to escape, he was still unable to block the one sword of heaven and earth's attack. Life sword, one sword of heaven and earth. At the moment of his death, Lin Yuan roared hysterically. He finally understood the essence of the one sword of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Lin Yuan's head rolled to the ground and he died. The Valley of Despair was filled with an aura of despair. At this moment, the name of the valley was very appropriate for the battlefield that was riddled with holes. Under the lead of Ancient God Thundercry and the other two, the Tian Shuyuan disciples walked up to Fang Chen. They bowed deeply to express their gratitude for Fang Chen's saving grace. If not for Fang Chen's eruption at the critical moment, Tian Shuyuan's army would have been completely wiped out. Even after a long time had passed, many disciples who had witnessed the final battle would still think of that pinnacle battle in their hearts. In particular, Fang Chen's swordsmanship had left a deep impression on them. It's over. In the crowd, everyone cheered, their faces full of smiles. Ha ha ha, it's finally over. When the war broke out, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Blood flowed like rivers, and many of their fellow disciples died as a result. Those who were able to survive were naturally very happy. Ancient God, Thundercry, and the other two stood side by side with Fangchen. Brother Fang's strength can be considered outstanding amongst the younger generation of the continent of despair. Ancient God, Thundercry sighed. I, Thundercry, am wholeheartedly convinced. That's right, especially Brother Fang's swordsmanship. It really opened my eyes, Gongwei said with a smile. Pei Ran nodded. Now that the battle was over, the next step was to harvest the spoils of war. Fang Qin didn't say anything. After some discussion, Ancient God Thundercry and the others unanimously decided that all the spoils of war would belong to Fang Qin. Brother Fang, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to obtain victory in this war, so the spoils of war should belong to you, Ancient God Thundercry said. Fang Chan waved his hand. He already had his own ideas. I'll take the contribution points. As for the spatial rings of the Lin family disciples, you can freely distribute them. Hearing this, Ancient God Thundercry and the others faintly smiled. After all, if Fang Chen didn't leave anything for them, they had nothing to say. There were also many good things in the spatial rings of the Lin family disciples. Oh, that's right. If Lin Yuan has the common life sword art in his spatial ring, let me take a look, Fang Chen added. Soon, the spoils of war were distributed. Fang Chen obtained the common life sword art as he wished and put it into his bag. After he absorbed all the contribution points of the fallen Lin family disciples, the number on his token suddenly soared to over 3 million. On the merit stele, Fang Chen's name was like a rocket, constantly rising until it finally reached first place and stabilized. Outside Chaotic Space City, Wu Yu's eyes widened as he saw the changes on the merit stele. After a long while, he muttered, "Just what sort of heaven-shaking event did this fellow do that his contribution points reached over 3 million? He couldn't have single-handedly exterminated all the disciples of the Lin family, right?" It had to be known that the Lin family's Lin Yuan, Lin Tianli, Lin Zilong, and the others were all extremely powerful. Among them, Lin Zilong had chased after Fang Qin for an entire year. Just what happened? Chapter 2742. Rumble, rumble. The cloudless sky above the Chaos Sky City war zone instantly darkened. There was a heavy downpour, and an oppressive feeling assaulted their faces. Oh no! Wu Yu's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He immediately turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a ray of light appeared in the dark sky. The mayor of Tian Shuyuan had arrived. "Old Lin, are you going to go back on our agreement?" The voice of the mayor of Tian Shuyuan spread out clearly. "The children of the Lin family can't die in vain." The angry voice of the Lin family's patriarch came from the darkness. Below, Wu Yu was shocked when he heard this. What's going on? Did Fang Qin really wipe out the children of the Lin family? Recalling the changes on the Merit Monument and the fury of the Lin family's patriarch, Wu Yu believed it, even though he didn't want to. We made an agreement that the 3 war zones would fight at the same time. Now, the disciples of Tian Shuyuan have wiped out the children of the Lin family, and you want to go back on your word? The mayor of Tian Shuyuan said, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" After that, the mayor of Tian Shuyuan directly attacked. Rumble. The void shattered, and the 2 peak powerhouses fought fiercely with great momentum. Rip. A figure slowly walked out of the void. His appearance immediately made the 2 powerhouses in the battle stop attacking. Their expressions changed slightly as they looked at the person who came. The person who came was dressed in gray and walked forward with a hunched back. A giant golden dragon circled around his body, and his aura was very terrifying. "The Despair Continent can't withstand the battle between the 2 of you," the hunched old man said calmly. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Lin family muttered, Tian Shuyuan has violated the rules and killed the children of the Lin family. We can't take revenge for this." The hunched old man in gray spread out his hands and said, "This is the will of Lord Hand of Despair." After that, he turned around and disappeared. Suddenly, the dark aura in the sky disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, the Lin family head's face was ashen as his expression changed. He looked at the mayor of Tian Shuyuan with eyes full of cold, killing intent. However, they did not dare to make a move. He knew better than anyone else how powerful Despair Hand was. The hunchbacked old man with the golden dragon that had just appeared was the #1 general under Despair Hand. At the same time, he was also the leader of the 108 blood fiends, the dragon controller. Humph! After weighing the pros and cons, the head of the Lin family snorted coldly and quickly retreated. Seeing this, the mayor of Tian Shuyuan smiled. Open. Now that the war in chaotic Sky City was over, there was no need for the war zone to exist anymore. Tian Shuyuan gently waved his hand, and the huge restriction disappeared. Many core disciples in the war zone walked out in a line. It's over. Ancient God, Thundercry, and the others were delighted. The battle was finally over. Brat, you're really shocking. Seeing that Fong Chen had come out, Wu Yu quickly walked over and teased him. He was already very familiar with Fong Chen, so he was not unfamiliar with him. Your merit points have shot up to 3 million all of a sudden. If my guess isn't wrong, you should have wiped out all the disciples of the Lin family, right? Wu Yu asked anxiously. He was very curious as to how Fong Chen had done it. It's not just wiping them out. Pei Ran could not help but say, Elder Wu Yu, you didn't see the scene with your own eyes. It was really too shocking. He swallowed and continued. Brother Fong broke through at the last moment. With his own strength, he suppressed Lin Yuan until he couldn't fight back at all. He also easily broke the famous common life sword art that shook the Despair continent. Wu Yu was very surprised. After a long while, he slowly said, I still underestimated your potential. At that moment, the mayor of Tian Shuyuan's body landed on the ground. All of you have made great contributions to Tian Shuyuan. When we return to Tian Shuyuan, all of you will be heavily rewarded. After the arrangements were made, the group returned to Tian Shuyuan. On the way, Dean, after this battle, it will be impossible for Fong Chen to keep a low profile in Tian Shuyuan, Wu Yu said in a low voice. If the Lin family spreads the news, it will definitely attract the greed of many powerhouses. The Lin family started the war to capture Fong Chen. The mayor of Tian Shuyuan said, if I'm not wrong, the Lin family probably doesn't want to leak the news because they also want to rope in Fong Chen and even control Fong Chen. Therefore, he won't be in danger in the short term. Moreover, the mayor of Tian Shuyuan seemed to have made a decision. I'm going to send him to a place. Where? Wu Yu asked. The mayor of Tian Shuyuan shook his head and took a step forward, ascending the main peak of Tian Shuyuan. The return of a hero was naturally met with a warm reception. All the core disciples who had survived the war zone in Chaos Sky City breathed a sigh of relief the moment they returned to Tian Shuyuan. Fong Chen's deeds naturally spread in Tian Shuyuan. The hearts of the disciples who had once opposed Fong Chen were filled with fear. How strong was the powerhouse who could kill Lin Yuan? Just thinking about it scared them. They prayed that a big shot like Fong Chen would forget about small fry like them. Otherwise, Fong Chen wouldn't even need to make a move. He only needed to casually say a few words, and the many core disciples who wanted to curry favor with him would frantically deal with them. At this point, the mayor of Tian Shuyuan wasn't prepared to let Fong Chen continue to stay at Sakai Peak. Originally, he was prepared to accept Fong Chen as a disciple, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. He brought Fong Chen to Tianyin Peak and personally announced him as the top disciple of Tianyin Peak. Ancient God Thunder Cry didn't have any objections to this. Fong Chen's battle had shocked the world and caused a huge sensation. However, as the protagonist, he still did things his own way. In his residence, Fong Chen sat on a stone bench and carefully recalled the mysteries of a sword of heaven and earth. To a large extent, the sword of heaven and earth is similar to the common life sword art. However, after fusing with my invincible sword Dao, the sword of heaven and earth's mysteries far surpass the common life sword art. Fong Chen muttered to himself. He took out a scroll from his bosom and slowly opened it. This was the famous common life sword art, and it was also his trump card. A moment later, he finished reading the common life sword art and gently nodded. The common life sword art was indeed worth learning from, but it was limited to this. If he were to give up the invincible sword Dao and focus on the common life sword art, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. He had derived the invincible sword Dao from the invincible sword Dao. This was the ultimate direction of his sword Dao. So far, his only thought was to use the common life sword art as a supplement to perfect the invincible sword art. Whoosh! The void flickered, and the mayor of Tianshu, Yuan, personally arrived. Dean! Fong Chen stood up and cupped his fists in greeting. Have a seat. The mayor of Tianshu, Yuan, sat on a stone bench and chuckled. I heard from ancient god Thundercry that you gave many of the spoils of war to them. Your state of mind is far superior to martial artists of the same realm. For you to be able to make such a decision, I thank you on behalf of Tianshu Yuan. Dean, there's no need for that. I also obtained many merit points. Fong Chen gave a simple and honest smile. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan nodded. I came to find you this time to talk about this matter. You obtained the common life sword art. If you don't want to cultivate it, you can sell it to Tianshu Yuan. Oh! The common life sword art is a high-grade sword art. It should be worth around 1 million merit points, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan said. Are you willing? Fong Chen agreed to the dean's request. After all, if he sold it to Tianshu Yuan, not only would he obtain 1 million merit points, but he would also be able to continue his research. Why wouldn't he be happy? You previously had 3.5 million merit points. The common life sword art is 1 million merit points, so you have a total of 4.5 million merit points. The victory of the war zone in chaotic Sky City was entirely due to your contribution. Therefore, I have decided to give you 500,000 merit points. This way, your merit points will reach 5 million. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan said. Whoosh! He pulled his palm, and an illusory interface appeared in the void. On this interface, there was a series of diagrams. Below each diagram, there was a number label. This is the treasure trove of Tianshu Yuan. You can exchange for anything here, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan said. The number below represents the merit points required for exchange. Fong Chen stared at the illusory interface. There was a dazzling array of treasures on it. He gently touched it with his finger, and suddenly a large amount of information flowed into his mind. Each of the treasures could cause a great sensation in the outside world. Let me see what I can choose. Chapter 2743. After a quick look, the illusory interface was divided into 4 sections. They were elixirs, weapons, divine arts, and materials. According to the literal meaning, the medicinal pills section had many rare and precious medicinal pills. The weapons section contained all the strongest weapons. The divine arts section corresponded to cultivation methods. As for materials, there were weapons, elixirs, talismans, and many other rare materials. Take your time to think about it. When you've made up your mind, you can exchange for it. The chief of Tianshu Yuan said and turned to leave. The illusory interface remained in the void. Fong Chen calmed down and analyzed carefully. His cultivation had reached the limit of the void ancient realm, and he could not make any progress. The most important thing now was to find a way to reach the star ancient realm. This way, his control of the heavenly path would become stronger, and he would be closer to the supreme law. Elixirs. Fong Chen's eyes fell on the elixir section. As an alchemist, he naturally knew that elixirs were foreign objects to martial artists. However, there were also times when foreign objects were needed. Choose an elixir that can help me break through without any side effects, Feng Chen said to himself. His finger gently touched the elixir section, and suddenly a dazzling array of elixirs appeared in front of him. Cyan Rainbow Elixir, Tai Elixir, 5 Elements Elixir, Ecliptic Heaven Elixir, and so on. They were all rare elixirs that were hard to come by in 10,000 years. As expected of Tianqi Yuan, there are so many elixirs. After carefully looking at the elixir section, Feng Chen finally saw 2 elixirs. They were the blood-quenching elixir and the unity elixir. These 2 elixirs had completely different uses. They represented 2 different directions to break through to the star ancient realm. Feng Chen carefully looked at the uses of the 2 elixirs. After swallowing the unity elixir, all of one's strength could be completely combined, and thus break through to the star ancient realm. However, the probability of breaking through to the star ancient realm was less than 1%. In other words, swallowing 100 unity elixirs would not guarantee a successful breakthrough. Let's not talk about the probability of breaking through first. It's not realistic to completely combine all of one's strength. Even if forced, there will be some side effects. Feng Chen said. His eyes fell on the blood-quenching elixir. After reading the description of the blood-tempering pill, Feng Chen's interest was piqued. This was because the blood-quenching pill required one's bloodline power. His bloodline was the bloodline of darkness, which was rare even in the primordial chaos. However, because it had evolved through the bloodline copper mirror, it was not very pure. If he consumed a blood-tempering pill, his bloodline power would be even purer. When one's bloodline power reached a certain level of purity, it would erupt with unimaginable power that would help one break through to the star ancient realm. This blood-tempering pill is quite interesting. After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Chen still chose the blood-tempering pill. There were very few blood-tempering pills on the Despair continent, so the price was very high. A single blood-tempering pill required 100,000 merit points to exchange for. The price is too high. Feng Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. With a light tap, he exchanged for 10 blood-tempering pills and deducted 1 million merit points. Another 4 million contribution points. Feng Chen smiled. Now that he had the blood-tempering pill, he planned to strengthen the Hidden Star Sword. After cultivating for so long, the Hidden Star Sword had become weaker as his strength increased. Therefore, it was important to improve the quality of the Hidden Star Sword as soon as possible. Yakin. Half a kilogram of yakin cost 100,000 merit points, and the Hidden Star Sword needed at least 5 kilograms, which was another 500,000 merit points. Then, Feng Chen used another 100,000 merit points to exchange for the method of evolution. After the exchange, Feng Chen was still thinking. All of a sudden, he saw a blood-red token the size of a palm on the treasure board, which caught his attention. What is this token? It's worth 4 million merit points. Feng Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the token. Dong! 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 His bloodline power throbbed as if it was resonating with the token. Even the Xuanming's heart was emitting a gentle light as it said anxiously, "Master, this token is not simple. If you can exchange for it, please do so." The continuous abnormal movements of the Xuanming's heart and the dark bloodline made Feng Chen even more curious. He asked the governor of Tianqi Yuan and soon received a reply. This token was called the blood token. The governor of Tianqi Yuan accidentally found it in a forbidden land 100 billion years ago. This token was the key to an ancient world. If one could activate it, they would be able to enter the ancient world to cultivate. If that's all, I'm afraid it's not worth 4 million merit points, right? Feng Chen asked. Based on my observation, this blood token is most likely related to the Bloodline King, the overlord of ancient times. The governor of Tianshuyuan said, "The Bloodline King was very famous. He almost unified the entire ancient chaos with his own strength. He spent his entire life researching all the bloodlines in the world and integrated them into his own body, turning himself into a monster. If you can get the Bloodline King's inheritance with this, you'll have made a fortune." The governor of Tianshuyuan said, "However, ever since I got the blood token, I've been studying it, but I haven't been able to find anything. That's why I put it in the treasury." After listening to the governor of Tianshuyuan's words, Fang Chen was ready to make a move. The Bloodline King's blood was boiling. "Should I exchange for it?" Fang Chen hesitated. After a while, Fang Chen decided to exchange for the blood token. To be able to cause the Xuanming's heart and the dark bloodline to resonate, there must be a flaw in this blood token. Perhaps I can study it thoroughly? Anything was possible. In an elegant courtyard, Brother Fang. "What business do you have with me?" Ancient God Thunder asked with a smile. "Brother Thunder, I want to exchange for a supreme treasure. I'm short of 600,000 merit points. Can you lend me some?" Fang Chen asked directly. "Merit points?" Ancient God Thunder somewhat helplessly said, "You came too late. I just exchanged my merit points for a divine art, and I only have 100,000 merit points left in the token. If you don't think it's too little, you can use these 100,000 merit points for now." Fang Chen nodded and took the 100,000 merit points from Ancient God Thunder. "I'll pay you back." After saying this, Fang Chen turned and left. Ancient God Thunder was curious as he watched him leave. Just what kind of supreme treasure did this guy exchange for? He was someone who had 3 to 4 million merit points. Fang Chen quickly found Gong Wei. The latter had left behind 200,000 merit points, which he lent to Fang Chen. He originally had 5 million merit points, but after exchanging them for 10 blood tempering pills, 5 Yaka gold, and 1 evolution technique, he spent a total of 6 million merit points. Now he only had 3, 4 million left. Ancient God Thunder had borrowed 100,000 and Gong Wei had borrowed 200,000, so he was still short of 300,000 merit points. Fang Chen went to find the former third-ranked disciple of Skycloud Peak, Pei Ran. The latter had a wooden personality and was quietly sitting in front of a pond fishing. Brother Fang. Seeing Fang Chen arrive, a smile appeared on his wooden face. He put away his fishing rod and brought Fang Chen to a pavilion to sit down. "Brother Pei Ran, lend me 300,000 merit points." Fang Chen went straight to the point. "When I earn more merit points in the future, I'll pay you back double." Pei Ran did not say anything. He directly threw his token to Fang Chen. "This is all of my merit points. I only have 400,000 left. You can take them all." "Many thanks. I only need 300,000. After leaving Pei Ran's residence, Fang Chen had already gathered 4 million merit points. After returning to the courtyard, he impatiently exchanged for the blood token. Whoosh! With a flash of blood-red light, a token appeared in the air and landed in Fang Chen's palm. "You actually exchanged for the blood token?" In an instant, the mayor of Tianshuyuan appeared and looked at Fang Chen with some surprise. Fang Chen grinned and did not explain too much. "Well, since you've already exchanged for it, I won't say anything else. I hope you can research something useful." The mayor of Tianshuyuan gently nodded. Before leaving, he reminded Fang Chen, "Never drip your blood essence on the blood token for experiments." Fang Chen played with the blood token, recalling the words of the mayor of Tianshuyuan. What did that mean? Could it be that the mayor of Tianshuyuan had done such experiments before and that there would be unbearable consequences? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen put away the blood token. "I'll study it after my cultivation increases and the hidden star sword evolves." Chapter 2744. Tianshuyuan Tianyan Peak. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in his residence, surrounded by a powerful formation. No one could enter without his permission. He could cultivate in peace without worrying about anything else. He opened his palm, and a blood-red quenching pill suddenly appeared. There was a black line in the red, which was the sign of a superior grade blood-quenching pill. It was already the pinnacle of blood-quenching pills. It's very difficult for an ordinary alchemist to refine a blood-quenching pill of this level. Feng Qin said, even in Tianqiyuan there were only a handful of alchemists who could refine such a pill. As an alchemist, Feng Chen's alchemy skills were not very high, but he still had a good eye. He could see the essence of this blood-quenching pill at a glance. Before swallowing a blood-quenching pill, I have to activate the bloodline in my body. Then I have to wrap the blood-quenching pill with the power of the bloodline and completely dissolve it. Only then can I minimize the side effects of the blood-quenching pill. Feng Chen's mind was filled with information about the blood-quenching pill. After thinking for a moment, Feng Chen adjusted his body to the best state and put the blood-quenching pill in his palm into his mouth. Buzz! The dark bloodline was instantly activated. The powerful bloodline power surged wildly and completely wrapped around the blood-quenching pill in an instant. Hiss! Feng Chen could see the crazy bloodline power wrapping around the blood-quenching pill and melting it. In the blink of an eye, half of the blood-quenching pill had melted. At this moment, Feng Chen's face showed a trace of a smile. Everything was normal. The dark bloodline power was melting the blood-quenching pill. A moment later, the blood-quenching pill was completely melted. The vast power was completely integrated into the dark bloodline. Rumble! Deafening noises rang out incessantly. After the dark bloodline absorbed the power of the blood-quenching pill, it seemed to be evolving. Not enough power. Feng Qin swallowed the second blood-quenching pill without hesitation to help the dark bloodline evolve. The third, fourth, fifth, in just an hour, Feng Chen had swallowed 9 blood-quenching pills in a row. If it were an ordinary person, their body might have been crushed by the power of the blood-quenching pills. Nevertheless, Feng Chen's chaotic origin sword body was able to display a frighteningly powerful defense at this moment. Under the shackles of the chaotic origin sword body, even though the darkness bloodline was frenzied, it could only hide within his body. Crack! The darkness bloodline was a bloodline of extreme yin and extreme cold. But now the blood-quenching pill was so powerful that it directly refined all the yin energy in the darkness bloodline. Dong! Feng Qin felt as if his body was about to explode. He was undergoing a metamorphosis. The power of absolute frost in the darkness bloodline seems to be disappearing. Feng Qin gritted his teeth and finally decided to swallow the last blood-tempering pill. Voila! After the 10th blood-tempering pill melted, the darkness bloodline erupted with its most primal power. The power of extreme yin and extreme cold was completely dispersed, replaced by the power of extreme yang and extreme yang. Feng Qin felt an extremely vast power surging within his body. Rip! He stood up abruptly and felt the entire void tremble. A casual punch from him could cause the earth to tremble and the void to shatter. Breakthrough! When the power in one's body accumulated to a certain level, it would erupt with unimaginable power. Feng Qin had been accumulating power ever since his cultivation reached the limit of the void ancient realm. Moreover, his true combat power was comparable to the limit of the star ancient realm. After swallowing the 10 blood-tempering pills, the darkness bloodline evolved and his body underwent a huge transformation. Hiss! Hiss! Sword Dao runes flashed all over his body. One could see a trace of the power of the darkness bloodline in each of these runes. In the blink of an eye, the darkness bloodline covered the Sword Dao runes. When the Sword Dao runes merged with the darkness bloodline, a thunderous sound came from his body. Like a bomber, his strength rose steadily and his aura rose to the peak. Roar! He roared into the sky, venting the power in his body. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed drastically. The entire land seemed to have fallen into a world of darkness. Fong Qin clenched his fist, grabbing the entire void in his hand. Break! He spat out a word, and the chaotic origin sword body completed its final transformation. Boom! A huge pit appeared under his feet. The chaotic origin sword body's strongest power burst out, helping his cultivation to enter the star ancient realm. Heavenly Tao energy surrounded his body. In Fong Chen's mind, a mighty power surged. The power of faith. Fong Chen thought. The power of faith in the Azure universe was incomparably vast after the baptism of countless years. At this crucial moment, the appearance of the power of faith made the breakthrough even more natural. Kacha! Thunder flashed in the sky. Boundless light drowned everything. The core disciples of the heavenly cloud peak were stunned. What's that? Heavens! Boundless light, what's going on? Is someone breaking through to the star ancient realm? It shouldn't be. At the same time, countless noises could be heard. Many core disciples were gathered in the square. They were dumbstruck as they stared at the shocking light in the sky. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist breaking through from the void ancient realm to the star ancient realm would have at most 100 feet of light. There were very few who could reach 1,000 feet of light. Even the most outstanding geniuses of Tian Shuyuan, such as ancient god Thundercry, Gongwei, Pei Ran, and the others, did not reach 1,000 feet of light when they broke through to the star ancient realm. It must be him. Ancient god Thundercry and the other two appeared one after another, standing side by side. A complicated look appeared in their dark eyes. In their opinion, Fong Chen was monstrous enough. He had single-handedly exterminated the Lin family, Lin Yuan. But now, after seeing the boundless light, they sighed in their hearts. A peerless genius that had not appeared in 10,000 years. In the clouds, the Tian Shuyuan's mayor and many other higher-ups also appeared. When they saw the boundless light, they were also a little stunned. After a long time, an elder sighed and said, "Amazing, really amazing. This is the genius with the most heaven-defying potential I have ever seen in my life." Yes, after breaking through to the star ancient realm, the boundless light shrouded his body. This alone is something that few people in the vast primordial chaos can achieve. Since ancient times, the boundless light has been passed down in myths and legends. Even geniuses like Gu Tianhua of the Gu family and Lin Qian of the Lin family were not so dazzling when they broke through to the star ancient realm, right? Many higher-ups were talking one after another, their eyes full of excited smiles. The Tian Shuyuan's mayor was the happiest, and his heart trembled. God bless my Tian Shuyuan. Ha ha ha. From this moment on, he had already regarded Fong Chen as the successor of the Tian Shuyuan's next dean, because Fong Chen's potential was worthy of this honor. What an unexpected guy, the Tian Shuyuan's mayor said. On Tianyin Peak, the boundless light shrouded Fong Chen's body as he looked up at the void. His body seemed to have become one with the twinkling stars in the sky, and his strength climbed to the peak. This should be the star baptism to step into the star ancient realm, right? Fong Chen murmured. However, he did not expect that he would be able to trigger the boundless light. Rumble. After a short while, the star baptism ended, and the boundless light sank into Fong Chen's body. The sky returned to calm, and his cultivation had completely stabilized at the early stage of the star ancient realm. Phew! Breathing a sigh of relief, Fong Chen felt his tense body finally relax. The star ancient realm, huh? Fong Chen said with a grin, feeling extremely carefree. After fighting for so many years in the primordial chaos, he had finally stepped into the star ancient realm, which was a perfect step. In the star ancient realm, he could destroy stars with a wave of his hand and the primordial chaos with a flick of his finger. It was only at this moment that Fong Chen truly possessed the power to destroy the world. Buzz! A lot of information about the star ancient realm poured into his mind in an instant. Before stepping into the Star Ancient Realm, I could fight against an expert at the peak of the Star Ancient Realm with the invincible sword principle. Now that I have successfully stepped into the Star Ancient Realm with the help of 10 blood tempering pills, I wonder how much my combat strength has increased? Fong Chen was quite curious and eager to try. However, at this moment, he found the blood flowing in his body. At first glance, Fong Chen was a little surprised. Chapter 2745. The Dark Bloodline, which used to be the coldest of Yin, suddenly became the most masculine of Yang. Moreover, the Dark Bloodline seemed to contain a trace of inexplicable power. Has the Dark Bloodline evolved? Fong Chen murmured. Information about the Dark Bloodline suddenly appeared in his mind. The Dark Bloodline was already considered a super powerful bloodline in the ancient Saint Chaos, but it was nothing in the immemorial Chaos. According to the information circulating in the world, the Dark Bloodline was a branch of the Black Hole Bloodline. The Black Hole Bloodline was one of the 5 most powerful bloodlines in the world. In the ancient times, there were only a handful of experts with the Black Hole Bloodline in the immemorial Chaos. However, after the Battle of Gods, the Black Hole Bloodline was completely extinct. So far, the Black Hole Bloodline had not appeared in the immemorial Chaos. Will it evolve into the Black Hole Bloodline? Fong Chen was quite excited. It would be great if it could evolve into the Black Hole Bloodline. The Black Hole Bloodline was one of the 5 most powerful bloodlines. After the bloodline power was activated, it could devour any bloodline for its own use. It was very powerful. After the excitement, Fong Chen curled his lips. He knew very well how powerful the Black Hole Bloodline was. Among billions of dark bloodlines, there might not be one that could evolve into the Black Hole Bloodline. The probability was so small that Fong Chen did not have any hope at all. Forget it. Let it evolve into whatever it can. Fong Chen was in a good mood. He was not obsessed with the Black Hole Bloodline. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several whistling sounds came from the air. Fong Chen looked up and saw many high-level officials, led by the chief of Tianshu Yuan, had gathered. You broke through. The chief of Tianshu Yuan's gentle voice came. Fong Chen nodded and saluted the high-level officials. Then he said, I was lucky to use the blood tempering pill to break through to the Star Ancient Realm. Fong Chen, your potential is obvious to all. There's no need to be humble. Yes, if nothing happens to you, you're destined to be the protagonist of this era. You'll reach the top in the future. Train hard and don't think about anything else. Tianshu Yuan is your strong backing. Ha ha ha! It's been a long time since I've seen such a good seedling. What a pity. If I could take you as my disciple, I would have no regrets in my life. Many of the senior elders spoke one after another, showing great concern for Fong Chen. Fong Chen was a little confused. He had only broken through to the Star Ancient Realm. Was there a need for this? Was it because he had broken the Lin family's Lin Qian's record of being the fastest to break through to the Star Ancient Realm? After thinking about it for a moment, Fong Chen nodded. Only this record could cause so many Life Ancient Realm elders to praise him. You should focus on polishing your body. There are still some side effects from the blood tempering pill, but you don't have to worry. If you need anything, just let me know. After saying that, the chief of Tianshu Yuan left the courtyard with many elders. Outside the courtyard, Dean, are we just going to ignore him like this? An elder asked. Yes, this child's potential is obvious to all. If we train him well, he will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. I think we should make Fong Chen the highest-ranking disciple in Tianshu Yuan. We should give him more resources and train him as the dean's successor. The chief of Tianshu Yuan shook his head. Since ancient times, which peerless powerhouse has buried himself in cultivation before becoming famous, if they don't experience any setbacks, they can easily obtain something that others can't in their lifetime. Such geniuses often lose themselves. The chief of Tianshu Yuan also had his own considerations. Besides, given the current situation, the Lin family will not let this matter rest. If they know that Fong Chen's breakthrough was so dazzling, how will they feel? The chief of Tian Shuyuan asked. Don't forget that the Lin family's purpose in starting the war was to capture Fong Chen. Now that Fong Chen has escaped the Lin family's sight for a short time, we can't let this matter be known. Hearing this, the elders nodded and left one after another. The chief of Tian Shuyuan was the only one who turned his head to look in the direction of Fong Chen's courtyard. His heart was trembling because Fong Chen's breakthrough to the Star Ancient Realm had unknowingly broken two major records. The first was Lin Qian of the Lin family's record of being the fastest to break through to the Star Ancient Realm. The second was the dazzling light caused by the breakthrough. If these two pieces of news were to spread, it would definitely cause a commotion among the peerless powerhouses of the primordial chaos. One could imagine that not only Tian Shuyuan, but the entire continent of despair would be plunged into chaos. We must ensure Fong Chen's safety. The chief of Tian Shuyuan clenched his fists and said to himself. Then he gritted his teeth and seemed to have come to a decision. He quickly walked to the back of the main peak. The back of the main peak was a forbidden area in Tian Shuyuan. No one had the right to enter unless they had the dean's permission. Thump, thump, thump. The dean quickly walked to the back of the main peak and stopped in front of a cave. This cave had accumulated a great deal of dust over the years. The surrounding branches and leaves of towering trees had completely entangled the entrance of the cave. At first glance, it looked like an abandoned cave. However, only the chief of Tian Shuyuan knew that this cave contained the most powerful heritage of Tian Shuyuan. Buzz! The chief of Tian Shuyuan waved his hands and formed a series of complicated seals. These seals continued to morph in the air, eventually forming a complex pattern. Dong! The pattern flashed and disappeared into the cave. At the same time, an ancient voice rang out in the chief of Tian Shuyuan's mind. What is it? Listening to the voice, one could almost feel that the owner of the voice was a dying man. It was as if dust was about to return to the earth. The hoarse voice revealed the erosion of time. Ancestor, a peerless genius, has appeared in our Tianshu courtyard. He's a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The chief of Tian Shuyuan cupped his fists respectfully and said. The cave was silent. The owner of the voice seemed to be lost in thought. After a long time, the ancient voice spoke again. How peerless! The words were short, as if they were gold. He broke through to the void ancient realm in 17,000 years. After coming to Tian Shuyuan, he stepped into the star ancient realm in less than 1,000 years. He broke the record for the fastest time in the primordial chaos, and the chief of Tian Shuyuan paused for a moment. The ancestor in the cave seemed to be very calm. When he broke through to the star ancient realm, he triggered a blinding light. Boom! When the chief of Tian Shuyuan finished speaking, a storm of power surged in the calm cave. Seeing this, the chief of Tian Shuyuan couldn't help but take a few steps back. Blinding light? The hoarse voice sounded again, and it contained a trace of surprise. No wonder I sensed someone breaking through in the outside world. At that time, I thought that your cultivation had reached another level and caused such a commotion. Your purpose in coming here is to have me send him away. Ancestor, the Lin family already knows of Fong Chen's existence. If we push them too far and they leak the news, it will inevitably cause chaos in the primordial chaos. When that happens, Tian Shuyuan won't be able to protect Fong Chen, the chief of Tian Shuyuan said. Therefore, I implore you to take action and send him to the Void Star Realm. Hearing this, the cave returned to silence. The ancestor fell into silence. Ancestor, this child is the hope of Tian Shuyuan's rise. Can you watch him fall in front of so many peerless powerhouses? The chief of Tian Shuyuan said anxiously. I understand. You can go back first. As the voice spoke, the branches around the cave returned to their original state. Seeing this, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan bowed to the cave and left. After breaking through to the Star Ancient Realm, Fang Qin began to comprehend the evolution method of the Hidden Star Sword. To put it bluntly, it was a method of weapon refinement. He was a master of weapon refinement and could refine void fragmentation-grade weapons. However, after coming to the primordial chaos, this little trick of his was useless. Therefore, in order to evolve the Hidden Star Sword, not only did he need the help of the supreme material Yakin, but he also needed a powerful evolution method. After spending 3 days, Fang Qin fully comprehended the evolution method. After that, Fang Qin used another half a year to familiarize himself with the evolution method. Finally, after half a year, he could control the evolution method as he wished. Moreover, the success rate had reached 100%. Old friend, don't worry. It's your turn soon. Seeing the restless Hidden Star Sword, Fang Qin grinned. Buzz. Chapter 2746. From his Sumeru ring, Fang Qin took out the refining table and various tools that he used to refine weapons. Finally, he prepared Yakin and other materials. Evolving the Hidden Star Sword was much more complicated than refining it from scratch. Fortunately, Fang Qin used 100,000 merit points to exchange for an evolution method. If everything went well, he would be able to succeed in one try. After everything was ready, he placed the Hidden Star Sword on the refining table. The Hidden Star Sword knew that its master was helping it, so it was very cooperative. Buzz, flames soared into the sky, and the sea of flames engulfed the Hidden Star Sword. After a while, a hissing sound was heard. Then, Fang Qin put all the supplementary materials into the sea of flames. The origin of fire in the sea of flames refined all the supplementary materials at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye and quickly integrated them into the Hidden Star Sword. Yakin. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin put 2.5 kilograms of Yakin into the sea of flames. Only the powerful force of the sea of flames could burn Yakin. Seeing Yakin melting, Fang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was going smoothly as expected. Next, it would be a long process of tempering. This kind of thing needed to be done slowly and could not be rushed. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Fang Qin had been polishing the Hidden Star Sword until all of Yakin's energy was integrated into the sword. Whoosh, the Hidden Star Sword soared into the sky from the sea of flames and turned into a long rainbow that soared into the clouds. After a while, the Hidden Star Sword made a clanging sound and the tip of the sword was stabbed into the ground. The sword shook and emitted a dazzling luster. Chaotic grade. Fang Qin was very excited. The evolution method was surprisingly smooth. In just 3 months, the Hidden Star Sword had been polished into a primal chaos class weapon. In the ancient sacred chaotic world, a void fragmentation grade weapon was already the peak. In the ancient chaotic world, even a void fragmentation grade weapon was not enough. Especially after stepping into the Star Ancient Realm, weapons were extremely important. What a strong power! Fang Qin held the sword hilt. Suddenly, a vast power surged into his body and his heart trembled. Above the void fragmentation grade was the chaotic grade. Although it was only 1 grade, the difference between the 2 grades was thousands of miles. Only Fang Qin could understand it. He gently waved his hand a few times. The blade of the sword was incomparably sharp, and it easily cut through the void. The vast heavenly energy was sliced apart by the sword. Amazing! Fang Qin praised. After the Hidden Star Sword completed its evolution, it would need a period of silence. Fang Qin placed it in his spatial ring so that it could be consolidated. As for himself, he took out a scroll. There were 3 bold and powerful words written on it. Soul Spirit Art. This was one of the 3 supreme divine techniques that Fang Qin had obtained in the celestial Venerable Sea. Fang Chen had never been able to cultivate this supreme divine art that targeted the Yuan spirit. Now that he had stepped into the star ancient realm, he could finally comprehend it. The primordial spirit is divided into 9 levels. Above the 9 origin stage is the king stage, then the emperor stage, and finally the emperor stage. Fang Chen murmured. Since ancient times, there had been countless almighties. However, those who were able to reach the pinnacle were all terrifying primordial spirits of the emperor realm. Such a primordial spirit could destroy everything with just a thought. After the transformation, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached the early stage of the king realm. Amongst the many ancient gods, primordial spirits at the king realm were nothing. The soul spirit mantra, when cultivated to perfection, could raise the level of the primordial spirit. This was a rare supreme technique of the soul Tao. Begin your cultivation. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate the soul spirit art. After the war ended, the Lin family suffered a heavy blow, especially the deaths of Lin Yuan and the others, which caused the Lin family to suffer heavy losses. Originally, the head of the Lin family wanted to take revenge, but at the crucial moment, the dragon controller appeared and forced him to stop. The Lin family mansion. Patriarch, are we just going to give up on this matter? When has the Lin family ever suffered such humiliation? We're not willing to accept this. That's right. Lin Yuan and the others were the future hope of the Lin family. They were killed by the disciples of Tianshu Yuan. We must avenge them. Many of the Lin family elders spoke with righteous indignation. The head of the Lin family's face was full of anger, but he forcibly suppressed it. The dragon controller represents the will of the Hand of Despair. Once the rules are violated, the Hand of Despair will definitely take action, the head of the Lin family said. Although his strength was much stronger than the dragon controller, it was obvious that he was wary of the dragon controller. At the mention of the Hand of Despair, many of the Lin family elders looked at each other. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of their eyes. The absolute ruler of the continent of despair was also a famous, peerless expert in the primordial chaos. The Hand of Despair appeared and disappeared unpredictably. No one had ever seen him in person, not even the dragon controller. Some people even suspected that the Hand of Despair really existed on the continent of despair. However, every time someone doubted or even jumped out to openly resist, a mysterious giant hand would descend from the sky and kill them. Over time, no one doubted the might of the Hand of Despair anymore. The Dragon Tamer was the leader of the 108 Blood Fiends, an ancient life realm expert. Every time he appeared, it represented the Hand of Despair. Head of the family, the Lin family owed the dragon controller a favor back then. Can we ask him privately? That's right. Ask the dragon controller and see what the Hand of Despair means. If he agrees, we will join forces with the Hand of Despair and destroy Tianshu Yuan. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. I know what to do. The head of the Lin family said in a deep voice. The entire Lin family fell into a dead silence. Meanwhile, at a certain peak in the distant continent of despair, the tall peak rose steeply from the ground. It was surrounded by a vast expanse of snow. The environment was so harsh that almost no one came here. The temperature here could instantly freeze the Yuan spirit of an ordinary primordial chaos expert. Whoosh! 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 A black shadow suddenly appeared on the barren plains, followed by the roar of a dragon. At first glance, the black shadow was surrounded by a golden dragon. The dragon controller, the leader of the 108 blood fiends, the dragon controller. He climbed the peak at an incomparably fast speed and arrived at the peak of the mountain. The peak rose steeply from the ground, towering into the clouds. It was surrounded by a vast expanse of white. At the center of the peak was a thatched hut. The dragon controller came to the front of the thatched hut and bowed deeply. Master, the dragon controller said in a hoarse voice. If the outside world heard this, they would be incomparably shocked. This was because in the entire Despair continent, only the legendary Hand of Despair could be addressed as Master by the Dragon Controller. The war between Tian Shu Yuan and the Lin family has stopped, the Dragon Controller said respectfully. However, the thatched hut was very calm, as if there was only air. After I brought Master's order, I found a peerless genius, the Dragon Controller continued. I observed his bone age and found that he was less than 20,000 years old. However, his cultivation base had already reached the limit of the primordial chaos realm, and he even appeared in the battle zone of the chaotic Sky City. The Dragon Controller knew very well what this meant. The primordial chaos realm cultivation base had the battle prowess of a star ancient realm expert. Most importantly, this person's bone age was less than 20,000 years old. Boom! Suddenly, a vast power came from the quiet, thatched hut. The golden dragon around the Dragon Controller let out a loud dragon roar, as if it was terrified. The Dragon Controller's body involuntarily took a few steps back. When he stabilized his body, a black shadow, shrouded in an aura of despair, appeared outside the thatched hut. An ancient god less than 20,000 years old. The evil voice asked, "That's right. Master should know that I have cultivated the Heaven's Eye, and my partner can see the bone age of any martial artist in the world," the Dragon Controller said. This was the Dragon Controller's unique skill. Even Gu Tianhua of the Gu family didn't enter the primordial chaos realm so quickly, the evil shadow said indifferently. The Dragon Controller stood respectfully to the side, listening to his master speak. "Bring him to me." "Yes, Master." The Dragon Controller nodded and disappeared from the mountain peak. The evil shadow gradually revealed his true appearance. His face was ferocious, and he was a one-armed old man. His eyes were blue and flashed with an incredible light. "After so many years, I finally found such a perfect primordial spirit," the evil one-armed old man said greedily. Chapter 2747. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had advanced further and reached the middle stage of the King realm. Among the younger generation, it was not easy. One day, Fang Chen suddenly wanted to study the scarlet token on a whim. He looked at the scarlet token in his palm and studied it for a long time, but he couldn't find anything. He used his divine sense to penetrate the crimson token, but he found nothing inside. What does this scarlet token contain? Fang Chen couldn't figure it out. He even participated in the study of the heart of Xianming, but in the end he couldn't find anything. Fang Chen was a little helpless. Suddenly, he thought of what the chief of Tian Shu Yuan said. "Never inject your own blood essence into the scarlet token." Fang Chen's heart stirred. It was as if he wanted to give it a try and see what the consequences would be. "It's just a drop of blood essence. I'll try it. If there's anything wrong, I'll stop immediately." He comforted himself. After a while, everything was ready. Fang Chen bit his finger, and a drop of blood essence instantly emerged. He dropped the blood essence on the scarlet token with a nervous heart. Buzz! The scarlet token instantly swallowed the blood essence, and then a rich scarlet aura burst out in an instant, drowning the whole world, including Fang Chen. "Oh no!" Fang Chen shouted in his heart. He exerted all his strength to resist, but it was useless. The power contained in the scarlet aura was so strong that it kept corroding his whole body. "Damn it, how could this be?" Fang Chen cursed. He couldn't resist at all. Hiss! The blood essence drilled into the scarlet token, and the power of the dark bloodline spread out. Buzz! The scarlet token seemed to have sensed the aura of the dark bloodline and suddenly changed. The palm-sized scarlet token instantly turned into a terrifying vortex. The vast power enveloped Fang Chen and pulled his body into it. "No!" Fang Chen roared hysterically, but in the end he was still drowned in the vortex. When Fang Chen disappeared, the vortex also dissipated instantly. The crimson token collapsed in the void with a boom. The scarlet aura between heaven and earth also gradually dissipated. Voila! In the void a figure whizzed over. He looked around and stared straight at the courtyard below. His face was extremely gloomy. Blood order. Chief Tian Shiyuan could sense the aura of the blood-colored token permeating the air. Did Fong Qin drip his blood on the scarlet token? The chief of Tian Shiyuan looked very gloomy, and his heart was filled with helplessness. He recalled the first time he had obtained the blood token. He had dripped his essence blood on it and had almost died. At that time, he'd lost half his life. Fortunately, he'd executed his trump card at the last moment and was rescued by the ancestor, allowing him to survive. He didn't expect that Fong Chen would still drip his essence blood on the scarlet token, even though he'd warned him not to. The chief of Tian Shiyuan's heart was filled with pain. His figure flashed, and he once again arrived at the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Before he could speak, the ancestor in the cave spoke. A powerful force erupted from the scarlet token and shredded his body. Hearing this, the chief of Tian Shiyuan was stunned. His face was filled with a complicated expression, and his heart was filled with pain. Fong Chen's potential was obvious to all. He was the strongest in the world. If he was nurtured well, he was destined to become a peerless powerhouse who stood at the peak of the primordial chaos. But now he had lost his life in an accident. Ancestor, the chief of Tian Shiyuan said sadly, "I wanted to help, but it was too late." A sigh came from the cave. When the scarlet token self-destructed, the power that erupted was extremely powerful. Even he couldn't save Fong Qin in time. Forget it, forget it. The chief of Tian Shiyuan flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Except for the higher-ups of Tian Shiyuan, no one knew that Fong Qin had died not long ago in the explosion of the scarlet token. Night shrouded the earth, and the stars in the sky flickered. A golden figure came, whistling, and hovered in midair, standing proudly. Chief of Tian Shiyuan. The sound of rolling thunder spread into the main peak of Tian Shiyuan. Whoosh! In the darkness, the chief of Tian Shiyuan leaped into the air and looked at the dragon controller. What business does the dragon controller have visiting so late at night? The chief of Tian Shiyuan asked. After what happened during the day, the chief of Tian Shiyuan's face was full of fatigue. His heart was filled with pain. Fong Chen was a prodigy that he thought highly of, but he died in Tian Shiyuan. Afterward, he kept blaming himself. If he had spoken up to stop Fong Chen when he chose to exchange for the blood token back then, such a tragedy would not have happened. Originally, he was going to ask the ancestor to use his extraordinary means to send him into the starless realm. Who would have thought that this would happen? I came to Tian Shiyuan on the orders of my master to ask for a person, the dragon controller said faintly. Although his cultivation was not as high as the chief of Tian Shiyuan, his status was not low at all. In the final analysis, it was because behind him stood the master of the Despair Continent, Lord Hand of Despair. Otherwise, the chief of Tian Shiyuan wouldn't have paid attention to a mere peak life ancient realm expert. You want a person? The chief of Tian Shiyuan asked in confusion. Back in the chaotic Sky City war zone, among the many core disciples, there was a peak void ancient realm disciple. My master ordered me to bring him back, the dragon controller said. Hearing this, the chief of Tian Shiyuan's expression changed. You mean Fong Qin? The chief of Tian Shiyuan asked. The dragon controller nodded. In fact, he didn't know Fong Chen's name. I'm really sorry that you're late, the chief of Tian Shiyuan said. If it were anyone else, they would have been driven away by the chief of Tian Shiyuan. Not to mention that he was in a very bad mood right now. He had just lost a peerless genius disciple. However, the dragon controller came on behalf of the Hand of Despair. He didn't dare to offend him. The dragon controller asked, What's going on? Before, the chief of Tian Shiyuan told the dragon controller everything that had happened. The latter frowned. Obviously, he didn't believe the chief of Tianshu Yuan's words. He spread out his divine sense, enveloping the entire Tianshu Yuan, and carefully investigated. A moment later, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. This was because there was no trace of Feng Qin in Tianshu Yuan. If there was no way he could escape the dragon controller's heavenly eye. On the peak of the mountain, in front of the thatched hut, Master, the chief of Tianshu Yuan said that the guy died in another experiment. I don't believe it. After careful investigation, I didn't find any trace of him in Tianshu Yuan, the dragon controller reported truthfully. The hand of despair nodded gently and closed his eyes. His huge divine sense instantly enveloped every corner of the entire continent of despair. At the same time, on the main peak of Tianshu Yuan, the chief of Tianshu Yuan felt a trace of imperceptible divine sense spying on him. The hand of despair. The chief of Tianshu Yuan cried out involuntarily. Only the hand of despair had such an ability. Soon, the huge divine sense dissipated, and the chief of Tianshu Yuan returned to the palace. In front of the thatched hut, the hand of despair opened his eyes. He's no longer in the continent of despair. It seems that what the chief of Tianshu Yuan said was true. The hand of despair said lightly, his face expressionless. What a pity, the dragon controller said. The hand of despair turned around and returned to the thatched hut. Investigate carefully. If you find a peerless genius, bring him back to me in time. Yes, master, the dragon controller said. For the hand of despair, even if a peerless genius had fallen, he would not be of much value. If he could not find him in the entire continent of despair, the only possibility was that he had fallen. Therefore, he no longer had any thoughts about Feng Qin. The dragon controller stood respectfully in front of the thatched hut until the aura of the hand of despair disappeared. I almost completed Master's task. What a pity, the dragon controller said helplessly. For countless years, the world thought that he was the right-hand man of the hand of despair and was honored. However, what they did not know was that he was often tortured because of this task. Forget it. Let's start from the beginning. The dragon controller curled his lips and said to himself, Roar! The golden dragon around him seemed to have sensed his master's mood and let out a loud cry. Swoosh! A ray of light shot out from the thatched hut. Puchi! The ray of light seemed ordinary, but when it hit the golden dragon, it instantly penetrated its body. Don't make any noise. Blood splattered everywhere, and the golden dragon trembled in pain. However, it did not dare to make a sound. Let's go. Chapter 2748. The blood-red light spread to the horizon, and the entire land seemed to be in a scarlet sea. The rich bloodline power was scattered all over the void, as if it was going to cover the entire land. The heavenly Tao energy could only reside in a narrow space. A blood-red crescent moon hung in the sky. There was a black figure in the crescent moon, the legend of the Bloodline King. This was the bloodline boundary, one of the boundaries left behind by the Bloodline King. In a tribe, Feng Qin sat quietly on a hill, looking at the blood-red crescent moon in the sky. Complicated thoughts appeared in his mind. It had been half a month since he came here, and he finally understood the situation here. I really didn't expect that I would be sucked into the bloodline boundary. Feng Qin couldn't help but sigh. He still couldn't imagine how he came here. Half a month ago, Feng Qin couldn't hold back his curiosity and dripped his essence blood on the blood token. At first, Feng Qin could still rely on the powerful defense of the chaotic origin sword body to resist the devouring of the blood token. But after a short while, he completely collapsed, and in the end, he was annihilated by the blood token. At that time, his heart was filled with despair, and he thought that he was going to die. Who would have thought that when he woke up, he would find himself in a mysterious place? The Flame Tribe. It was the people of the Flame Tribe who saved him while he was unconscious. They were very simple and had never come in contact with people from the outside world. Fong Chen learned from them that this mysterious place was called the Bloodline Boundary. The strongest person they believed in was the legendary Bloodline King. Brother Fong Chen, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, footsteps could be heard, and then a child of about 10 years old ran up the hill. Fong Chen turned around, and when he looked at the child, he revealed a gentle smile. Little Flame, why are you here? I want to know about the outside world. The eyes of the child called Little Flame flickered, and he was very curious about the unknown outside world. From a certain perspective, a boundary was no different from an independent space. But compared to an independent space, a boundary was more stable. The reason for that was because the person who created the spirit formation was able to set all the rules. For example, there were countless tribes with special bloodlines living in the bloodline enchantment. These tribes were all brought into the bloodline enchantment by the bloodline king himself countless years ago. The outside world, Fong Chen murmured. He didn't even know how to leave the bloodline barrier. Brother Fong Chen, do you want to leave the bloodline barrier? Xiaohua asked. Without waiting for Fong Chen to speak, Xiaohua continued. I heard from Grandpa Patriarch that there is a legend in our bloodline barrier. If you can gather 49 special bloodlines, you will be able to receive the summons of the Bloodline King. At that time, you will be able to leave the bloodline barrier. But Xiaohua pouted and said unhappily, but in all these years, no one has been able to gather all 49 bloodlines. Fong Chen nodded lightly. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Perhaps this bloodline barrier was a great opportunity for him. For example, although the guy in front of him was only a little over 10 years old, his body contained a powerful flame, bloodline. If this happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion. Buzz! Flames flickered around Xiaohua's body, and traces of bright red blood dripped from his fingers. In an instant, the void was burned. Fire origin bloodline. This bloodline was very powerful and very special. At least Fong Chen had never heard of it in the outside world. There were more than 100 people in the Flame Tribe, and almost every one of them had the Fire Origin bloodline. When the Fire Origin bloodline evolved to the extreme, it could control all the flames in the world. Therefore, the people of the Flame Tribe were born to be blacksmiths. Rumble! Just as Fong Chen and Xiaohua were chatting, a deafening sound suddenly came. Then, Fong Chen saw a waterfall in the sky in front of him, spraying water droplets. Oh no, the Water Source Tribe is here again. Xiaohua said bitterly, Big Brother Fong Chen, I'll chat with you later. After saying this, Xiaohua ran down the hill. Wait for me. Fong Chen called out as he ran side by side with Xiaohua. The Water Source Tribe was one of the many tribes in the bloodline barrier, and their bloodline was the Water Source bloodline. The ancients said that water and fire were incompatible. Therefore, the Water Source Tribe and the Flame Tribe had always been at odds. Old Hua, have you thought it through? Your tribe has declined to the point where you don't have any life ancient experts. Join my tribe. The leader of the Water Source Tribe was covered in mist. If one looked closely, they would see that his body was completely formed by water droplets. This was the highest level of the Water Source bloodline. In your dreams, the Flame Tribe members roared in anger. Stubborn. The water droplet man snorted and waved his hand, causing countless water droplets to fall from the sky. Ding! 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 These water droplets hit the Flame Tribe members, extinguishing the flames on their bodies. Don't hurt my grandfather. Xiaohua hurried over and stood in front of the Flame Tribe leader. Fong Chen's advancing body came to an abrupt stop. Déjà vu! Fong Chen frowned and stared at the water droplet man. He seemed to have seen the method he had just used before. He quickly thought in his mind, could it be that other than me, someone else has entered here? That's right. There must be more than one blood token. He could imagine that the bloodline monarch must be carrying out a crazy plan. There must be more than one bloodline barrier. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Fong Chen's mind. His thoughts were pulled back to the time when he was fighting in the Empyrean Sea. Yes, that's it. Fong Chen's heart shook, and his eyes widened as he stared at the water droplet man. The method he had just used was exactly the same as the water mist divine art, one of the 49 supreme divine arts in the Empyrean Sea. Could it be someone from the ancient saint Primal Chaos? Fong Chen thought to himself. It could also be someone from the dark marsh Primal Chaos. Just as Fong Chen was thinking, the water droplet man spoke again. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't agree in 3 months, we'll flatten the Flame Tribe. After that, the people of the Water Source Tribe left in a mighty manner. The Flame Tribe was in a mess, and the chief looked tired. Many tribesmen fell to the ground in pain. Why did they gather so many special bloodlines here? Specially build a bloodline barrier and spread the blood token. Fong Chen muttered. At night, after the Flame Tribe had settled down, Xiao Hua found Fong Chen. The two sat on a stone bench, and Xiao Hua raised his head and stared blankly at the blood-red crescent moon in the sky. Brother, do you think our Flame Tribe is going to be destroyed? Fong Chen stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Xiao Hua's head. No, but the Water Source Tribe is so strong, and they even have an ancient life realm expert. How will our Flame Tribe resist in 3 months? Xiao Hua said disappointedly. There's always hope. Don't abandon it. Don't give up. Fong Chen said softly. Xiao Hua shook his head and bit his finger, dripping a drop of flame blood essence onto Fong Chen's palm. Hiss! As the flames burned, the blood essence drilled into Fong Chen's body. Brother Fong Chen, you're not a member of the Flame Tribe, so you don't have to die with us. You should leave before the Water Source Tribe arrives. Xiao Hua said, My blood essence contains the heart of the Flame Origin. After refining it, I'll be able to obtain the Flame Origin bloodline. Although Xiao Hua was young, he knew that the Flame Origin bloodline couldn't be destroyed in their generation. Xiao Hua, do you believe in your brother? Fong Chen felt the darkness bloodline and the heart of the Flame Origin fusing together, setting off terrifying waves. Xiao Hua nodded. Brother promises you that the Flame Tribe will be fine. The Water Source Tribe. Sir, we've already given the Flame Tribe an ultimatum. If they don't agree in 3 months, we'll flatten them. The Water Drop Man said. In front of him was a black-robed man. His entire body was shrouded in darkness. Good, very good. I only have one goal, and that is to obtain the divine flame of the Source Tribe. Chapter 2749. One had to admit that the Fire Origin bloodline was very special. The flames contained within made Fong Chen feel inconceivable. Ever since he obtained Xiao Hua's essence blood, Fong Chen had been wholeheartedly refining the heart of the Fire Origin. Big Brother is very hardworking, but for others to refine the heart of the Fire Origin, even if they have monstrous talent, they would need at least 100 years. In the distance, Xiao Hua looked at Fong Chen, who was cultivating bitterly, and muttered, Boom! But just as Xiao Hua finished speaking, boundless flames surged out from Fong Chen's body. These flames directly engulfed Fong Chen, turning him into a sea of fire. Hoo! Within the sea of fire, Fong Chen's darkness bloodline was completely released. Kacha! The heart of the Fire Origin was refined, and the Fire Origin bloodline was born, clashing with the darkness bloodline. Suppress! Fong Chen roared and activated the chaotic origin sword body, suppressing the 2 bloodlines that went berserk. Wang! After a long time, the sea of fire around him disappeared, and Fong Chen's body regained its calmness. This is the Fire Origin bloodline. Fong Chen muttered. Xiao Hua's eyes widened when he saw this scene from afar, and his mouth turned into an O shape. He could clearly see that there were flame patterns on the surface of Fong Chen's skin. This was the most basic symbol of the Fire Origin bloodline. So exaggerated. In just a month, Fong Qin had refined the heart of the fire origin. Wasn't this too exaggerated? It was simply unimaginable. After a long time, Xiaohua regained his senses, and Fong Chen's gaze happened to be looking in his direction. Big brother. Lil Flame dashed over, wild with joy. Congratulations, Big Brother, for successfully refining the heart of the fire origin and possessing the fire origin bloodline. Xiaohua said excitedly. After interacting with the members of the Flame tribe, Fong Qin felt that they were very simple. Not only did they take care of him, but they even gave him their fire origin bloodline selflessly. It's all thanks to Xiaohua. Otherwise, how could Big Brother possess the fire origin bloodline? Fong Qin smiled. Big Brother, now that you possess the fire origin bloodline, have you sensed two divine skills? Lil Fire asked curiously. Fong Qin nodded. When he possessed the fire origin bloodline, dense information had indeed appeared in his mind. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, the chief of the Flame tribe walked over. Little friend Fong, please come with me. Big Brother, go quickly. Grandpa Patriarch will bring you to see our Flame tribe's tribe guardian, Divine Flame. Xiao was said with a grin. Although Fong Qin was very confused, he still followed the elderly chief to the ancestral shrine of the Flame tribe. To be able to refine the fire origin bloodline in such a short period of time. You are truly a shocking genius, said the elderly patriarch. He was not angry because Fong Qin was an outsider. On the contrary, he was very happy. The fire tribe exists to protect the fire origin bloodline. I can see that you have another special bloodline in your body. When he said this, a look of excitement appeared on the old clan leader's face. According to the instructions passed down by our ancestors, if someone can possess two special bloodlines at the same time, that person will be the person our Flame tribe is looking for, said the elderly patriarch. Oh. Fong Qin was a little curious. All bloodlines in the world have their own uniqueness. It is almost impossible for two bloodlines to coexist in one person's blood, said the elderly patriarch. But you have succeeded. The elderly patriarch looked at Fong Qin with admiration and then opened the door of the ancestral shrine. The divine flame of our tribe is inside. Go in, said the elderly patriarch. The old clan chief said. All of these were the last words left behind by his ancestor. He was just following them. Thud, thud, thud. Fong Qin stepped into the ancestral shrine. The ancestral shrine of the Flame tribe was very simple. There was only a memorial tablet inside. Fire Demon, True Monarch. For bold and powerful words were written on the memorial tablet. After seeing it, Fong Chen's pupil shrank. Could it be the legendary Fire Demon, True Monarch, who slew 5 supreme giants by himself during the Battle of the Fallen Gods in the ancient times? Fong Chen cried out involuntarily. He had read about the deeds of Fire Demon, True Monarch in the ancient books of Tianshu Yuan. In the ancient times, Fire Demon, True Monarch, stood at the top of the primordial chaos. His achievements in the Tao of Fire were unprecedented. However, after the Battle of Gods in the ancient times, he mysteriously disappeared. So, the Flame tribe is the descendant of Fire Demon, True Monarch. Fong Qin sighed. The descendant of such a powerful figure who shook the primordial chaos had fallen to such a state. No, why would his descendant enter the bloodline boundary? Suddenly, Fong Qin thought of a problem. With Fire Demon True Monarch's strength, he should not be afraid of a bloodline king. Could it be? Thinking of this, Fong Qin was shocked. Thinking of all the things that had happened before, he had a crazy guess in his heart. Back then, Fire Demon True Monarch and the other supreme giants joined forces with the bloodline king and seemed to be planning something. This matter must have something to do with the bloodline. Buzz! Suddenly, a dazzling spark appeared on Fire Demon True Monarch's memorial tablet. This flower bloomed quickly and released a thick flame. So powerful, Fong Qin could not help but take a few steps back. He was extremely shocked. divine fire? Fong Qin exclaimed. In the flame, a hazy figure was faintly discernible. Fire demon, true monarch? Fong Qin exclaimed. The latter slowly turned around and looked at Fong Chen with his flaming eyes. Fire demon, true monarch sighed and said slowly, Junior, you are finally here. Fong Chen listened to the order quietly. As this was a will left behind by true monarch fire demon, the words were prepared beforehand. The fact that you have my bloodline proves that you are qualified to refine the divine fire. Fire demon, true monarch's aged voice sounded. Refine it, and you can leave the flame tribe to collect other bloodlines. Whoosh! In the divine fire, fire demon, true monarch, disappeared. What's going on? Fong Qin was even more puzzled. What did fire demon, true monarch's words mean? Could it be that they really had some big plan and he had accidentally barged in? Thinking of this, Fong Qin felt his scalp go numb. Was everything he was doing now under the surveillance of the supreme giant? Buzz! The divine fire flickered and emitted a scorching flame, triggering the fire origin bloodline in Fong Chen's body. Not good. Fong Chen cursed because with the help of the divine fire, the fire origin bloodline was devouring the darkness bloodline. Refine. In a panic, Fong Chen hurriedly refined the divine fire. Buzz! Fong Chen stretched out his palms and suppressed the divine fire. The divine fire, which was originally very powerful, dimmed quickly and was refined by Fong Chen. Rip! After refining the divine fire, Fong Chen's fire origin bloodline underwent a true evolution. On the surface of his skin, there were clear flames flickering. Fong Chen felt power erupting in his body. What a strong power! Is this the true fire origin bloodline? Fong Chen murmured. In the sky above the flame tribe, a fire dragon formed by flames suddenly appeared out of nowhere and roared. The dragon's roar spread across the land. Many people of the flame tribe knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Ancestor, please bless us. The fire dragon was the totem of the flame tribe. They thought that this was the manifestation of their ancestor. Roar! The fire dragon spat out scorching flames, sprinkling in the sky and entering the bodies of many people. In an instant, the bloodline power in their bodies underwent an evolution. Ha ha ha! Our ancestor has shown up. Our flame tribe is saved. The old chief shouted excitedly. Buzz! After a while, the fire dragon entered the ancestral hall and the sky calmed down again. Creak! Fong Chen walked out of the ancestral hall. Benefactor, please save our flame tribe. The old chief took the lead and knelt. Brother, please save our flame tribe. Xiao Hu cried, Get up. What's going on? Under Fong Chen's persuasion, the people of the flame tribe stood up. Fong Chen finally understood after the old chief explained it personally. Is Fire Demon True Lord so sure that the future generations can refine the divine fire? Fong Chen was full of doubts. Don't worry. I will protect the flame tribe no matter what. Fong Chen promised. On this day, the entire flame tribe was beaming with joy because their ancestor had shown them the way. The fire dragon illuminated the sky and the divine fire recognized its master. This series of events was enough to show that the flame tribe was about to rise. In a mysterious place at the peak of the primordial chaos. Kid, I hope you can succeed. A burly man surrounded by flames said, Fire Demon, True Lord, why are you so happy? A few people asked. Chapter 2750. Bloodline Barrier, Flame Tribe. Under the lead of the old chief, many tribe members respected Fong Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Big brother, you succeeded. Xiao Hu was very excited and said with a smile. Every member of the flame tribe knew how important the divine flame was to them. This is the order of the old ancestor, ha ha ha. Many tribe members were very excited and teared up. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt the divine flame in his body become restless. Whoosh! His body flashed and disappeared. He left a sentence for Xiaohua and the others, and then went into seclusion. "Grandpa Chief, will Big Brother be okay?" Xiaohua asked worriedly. "That won't happen. Your elder brother has absorbed the divine flame. He is the one chosen by the heavens," said the old clan leader. Time passed. 3 months later, the Flame tribe faced the danger of being exterminated. Under the lead of the water droplet person, the Water Source tribe arrived in front of the Flame tribe. "Old Flame Ghost, have you decided?" The water droplet person shouted with disdain. "Today is the last day. If you refuse to submit, then die." The people of the Water Source tribe were very arrogant. Seeing this, the people of the Flame tribe bared their teeth and roared, "Chief, let's fight it out with them." The people of the Flame tribe would rather die than betray us. Seeing this, the water droplet person's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Since that's the case, then from now on, there will be no more Flame tribe in the bloodline barrier." Following the water droplet person's order, the people of the Water Source tribe charged toward the Flame tribe. Puchi! The people of the Water Source tribe were very strong, and the weakened Flame tribe couldn't resist at all. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, there were clansmen who fell into a pool of blood. Damn it! Seeing this, the old chief roared and flames appeared in his palm as he charged toward the Water Source tribe. "Old Flame Ghost." Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. The droplet man leaped up and blocked the elderly patriarch. At the same time, the water droplets on his body flew out and restrained the old chief. Hiss! The hot flames and the cold water droplets collided. This was the collision of the Fire Source bloodline and the Water Source bloodline. "Old Ghost, your Fire Origin bloodline has declined," the water drop person mocked. At the same time, she waved her hand, and the Boundless Water Source bloodline was fully activated, devouring the Fire Source bloodline at a speed visible to the naked eye. Water to put out the fire. When water reached a certain level of strength, even the strongest flames would be of no use. Bang! The old patriarch's body was sent flying. His Fire Origin bloodline was completely suppressed. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and his face was somewhat pale. "Grandpa!" Xiaohua dashed in front of the elderly clan leader without any regard for its own safety, blocking the water droplet man's attack. "Don't hurt my grandfather!" Lil Fire shouted. The water droplet man looked down at the elderly tribe leader from above and sneered. "The Flame tribe that used to be extremely powerful has now fallen to such a state. How laughable! The Fire Origin bloodline is simply a waste on you." Since ancient times, fire and water were incompatible. The two tribes had been fighting for a long time. Once upon a time, the Flame tribe was so powerful that the Water tribe couldn't breathe. But now, with the decline of the Flame tribe, the Fire Origin bloodline was on the verge of extinction. Scram! The water droplet man took a step forward and arrived behind the elderly tribe leader. He shouted loudly, "After today, there will be no more Flame tribe." He raised his hand, and many water droplets gathered together to form a huge water ball. Within the water ball, there was an extreme amount of power. Splash! Under his control, the water ball rapidly smashed towards the elderly tribe leader. At the same time, he kicked out and sent Xiaohua flying. Bang! Xiaohua's body fell to the ground in the distance. He screamed miserably as tears flowed out of his eyes. Many members of the Flame tribe bared their teeth and fell into a state of madness. But it was useless. They couldn't block the powerful attacks of the Water tribe members. "Does the heavens want my Flame tribe to die?" The elderly tribe leader was unwilling to accept this. He turned his head and looked towards the depths of the Flame tribe. Could a miracle happen? Whoosh! A dazzling sword light shot out from the depths of the Flame tribe. It arrived in front of the water ball at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Crack! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, The vast water ball was easily pierced by the sword light and then exploded. Countless water droplets scattered across the sky. Thump, thump, thump. Caught off guard, the water droplet man retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself. Who is it? The water droplet man roared angrily as he looked around. You don't want to come out. The water droplet man waved his hands. The water droplets on his body instantly scattered and flew out in the sky. Ding, ding, ding. Everywhere the water droplets passed, the void instantly collapsed. Almost every inch of the void was overturned, and there was no place to hide. Buzz! In the depths of the Flame Tribe, Fong Chen's body was surrounded by a sword-shaped light shield that blocked the water droplet's attack. Who are you? The water droplet man stared at Fong Chen with his dark eyes and asked coldly. Fong Chen walked out of the depths of the flame, tribe step by step. His body exuded a powerful aura that made people respect and fear him. Brother! Xiaohua shouted when he saw this. The elderly tribe leader's eyes were also filled with excitement. You want to destroy the Flame Tribe? Fong Chen asked. So what if I do? The water droplet man said arrogantly. You think you can stop me? The water droplet man's cultivation was at the limit of the Star Ancient Realm, while Fong Chen was only at the early stage of the Star Ancient Realm. The water droplet man was not afraid at all. You want the divine flame? Fong Chen asked again. That's right. Buzz! Fong Chen opened his palm and a beautiful flower appeared, burning fiercely. This is the divine flame? The water droplet man turned pale with fright and his face instantly darkened. You refine the divine flame? The water droplet man's face was filled with anger. His heart trembled. The divine flame was wanted by that lord. If he could not bring it back, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Water Source tribe was able to establish a foothold in the bloodline boundary all these years, thanks to that lord. Now, the divine flame was refined by this guy in front of him. You refined the divine flame and ruined the lord's plan. This is unforgivable. The water droplet man roared angrily. Kill him for me. Under the water droplet man's order, many people of the Water Source tribe rushed toward Fong Chen. Brother, let me help you. Xiao Hu rushed toward Fong Chen, and the people of the Flame Tribe also came one after another. Fong Chen waved his hand casually and said, It's just a few flies. I alone am enough. Fong Chen's words angered the people of the Water Source tribe even more. They roared at the sky and launched a powerful attack. In an instant, a huge water curtain appeared in the sky. Fong Chen was trapped under the water curtain. Kid, you're dead, someone roared. Fong Chen shook his head gently. Although the water curtain gave him some pressure, it was not a threat. The Water Source bloodline is just SOSO. Fong Chen sneered. If you obediently hand over the tribe guarding divine water, I can spare your lives. Tribe guarding divine water? Hearing Fong Chen's words, the water droplet man almost exploded with anger. It's been a long time since anyone dared to have designs on our tribe guarding divine water. You're the first one in 1,000,000 years. The water droplet man said eerily. Not everyone is qualified to touch the tribe guarding divine water. I'll let you know that the Water Source tribe is not to be trifled with. As his voice fell, the people of the Water Source tribe rushed forward. Splash! The huge water curtain kept shrinking until it tightly bound Fong Chen to the ground. Fong Chen did not move and looked mockingly at the water droplet man. The water curtain that you're so proud of is like trash in my eyes. Watch how I break it. Fong Chen said indifferently. In his palm, the divine flame shone. Splash! The divine flame emitted a scorching pressure, and at the same time, it triggered the fire origin bloodline in Fong Chen's body. The two combined, and the scorching temperature instantly spread out. Rip! The water curtain was burned by the divine flame without any resistance. Crack! The water curtain shattered, and the people of the water source tribe fell into pools of blood one by one. Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by the divine flame. He stared at the water droplet man. Chapter 27:51. The water droplet man's face turned ferocious as he released his water source bloodline. Monstrous waves emerged from his body, and the whole world seemed to be filled with an ocean. Splash! The surging waves crashed onto the ground. The faces of the Flame tribe's members were filled with dread as they retreated one after another. "Be careful," the elderly chief reminded. Lil Flame, on the other hand, was nervously holding the old patriarch's large hand, his heart filled with worry. "It's okay," Fang Chun replied calmly. At the same time, he looked at the water droplet man. "You seem to have made your decision. You want to make the water source tribe submit? You're courting death." The water droplet man roared and waved his hand. Monstrous waves broke through the clouds and turned into a water dragon. It carried endless power and pierced through the void and blasted towards Fangchen. Anyone who makes a mistake has to pay the corresponding price. The water source tribe is the same. Fang Chen ascended to the sky and confronted the water dragon from afar. Roar! The water dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out endless waves, trying to drown Fang Chen. Divine fire illuminates the sky and burns everything. Fang Chen chanted softly. Divine fire appeared above his head and emitted an unparalleled scorching power. In an instant, a flame domain was formed around Fang Chen. Any waves that entered the flame domain were evaporated in the blink of an eye. "I don't believe that you can continue like this," the water droplet man said coldly. His body flickered and turned into water droplets. He controlled the water dragons and attacked Fang Chen in turn. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, the corners of Fang Chen's lips curled up into a disdainful smile. "Who said that I only have divine fire attacks?" As he spoke, Fang Chen took out the star-concealing sword. The divine fire attack was just an attack that he had mastered recently. His real trump card was the invincible sword principle. Sword of Destruction. He waved the star-concealing sword, and a sword light that could cut through heaven and earth burst out. Crack! The water dragon closest to Fang Chen had just opened its bloody mouth when its body was cut in half by the sword light and disappeared. Huh! Below, many members of the Flame tribe also widened their eyes. "Big Brother is so awesome," Lil Fire said excitedly. Nian Mai's body trembled as he said, "The ancestors have shown themselves. The ancestors have shown themselves." After the Sword of Destruction, Fang Chen performed the Sword of Heaven and Earth. With his current early-stage star Ancient Cultivation base and his Chaos-grade star Concealing Sword complementing each other, the power of his one Sword of Heavens and Earth increased by several times. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen defeated all the water dragons. The droplet man widened his eyes, not daring to believe what he was seeing. "I can't accept this." The water droplet man was prepared for his final struggle. He lifted his head and roared into the skies. He spread out his hands, and the water droplets gathered in his palms. At the same time, he pushed the power of his water source bloodline to the limit. "It's useless," Fang Chen said indifferently. In the face of absolute power, everything else was fleeting. Fang Chen had merged with the divine fire, and the power of his fire source bloodline completely suppressed the power of his water source bloodline. The water droplet man's attack power was greatly reduced. In such a state, how could he resist Fang Chen's invincible sword Dao? Boom! The invincible sword Qi soared into the sky. Fang Chen was like a demon god descending, and his sword pierced through the water droplet man's body. Crack! The water droplet man tried to escape. His body disintegrated into countless water droplets. But Fang Chen waved his sleeve, and the divine fire burned the water droplets into nothingness. A miserable shriek rang out from the void. The current chief of the Water Source tribe, the Water Droplet Man, died. Kill! The death of the Water Droplet Man greatly boosted the morale of the Flame tribe. Under the leadership of the elderly chief, they killed all the people of the Water Source tribe. A moment later, the land of the Flame tribe was covered in blood. Whoosh! The battle was over, and the elderly chief breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Fong Chen suddenly felt a vast aura coming from the distant horizon. What's going on? Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out. Stop! This voice was filled with extreme anger. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Flame tribe. When he saw the blood on the ground and the ruins, his heart turned cold. He clenched his fists and looked at Fong Chen with bloodshot eyes. The people of the Water Source tribe were killed by you. The black-clothed martial artist exuded a terrifying aura as he asked coldly, Life Ancient Realm. Fong Chen's heart trembled. Damn it! The black-clothed martial artist waved his sleeve, and water droplets appeared out of thin air. This is... Fong Chen was shocked. You're from the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos? Hearing Fong Chen's words, the black-clothed martial artist was surprised. He stopped his attack and looked at Fong Chen. You too? This person had one of the 49 supreme divine arts in the Empyrean Sea, and the aura of his primordial spirit was completely different from Fong Chen's. It could be concluded that he was from the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos. No, your primordial spirit aura isn't from the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos. You're from the Ancient Saint Primal Chaos. The black-clothed martial artist licked his dry lips and said eerily, I can't believe I met someone from the Ancient Saint Primal Chaos here. Interesting. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-clothed martial artist waved his sleeve, and a monstrous wave roared out. Sword of Heaven and Earth. Fong Chen hurriedly used the Sword of Heaven and Earth. An earth-shattering sword light burst out and hit the black-clothed martial artist's robe. Crack! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and the black-clothed martial artist retreated a few steps. An early star ancient realm cultivator can actually force me back. A cold, killing intent flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed cultivator as he looked at Fong Chen. Die! The black-clothed martial artist madly attacked Fong Chen, as expected of the life ancient realm. This was Fong Chen's first time facing a life ancient realm cultivator. If it weren't for the divine flame, he wouldn't have been able to resist the attacks. Every time the black-clothed martial artist used a water droplet attack, Fong Chen used the divine flame to suppress it. Then he used the Sword of Heaven and Earth without holding back. What an exquisite sword technique! The black-clothed martial artist looked at Fong Chen greedily and madly attacked. Whoosh! After a fierce battle, Fong Chen found an opportunity and used the space-time escape technique. Illusions filled the sky, and it was impossible to tell which was the real body. Crack! Just as the black-clothed martial artist was searching, Fong Chen appeared behind him and used the black demon sky split. The demon extinction sword ruthlessly stabbed into the martial artist's body. Poochie! Blood splattered in the sky. The black-clothed martial artist backhanded Fong Chen and forced him back. Hiss! Hiss! The black-clothed martial artist's face was incomparably gloomy as aura constantly leaked from the wound. Damn you, you actually injured me. The black-clothed martial artist cursed. Buzz! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Chen set up a massacre array and surrounded the entire Flame tribe to prevent the black-clothed martial artist from going berserk and destroying the Flame tribe. After doing all this, Fong Chen held the star-hidden sword in his hand and stared at the black-clothed martial artist. With his current strength, although he could not defeat the black-clothed martial artist, it was more than enough to deal with him. Rumble. The battle continued, and it was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, it had reached its climax. However, as time passed, the black-clothed martial artist started to think of retreating. Damn it, this guy's strength seems to be endless. Moreover, he has the divine flame and can completely suppress my water droplet attack. What is more terrifying is his shocking sword technique. Even I do not dare to take it head-on. The black-clothed martial artist thought to himself. Fang Chen's figure had turned into thousands of figures. Even the black-clothed martial artist could not tell which one was the real body. He had been sneak attacked by the demon extinction sword several times. The black demon sky split art was a unique skill for sneak attacks and assassination. At this moment, it displayed its unparalleled charm. Let's go. Finally, after a fierce battle, the black-clothed martial artist chose to temporarily retreat. Brat, I will not let this go. Looking at the black-clothed martial artist's disappearing figure, Fang Chen did not chase after him. Life ancient realm powerhouses have the ability to change the heavens and change lives. Their words are law. Too strong. After fighting with a life ancient realm powerhouse for the first time, Fang Chen finally realized the terror of a life ancient realm powerhouse. If the black-clothed martial artist had not just entered the life ancient realm, he would not be his opponent at all. It seems that my strength is still too weak, Fang Chen muttered. If he could create the third sword of the invincible sword Dao, or if his cultivation base could reach the middle or late star ancient realm, he would be able to suppress the black-clothed martial artist. Whoosh! With the crisis resolved, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother, you are too strong. Xiao Hu said excitedly, you destroyed the water source tribe with your own strength and even forced the mysterious black-clothed martial artist to leave. Little friend, the fire tribe will never forget your kindness. The elderly patriarch cupped his fists. Chapter 2752. The water source tribe was not far from the flame tribe. After the water source tribe was annihilated, Fang Chen set up the slaughter array to prevent the black-robed ancient god from attacking. Then he quietly went to the old site of the water source tribe. Where's the clan protection god water? After tasting the sweetness of the god fire, Fang Chen wanted to obtain the clan protection god water and collect the water source bloodlines. According to the fire devil true monarch, collecting 49 special bloodlines seemed to be able to unlock something. Regardless, the information he had obtained so far was that he had to collect all the special bloodlines to leave the bloodline enchantment. 1. Fang Chen activated the god fire to sense the clan protection god water. Rip. Soon, he found the location of the clan protection god water. Boom! He smashed the seal with a punch and arrived at the forbidden ground in the back mountain. There was an ancestral shrine here, but unlike the flame tribe, this ancestral shrine was in tatters and seemed to have been destroyed. Fang Chen entered and saw the sound of trickling water. This is the clan protection god water. Fang Chen frowned. He came to the side of the pond and touched the water with his finger. Wang! An extremely cold aura drilled into his body. Die! A furious roar came from behind him. Fang Chen hurriedly turned around and activated the chaotic origin sword body, raising his defense to the maximum. Pung! He barely blocked the sneak attack and rolled to the other side of the pond. It's you! Fang Chen saw that the one who attacked him was the black-robed ancient god from the Black Marsh, Primal Chaos. Brat, the clan protection god water is mine. You are not qualified to touch it. The black-robed ancient god said coldly, leave this place quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, Fang Chen was puzzled. According to the black-robed ancient god's character, he would definitely attack him, but he asked him to leave. Was there some secret behind this? Suddenly, Fang Chen discovered a layer of mist flowing on the black-robed ancient god's body. This is, Fang Chen immediately understood. He was refining the clan protection god water. Hoo! Fang Chen opened his hand, and a vast suction force instantly spread out. The water in the pond was crazily sucked into Dark Cave Mountain. Stop! Seeing this, the black-clothed ancient god roared furiously. At the same time, he launched a fierce and overbearing attack on Fang Chen. You control it, Fang Chen said to the Xianming heart. At the same time, he used Sword of Heaven and Earth to fight against the black-robed ancient god. He didn't need to defeat the black-clothed ancient god. He just needed to stop him. The latter clearly sensed Fang Chen's intentions, and he went berserk. His attack power increased several times, and Fang Chen was forced to retreat. Boom! After a deafening sound, the mysterious underworld heart returned to Fang Chen's neck. The water in the pond had been completely sucked dry. I'm going to kill you. The black-clothed ancient god descended into madness. He raised his head to the sky and roared as he charged toward Fang Chen. However, before he could even reach halfway, his body began to tremble. Damn it! The black-clothed ancient god cursed. At the same time, he used all his strength to suppress the mist on the surface of his skin. Let's go. The black-clothed ancient god glared at Fang Chen fiercely before disappearing into the void. He left? Fang Chen was a little surprised. However, he didn't stay there and quickly returned to the Flame Tribe. After returning, Fang Chen greeted Xiaohua and the elderly tribe leader and immediately went into seclusion. Inside Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen stared at the pond below his feet. The pond water was pitch black and rippled slowly. Is this the tribe guarding holy water? Fang Chen murmured. Master, this is only one form of the tribe guarding holy water of the water source tribe. You need to condense it, the mysterious underworld heart reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and began to try. He jumped into the pond. Buzz! The pond water kept invading his body. The two bloodline powers in his body formed a strong defense to stop the water source bloodline. Hiss! Hiss! After a while, Fang Chen used the power of the divine fire to condense the water in the pond into a water ball. What a powerful water source bloodline power! Fang Chen swallowed it into his body. Immediately, the vast water source bloodline power spread out. Due to his previous experience, Fang Chen was even more familiar with the process this time. Using his own conditions, he successfully activated the water source bloodline power and merged it into his own bloodline. So easy! Fang Chen was also a little stunned. He had been prepared to fight, but he had obtained the water source bloodline so easily and even made the three bloodlines harmonize. What was going on? Master, do you remember that the darkness bloodline evolved after you swallowed 10 blood-tempering pills? The mysterious underworld heart asked. Fang Chen nodded. Of course, he remembered. After the darkness bloodline evolved, there was a trace of the black hole bloodline. Rumor has it that the black hole bloodline is one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world, and it has a magical effect. The mysterious underworld heart said. It can swallow any bloodline in the world. Since ancient times, many geniuses wanted to have 2 bloodlines, but in the end, they exploded and died. But Master, it was so easy for you. This is all because of the darkness bloodline, the mysterious underworld heart said. It was said that the experts with the black hole bloodline could absorb other special bloodlines as they wished. Is that so? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He did not expect this. So, I can absorb other bloodlines as I wish? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was very excited. This is because Master's bloodline has not completely evolved into the black hole bloodline. Otherwise, you can absorb as much as you want, the mysterious underworld heart said. Take it slow. The black hole bloodline is one of the legendary bloodlines. It's not that easy. Fang Chen smiled contentedly. Buzz! With a thought, a ball appeared in his palm. Half of it was hot flame, and the other half was icy cold mist. This was formed by the combination of the divine fire and divine water. That's great. Since Fang Chen defeated the black-clothed ancient god, he had not appeared again. The bloodline enchantment temporarily calmed down, and the Flame tribe was thriving. In the distant Shura universe, Fang Chen's avatar had an accident. Shura universe. In the vast chaotic void, there were hundreds of millions of miniature universes. Behind every miniature universe was a super great being. Of course, there were strong and weak miniature universes. Generally speaking, miniature universes were divided into 5 levels in the ancient Saint Chaos. The Star River universe was only the 4th level, slightly stronger than the 5th level. Under Fang Chen's nurturing, the Shura universe had become a 1st-level miniature universe. The Shura universe was full of talents, and its reputation was widespread. With Fang Chen's avatar and the bone progenitor, there was almost no danger. However, one day an abnormality occurred in the Shura universe. Rumble. Flashing lightning fell from the sky. The power of thunder punishment. Fang Chen stood in the clouds, staring at the power of thunder punishment. His expression changed drastically. In the entire primal chaos void, the only one who could control the power of thunder punishment was the Thunder Punishment Tribe. Why did the Thunder Punishment Tribe come to my Shura universe? Fang Chen murmured. Voila! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the power of thunder punishment suddenly turned into a monstrous hand and suppressed Fang Chen's avatar. No, Fang Chen desperately resisted, but it was useless. The hand grabbed him and took him away. In the next moment, the thunderous Azura universe was restored to its former tranquility. When the bone progenitor arrived, Fang Chen had already disappeared. Fang Chen! The bone progenitor shouted. He spread out his divine sense, but he could not find him in the entire Shura universe. His face was gloomy and he was extremely worried. Ancient Saint Chaos, Mahakala. Shura Sword Sect Headquarters. Ever since Fang Chen unified the ancient Saint Chaos, Shura Sword Sect had become a transcendent force. Even the major clans had to give them face. As Fang Chen's disciples, Kong Jiao and Tianxan were the center of attention. The two of them did not disappoint Fang Chen's expectations, and their cultivation rose steadily. Unfortunately, good times did not last long. Not long ago, Tianxan and Kong Jiao were sparring in Shura Sword Sect. Suddenly, thunder punishment fell from the sky, and a monstrous hand took them away. This matter alarmed the entire ancient Saint Chaos, and the elders of the Elder Guild even found the Thunder Punishment Tribe. Qing Ho was also a member of the Elder Guild. After asking, he found out that the person who took action was not from the Thunder Punishment Tribe. This matter attracted the attention of the Elder Guild. They believed that the ancient Saint Chaos was potentially dangerous. A few days later, the bone progenitor came to Mahakala. Chapter 2753. You're saying that Brother Fang's clone was also taken away by the lightning punishment hand? Qing Ho asked with wide eyes. After the bone progenitor explained the whole story, Qing Ho was stunned. Who is it? Is it deliberately targeting Brother Fang? Qing Ho racked his brains. Who would dare to attack the Shura Sword Sect in the current ancient Saint Chaos? At this moment, another piece of bad news came. Fang Shi, who was traveling in the ancient Saint Chaos, was also taken away by the lightning punishment hand. After hearing the news, Star and Moon burst into tears. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian also returned from various parts of the ancient Saint Chaos. I want to enter the Celestial Sea to cultivate. After being comforted by everyone, Star and Moon stopped crying and made such a decision. I want to improve my cultivation and go to the ancient Saint Chaos to find my husband and daughter. With Star and Moon's personality, once she made a decision, no one could change it. We'll go with you. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian resolutely stood on Star and Moon's side. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flickered. She looked at the two women with a complicated expression and then nodded heavily. On this day, Under the escort of the 7 elders of the Council of Elders, the 3 women entered the Celestial Sea. The bone progenitor returned to the Shura universe. Fang Chen's clone was no longer there. He had to guard the Shura universe and ensure the normal operation of the universe. Ancient Saint Chaos, bloodline boundary. Fang Chen, who was in the Flame tribe, suddenly trembled. The next moment, he held his head with both hands and screamed miserably, "Brother, what's wrong?" Little Hua hurried over. The elderly patriarch and the others also came one after another. Seeing Fang Chen's pained expression, they were helpless. Fang Chen bared his teeth. His head was in extreme pain, as if his primordial spirit was about to shatter. With a bang, he fell into a coma. "Brother, are you okay?" Little Hua shook Fang Chen's arm hard. When Fang Chen woke up, it was already 3 months later. "How long did I sleep?" Fang Chen rubbed his head and asked, "Big brother, you slept for 3 months." Little Flame was very worried. Little Flame laughed. Seeing that Fang Chen was fine, he was very happy. Fang Chen got off the bed and walked into the courtyard. His pitch-black eyes stared at the sky. Fang Chen murmured, "Using the lightning punishment palm to suppress my clone and sever the connection between me and my clone. Even an ancient life realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do such a thing." Who was it that was attacking him? He couldn't help but worry about ancient sage primal chaos, his wife, daughter, brothers, and disciples. "I hope you're safe." Fang Chen secretly prayed. At this moment, he had no connection with his clone at all. In fact, he even felt as if he had never had a clone before. After a moment of silence, Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't know what happened to his clone. So what if he knew? The most important thing now was to collect special bloodlines, leave the bloodline barrier, and continue to grow stronger. Only then could he come into contact with higher-level secrets. Perhaps at that time, he would be able to know what had happened to his clone. "Forget it. Let's not think about this." Fang Chen shook his head and said he was completely unaware that because of this incident, the entire ancient Saint Chaos was in a state of panic and vigilance, and it was in an uproar. "Big brother, are you okay?" Little Flame asked. Fang Chen shook his head and grinned. "Don't you see that I'm fine?" Seeing this, Little Flame breathed a sigh of relief. "Big brother, you were unconscious for 3 months. A lot of things happened in the bloodline barrier." Little Flame said slowly, "A month ago, a piece of news broke out in the Great Evolution mountain range. A powerful bloodline that had never appeared in the world appeared. Many tribes in the surrounding area have sent experts in person, wanting you to obtain this bloodline. It is said that this is a super powerful bloodline that can devour all bloodlines." Huh. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. "Where is it?" Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Little Flame handed a file to Fang Chen and said, "I know that Big Brother will definitely be interested, so I collected some information during this period of time. Big Brother, take a look." Fang Chen took the file and skimmed through it. He had a faint guess in his heart. The powerful bloodline that appeared was very likely to be related to the Black Hole bloodline. 3 days later, Fang Chen was ready, and his primordial spirit had completely recovered. He strengthened the slaughter formation again to ensure that the Flame tribe would not be in danger before leaving. "Big brother, we will wait for your return." Little Flame waved his hand and said. Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The Flame tribe was very far from the Great Evolution mountain range. Fang Chen used the space-time escape technique and spent a total of 7 days. 7 days later, Fang Chen arrived at the Great Evolution mountain range. Along the way, I encountered many ancient gods of the Star Ancient Realm. Fang Chen said in a low voice. As for ancient gods of the Life Ancient Realm, he did not encounter any. He sat on a blue stone to rest and at the same time explore the surroundings. Sha sha sha! Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came. Then, 3 burly figures surrounded Fang Chen. The eyes of the three revealed greed. Kid, which tribe are you from? The Flame Tribe, Fangchen said. Hearing this, the faces of the three were full of disdain. In the bloodline barrier, the Flame Tribe was the weakest tribe. The three of us have a small request. Give us a few drops of your essence blood. After saying this, the leader took out a small bottle from his arms. Just fill this bottle. Fangchen looked at the three thoughtfully. Looking at their practiced appearance, they should be repeat offenders. Rob my essence blood? Fangchen asked. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over your essence blood, I will wring your head off. Bang! Fangchen punched out and smashed the head of the person who spoke. You are courting death. Seeing this, the other two roared angrily. Boom! The divine fire lit up the sky and burned everything. The warrior who rushed towards him was enveloped by the divine fire and was instantly burned. Miserable screams could be heard. The other person who rushed over was enveloped by the divine water and restrained by the violent water curtain. Senior, please spare my life. The man knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I have eyes but failed to see. Please spare my life. How long have you been here? Fangchen asked. Almost 30 years. It used to be a long time to meet a passerby, but a month ago, the number of warriors who came here suddenly increased. How much essence blood did you get in total? Fangchen asked. Not much, only 7 bottles. Fangchen opened his palm and looked at the man with a faint smile. The latter's body trembled and reluctantly handed the 7 bottles of essence blood to Fangchen. Senior, I don't want the essence blood. I will give it all to you. Please spare my life. Fangchen played with the 7 bottles of essence blood. These were the power of 7 bloodlines. Which tribe are you from? Fangchen asked. I am from the Black Gold tribe. If Senior let me go, the Black Gold tribe will definitely reward you handsomely. Puchi! Fangchen flicked his finger, and a ray of light pierced through the man's finger. Drip! A powerful suction force enveloped the man's finger. Drops of essence blood appeared. Fangchen took the empty bottle from the man's hand. In the blink of an eye, a bottle of essence blood was in his hand. Senior, my essence blood contains the power of the Black Gold bloodline. It is beneficial to Senior's cultivation. The man begged, please spare my life. Bang! Lin Fan smashed the man's head with a slap. Leave you to harm the world? Putting away the 8 bottles of essence blood, Fangchen stepped out and entered the depths of the Great Evolution mountain range. Whoosh! 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 Soon after he left, many figures appeared. Again? Seeing the 3 corpses lying on the ground, everyone's face turned gloomy. How dare he kill the people of the Black Gold tribe? How audacious! Does he really think that the Black Gold tribe is a pushover? Find out who the murderer is at all costs. Everyone was furious. There is a strange aura in the air. The murderer just left not long ago. Let's chase after him and let him know that the Black Gold tribe is not to be trifled with. After saying that, the people of the Black Gold tribe left in a grandiose manner, chasing after Fangchen. In the Great Evolution mountain range, the deeper Fangchen went, the more he could feel the restlessness of the dark bloodline in his body. It's true, Fangchen was more and more convinced of his guess. Only the legendary Black Hole bloodline could devour any bloodline in the world. Fangchen's heart raced. If it was really the Black Hole bloodline, it would be a great opportunity for him. Even if it is not the Black Hole bloodline, it must be related to it.